everybody, and welcome to the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. My name is Nekra, and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined, of course, by Mortdog, Admirable, Casanova, and Crowan as our casters to take you through all of the action. Today is day 2 in our journey to see which players are going to be taking home the 4 NA regional final spots, as well as a coveted invitation straight to the Runeterra Reforged Championships at the end of the set. And yesterday was just the first day in 3 days of an action-packed weekend. We started off with 32 of the finest tacticians gathered from the Freljord and the Shurima Cups, and we whittled that competition in half for the 16 players that will be competing over 6 games today to see which 8 will move on to the final lobby tomorrow. We do have a few players that are starting off with bonus points, and those bonus points are still on the table to give you a kickstart for that final day of action as well. But it's all about those spots at the end of the line, and it's all about this $25,000 prize pool that goes along with it. Our top 16 all get a chance to take home a chunk of that prizing, but it comes down to just about how much they're going to take home. Now that we have the stakes set for today, let's go ahead and start talking about our players. Please join me in welcoming 2 incredibly special guests to the broadcast. We've got Pokygom and Clear to talk through all of the action that we have for our players competing. Clear, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
So excited to have you. And Pokygom as well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing quite fine. A little bit sick, but otherwise I'm excited for TFT.
I think we are all very excited to see what's going to happen, especially after the field of competitors that we have had coming into this weekend. And, you know, to reach into your deep pocket of knowledge about TFT and the players that are competing, because both of you have had a lot of tournament experience against much of this field, I'm going to ask you a few questions, see if you can put your knowledge hats on and answer these correctly. So the very first question that I've got is, who has the highest first place rate in Runeterra Reforged competition coming into the mid-season finale? What do you think?
I'm not sure, but I think it's Setsuko, but I could be wrong.
All right, Pokygom, you're locking in Setsuko? What about you, Claire?
I mean, for me, I would actually go with Robin. I think he's more typically known as sort of like a top 4 player. But I've actually watched like a lot of his games this set, and he's actually gone first place like a lot in a lot of these tournaments. So I'd go with Robin.
I think Setsuko is a great answer, because Setsuko is still top competition. But, Clear, you would be right. It is Robin Songs. Ahead of this tournament, he came into the mid-set finale with a 36% win rate. And this is going to be updated based on what happened for day number 1, but that's still pretty impressive. And he ended up with a first place in Game 4 and Game 6 yesterday. So, you know, Clear, looking at his games, like, why do you think that is? Like, where do you feel like he gets these firsts from?
I think he's just a player who has like a lot of experience, and I think a lot of these other players who maybe have not had as much games in like a competitive environment, you know, there's sort of a nerves element when you're really new to the competitive scene, and like when you've sort of secured top 2. You sort of start to get nervous, and you might not be able to secure out the win, whereas Robin, he has a lot of experience getting to these spots and being able to secure the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it is about that experience. Like, I think we can all think back to what happened in even set 5, where he ended up going first, and that was a historic moment in TFT for sure. But, you know, when it comes to Robin Song's performance and basically just his consistency overall, Pokygom, do you feel like Robin could take it all this weekend?
Oh, I think he always has a chance to win, because he's just, in my mind, at this point, like the best NA player of all time, kind of. I've like done a bit of thinking of all that kind of stuff, but like Robin feels like he consistently always at the top. Some other people have like a little bit of blemishes here and there, and when it feels like playing against him in tournament, he's always just good. Like, he has a plan usually, and he actually follows it. And that's pretty impressive. because I can't seem to follow my own plans a lot of the time.
Hey, sometimes you gotta throw it all out the window. Maybe you're contested or something, right? And then you gotta go for something else. But Robin is definitely one of those players that can get it done when it comes down to taking those first places. But there's also a few players that had some really good consistency, not getting an 8th heading into the mid-season finale. So my next question is, which 3 players are the only players coming into the mid-season finale without an 8th place in Runeterra Reforged? Give you guys both a moment to think about that, and then let me know if you've got some players that come to mind.
You got any ideas, Clear? I don't.
I mean, basically everyone I've watched, or everyone I can think of, I've seen gone 8th. So it's probably one of the players that I haven't been keeping my eye on. I mean, what comes to mind is maybe Talides. I know he's been doing quite well, and I haven't been able to catch a lot of his games. And then maybe Amd and Goobums as well. We're also really good players, but I haven't just been able to see much of their games lately.
I think those are good guesses. Aki got me still nothing.
I think it's like personally, I think it's Goobums, but that's more of just like a personal preference thing. Like I study with him, so
It's your bias. Is what
I'll
you're
just
saying.
support it's my bias. Goobums my bias, but otherwise I don't really know. That's kind of hard. I would have had to check the stats there.
Yeah, this is a tough question that I threw out there. A little bit of a wrench, if you will. But you would both be correct. Goobums is one of the 3 players that did not get an 8th this entire tournament cycle leading up to the mid-set finale. And he was able to continue that trend yesterday as well, not securing an 8th. But Pokigom, where he might have struggled a little bit, is he barely squeaked into the top 16. So do you feel like that's something that he could recover from heading into day number 2?
He's definitely a player, like, if you just look at the ladder right now, he's like way above everyone right now in LP. So in terms of his confidence, I'm pretty sure it's like sky high. And he already has a ton of confidence just like normally anyway. It's like big ego. So I feel like as long as, especially since a lot of times the player who just squeaks by on the day before, they usually do well the day after. Because I think that's exactly what happened with Robin in the set 5 tournament. He like squeaked by just by 1 point, and then he went 1-1, 5-1-1, right? So
True.
I can see Goobums just winning it all.
Yeah, so Goobums definitely, I feel like, has made a name for himself in terms of just kind of consistently also being towards the top. But you brought up a really interesting point, Clear, that a few of the players that you had mentioned that you thought might have not had an 8th leading into this were also players that maybe weren't on people's radars as much. So unfortunately, your other 2 answers are not correct, but the other 2 players to round out Goobums are Dace and Sub-Zero Arc. Sub-Zero Arc 2, maybe a bit of more of an unknown quantity heading into this particular event. Do you feel like that does give a player a leg up when it comes to being able to perform well at a tournament?
Yeah, I think especially this set with Legends, there's a lot of unique Legends. I know Sub-Zero Arc was a Caitlyn player, and he was one of the only Caitlyn players in the field. And I think that's when you're playing a unique Legend like that, a lot of other players like don't have as much experience playing against Caitlyn. You know, they have a lot of experience playing against other players who like take Ornn or Urf or Ezreal. But you know, if they take a unique Legend like that, I think it can definitely give them a leg up.
We've seen that a few times. Maybe that's a player that people just are preparing for. Like maybe especially if you're looking at a player that's a part of a bigger study group like Dace, that might be something that could put a target on your back. But speaking about Legends, we did see a lot of Legend diversity outside of a lot of players playing like Ornn or even a lot of Master Yi to be able to lean into Aphelios. Based on what you've seen already, are you surprised at all with the amount of sheer diversity that we've seen, Clear, from those Legend choices?
I'm not really surprised about the amount of Legends we've seen. I think going into the mid-set, you know, if you ask like a lot of players, even though like a lot of players weren't all that sure, and I saw some players, sort of second guessing themselves in day one and sort of switching up their legends halfway through. But I think the part that definitely surprises me is how well Ornn has been doing. I think Ornn has received like a lot of nerfs, and I think going into the mid set, a lot of players weren't so sure about how good Ornn would be. But I think based on what I've seen, it's definitely still top tier legend for sure.
It has had a very high win rate so far in the mid-set finale, that is for sure. Pokigon, what about you? Is there anything based on what you've seen that has surprised you, whether it is legend choices or just the meta in general?
I think overall, if you've been paying attention to the scrims, since they've just been like, a lot of people have been just streaming the scrims, you can kind of see that like a lot of the legends do have viability, probably because a lot of things have been so consistently nerfed, and like a lot of the power is very similar, and it probably just depends on like what you really want to play, and depending on the situation for like your points, like if you're trying to play for first or eighth and that kind of stuff. I would imagine like people are switching legends here and there right now, like in this meta, because in some of the previous tournaments it's mostly been people just stick with one legend, one or two legends. But I can imagine there's a lot more variety in like how people are playing it out.
Yeah, we even saw a few players, like they tried if they wanted to go to Aphelios, like they did start to go for Master Yi, but then maybe just switching over to something that was a little bit just kind of high value, Ornn, for example, and making sure that they were going to be able to find a clear path forward that way. But my final question for both of you, I'm going to put you in the hot seat, is who's your pick to take it all? If you had to pick one player that's still left in this top 16, who do you think is going to go straight to the championships? Pokigon, let's start with you.
For me, I just want Goobums to win. Although I haven't done that much studying recently with him, but we are in the same study group, so we do stuff together. We just talk about the game whenever we can, and he's just someone I do consider a friend. So I'm rooting for my boy Goobums. He's also rank 1 on ladder, so there's probably a good chance he will win.
That's fair, that's fair. Clear, what about you?
For me, my pick would actually be MD. I think if you didn't watch set 7 all that much and you watched set 8, he really popped off in set 7. He had really good performances. I think he was definitely one of the best players in set 7, but then in set 8, he was sort of busy with IRL stuff. He didn't have all that much time to practice or prep. But I think fundamentally, he's a really strong player, one of the strongest players in the field. And I talked to him a little bit going into the mid-set, and he says he definitely feels really prepared. He's had a lot more time to practice and sort of hone his skills. So I think he's definitely one of the players that people have to watch out for, and I think he has a really good chance to win it all.
Thank you so much to the two of you for your insight and for talking with me about these players that are competing. We're going to be keeping our eyes now on AMD and Goobums, so hope they're going to be able to do well. But clear, Pokigon, thank you so much, and we hope to see you in the future.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Always so good to be able to talk to two of our top TFT players. Now we get a chance to talk to two of our top TFT casters. Casanova, Crowan, welcome back to the casting desk for day number 2. How are you feeling after that first day, Casanova?
Oh, I feel good. Day 1 was fantastic. There was a lot of really great gameplay, and then, coming into day 2, we're going to see how people adapt to the meta that was kind of set on day 1, right? Because it is a B patch. The meta kind of gets set on that first day, and then we see what kind of adaptations people make on day 2. I also love that Clear called out AMD. I was pouring over AMD stats earlier this morning, and that guy just doesn't take 8th places right now. So he's somebody to watch out for. Really good top 4 rate. Doesn't go first, doesn't go 8th, but yeah. I thought it was just cool that Clear called out AMD because he's someone we hadn't talked about a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's so exciting going into day 2 with how day 1 went. Like, it was just banger game after banger game yesterday. But so many talented players have to go home. We do have our top 16. We got, 25k, 4 regional slots, 1 world slot on the line, and 16 players fighting for them. And I couldn't be more excited to see who's going to go to day 3 and who's going to claim the title.
There's so much on the line, and after what we saw yesterday, I really cannot wait either to see what is in store for us today. as we also get a chance to look at what our players played. I mean, Casanova, when we come into a tournament, we always talk about tournament meta this, tournament meta that. Is this what you expected coming into this particular one?
Yeah, so Aphelios was kind of the big ticket item we were looking at coming in to the mid-set finale, and seeing the popularity at, a 1.7. It's not the highest we've seen on this set, right? This set has had a lot of, top 1, top 2 comps with an immense amount of popularity, thinking back to Zeri, thinking back to Azir Lux or Challengers, right? We had a lot of, just these multiple comps just having a huge chunk. However, Aphelios is kind of carried that on with the stats, because usually a lot of popularity means it's contested a lot, so the stats don't look as good just because there's so many people playing it. With Aphelios, that top 4 rate is still pretty good at 54% and almost a 15% win rate. This comp is still, it's the truth. I think people do need to be looking towards it. They need to keep open to it, but also paying attention to the fact that everyone around them is going to stay open to Aphelios as well, and you need to figure out when your spot is actually good to go there, because you don't want to be like 3-4-way contested.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's really a surprise. Another surprise on this little graphic as well is how well that challenger Kaisiaso is doing. That top 4 rate being 66% and the win rate even 22% is much higher than I would have expected to see. But now that we have all the data kind of breaking it down, a lot of players are playing challenger from tempo, right? From, being able to win streak early. And a lot of that is off of the back of Kalista. After the Kalista buffs, she is able to, help any player secure that early game win streak and then cap out a board, maybe going 8 or 9 into legendaries, and it finds a lot of wins, right? It is the highest win percentage comp out of this whole graphic here.
Yeah, and we can't get through this graphic without calling out the maybe worst performing comp that's ever hit a top 5 comps graphic, and that's going to be Invoker Karma. This is 11% top 4, 11% win. That means the only time it top 4'd out of its 9 games was a first place. It's got 1 first and 8 bot 4s. Reroll in general has been doing pretty bad, but it's not even contested. Usually when you see these kind of stats on a reroll comp, it's like too heavily contested, so people are just not letting it work. No, this is just like one person playing it in a game from maybe a middling spot, and it just cannot get the job done. Invoker still has a great ceiling, so if you are high rolling your Invoker comp, you're hitting all the augments you need, you're hitting the units early, it's still worth playing, but it's going to be all about spot recognition if you're going to play Invokers, because the margin for error is too slim. It's either going to be a really OP comp that's probably going to net you a first or a second, or you're going, bot 3.
Exactly, that spot recognition, and the player that did recognize that was Vanilla, the one player to be able to claim a first with Invokers in game 2. But that was off the back of hitting an RE2 and having that be the kind of secondary carry there. But just quickly touching upon the other 2 comps I've mentioned, the Azir Lux is, about as popular I think as we expected. The top 4 rate and win rate are pretty average, but the Sork Lux RE comp is a little bit different. The top 4 rate is a little lacking, but the win rate actually is second highest amongst all the comps here. Because with the Ari, you're able to, as soon as you get RE2 online, that bridges the gap and you're able to, maybe push 9, get those legendaries online. And so win percentage being that high, I think makes a lot of sense.
Well, I personally think it's a travesty that the boss has not made this top 5 comp board, because I actually performed really well yesterday. If I only got a nickel for every time that it top 4'd, I would actually have 2. It's not very many, but it's still 2 nickels. So very excited to see if that is something else that can also come through today. These are how our lobbies are going to shake out for our very first 2 games of the day. It's going to be 2 games down, reseed. You guys know the drill. We're going to start focusing in on lobby A as our first game lobby that we will be following. And this one is a heavy hitter, Casanova. I feel like no matter what player you're looking at, it's like, oh yeah, like they could just take it.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of players here that are great to talk about, but the one that I want to bring up is actually Vile. We talked about Vile a bit yesterday because he was the Bard player. He ended up playing it all 6 games, and the interesting stat for Vile is he went first 3 times in half his games, and the other half of his games he bought Ford. And Bard as a legend, Crone and I have been, looking into, we've been talking about because it's being played, and we actually found out that Dish Soap kind of has Bard on the back burner as the legend to play if Dish Soap is in a spot that he needs to play for first. Well, Vilay's done the testing for him, so here we go. He's got 3 first, 3 bot 4s. It's working as a 1st or 8th legend. A lot of that coming off of the prismatic, right? Very, very good. Can net you that 1st place, can give you a big advantage in the late game. So it's just interesting to see that stat from the Bard, and Vilay has piloted it quite well. He is getting that payoff of these firsts, and it's brought him to today.
I mean, Vilay is not the only player that has kind of stuck with one of the more unique legends. You can also look at Vanilla, who is playing Poro for all 6 games, and of course, Sub-Zero Arc that was leaning into the Caitlyn. But outside of just even those unique legend choices, we have other players in this lobby, Crone, that I feel like, well, obviously you got to look at kind of like T-Lides being the point leader yesterday, but who else are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just taking the legends as well. One player in this lobby A actually played 3 different legends yesterday, and that was Goobums. Played Ezreal, and then Urf, and then swapped to Ornn before I think going back to Urf for game 6. So just kind of all over the place there, but exactly what he needed in game 6 to get that 1st place and just barely make his way into day 2. But yeah, that's definitely getting something on my eyes, all this legend diversity and what players are approaching it with.
Gotta keep an eye on that, as well as how the meta is going to develop, because it is time to get into game 1 of day 2. So Casanova and Crowan, start strong. Have fun.
All right, thank you, Necro. We're jumping in, and thank you, players, for not standing on still water hold. We've got Immortal Bastion and Glass Industry is going to be the choices between these two. It looks like a pretty even split, 5-3, but the 3s have it, with Kurum getting Glass Industries here. So we'll see if the Ezreal players are going to be happy. If we've got any in this lobby, they're going to be able to get more of that extra gold from having the extra components. As we jump in here, Crowan, with our previous day point leader, T-Lides.
Yeah, we got a couple of Ezreal Enjoyers from yesterday. Dishsoap played it the whole day. Goobums and Kurum played it for a little bit of the day, but not the entire day. Kurum started with Yi, and Goobums, of course, as I just mentioned, flex between Urf and Ornn as well. T-Lides, the point leader from yesterday, we spoke to him as well, and hey, honestly, I love the humble energy that we got. He's like, no, I'm not really, super confident. I don't think I'm better than anybody else, but as I mentioned, right, I think T-Lides' play really did speak for itself. I wouldn't be surprised to see T-Lides in day 3 and really contest for that victory.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think just really consistent play throughout the day, right? He wasn't at the top of the tables in first places. He wasn't at the top of the tables really in any stat except for AVP, right? So he's just having very good consistent placements in the top 4. So T-Lides definitely that's the kind of play where it's like, well, how much is he high rolling? How much is he just playing really, really well? If he's it's not even just like, oh, a bunch of firsts. It's just really solid placements consistently.
Oh, definitely. And it wasn't even around on just meta compositions. Even in the first game, T-Lides played built different and played it to a 2nd place. So that spot recognition that we were talking about earlier, that's so hard to do in a tournament that's this stacked in terms of just raw talent. T-Lides is still pulling out all those stops and still flexing on everybody else. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. We're jumping over to Kurum. Kurum currently on 2 of 3 Piltover, just missing Orianna. So this is a really scary spot for everyone else in the lobby. We'll see if Kurum can find that Orianna, play that 2-1 Piltover. We actually saw it was incredibly successful yesterday. It just didn't have that many plays. I think there was like 3 plays, and it top forward every single time. So, if he can find that, that's going to be fantastic. I think Kurum maybe was digging for that +1 with some of these rerolls, but Caretaker's Favor going to play to that late game. Will still get Glass value, and he did find an Orianna. Maybe he already had that on his bench, and I just missed it. So he does have that 2-1 Piltover.
Yeah, the risky Piltover. I believe it was played at least once yesterday by Camberley, who went on a 10-loss streak, cashed out, and then claimed a 1st place after 13 round wins in a row. It is so hard to find that cash out at 4-1 now that everyone's going to be spiking and find that power. But Cass, we got another boss on the field from Darth Nub. I love it.
Yeah, love to see it. I actually wanted to call something out real quick for Kurum that I love, because we see nothing was bought from the shop, so that Orianna was on the bench and I just missed it. And so that actually adds another layer to that augment choice, because usually as an Ezreal player on Glass, you would just take the Ezreal augment, slam for tempo and slam for additional gold. But because he doesn't want to slam items onto his board, he doesn't want to be increasing board power with Piltover, he takes the Bard augment, the Caretaker's Favor, which will give him more overall components, but he'll get them later when he actually wants to be strong playing the Piltover. So I actually love that so much from Kurum, and it's setting him up for a really, really good late game.
100%. Great point there. He even, even though he's not going to have the item on board right now, did slam a Quicksilver and just leaves it on the bench to generate that extra early economy. But now jumping over to Villet, the Bard player, the resident Bard player, but is actually going to be going for not the Bard augment here.
Well, and this is very funny, right? Because Kurum was on Ezreal and Vilay's on Bard, and they switched augments here.
Yeah.
But Vilay, recognizing he wants to play with more tempo in this game on Glask and slam items and actually generate the gold now and generate the tempo now. So getting offered Buried Treasures, decides, well, in this case, because it's Glask, this is probably better for me.
Yeah, definitely funny to see that swap, but the reasoning makes 100% sense with how the lobby is going and how their lines are going, right? And this is an early game, rogue Shadow Isles, which definitely is not going to be what most players are leaning towards. But Valet just recognizing the spot, recognizing, okay, I have a pair of Katarinas, they're still gonna be doing a lot of good damage early. I can slam the Hand of Justice and use that flexibly no matter what line that we're going to go. So I think definitely great recognition there of that point. Taking a look at Milk. Milk did indeed tease the end of yesterday that he might be swapping Legends. He was playing the Ezreal all of yesterday, or actually most of yesterday. He did swap to Yi and actually is making that full swap, it looks like, over yet again.
Yeah, Milk going to commit to the Yi. I mean, this is Kiyun had pretty decent success in day one, just playing Yi, forcing the Aphelios, and I think Milk decided at the end that this is actually just the best way to play. I saw in-houses Milk was playing this. I actually thought Milk was going to be on Ezreal on Yi on day one, playing this strategy, but he ended up playing Ezreal. He still had a really great day one, but decided that, hey, that was not the best he could do, and Ezreal might be a higher ceiling for him. So that's, or Yi is going to be the higher ceiling. I keep swapping him, but that's what Milk was going to swap to today.
Yeah, Milk actually only played one Aphelios game yesterday. Most of his games were on Azir Lux, 4 out of the 6. The other one being Sorks as well. So if you're playing Yi and finding yourself not really on many Aphelios games, it's like, oh, that's why you're playing it. But maybe Milk is going to go into today, look at those Aphelios stats, be like, oh, even with as contested as it was, it's still top 4s and wins games this amount of the time, so maybe I should just force it, right? I think a lot of players looking at that data, VOD reviewing, are going to have that more so in mind. It's even a world where it could be more popular today relative to the size of the field.
Ron, I want to talk about a really interesting pick. First pick on the carousel, 1-cost Spatula from Broccoli. This is not something you will see often right early on. You want to pick a higher cost, try and supplement your economy a lot more, but also picking a spatula early when you didn't already have like another spatula or a +1, coming from the fact that, Broccoli is playing Earth, but he didn't take Earth on one. He was also offered Buried Treasures, and because it was Glask, decided to go that direction. But what do you think he wants with this spat? I mean, Challenger is very strong, right? He can lean towards that and utilize a bow. He could also do an Ionia spat with this sword. I'm just very interested. I guess he has Spark Slam. This could be Sork.
Yeah, there actually is a few different directions, and you kind of named all of them there. I think Sorks, especially with the Malzahars in the bench, right? Not super indicative, but is the potential. Also, the economy of picking like a 3-cost unit on the carousel isn't quite as valuable just because players are going to have that much more economy anyway. It's already easy to make that 30-40, break point. Finding a Shen early is Vile though, and that's a huge deal with how contested that unit is. I believe, during the Frodan and Raditz little check-in yesterday, they had mentioned that point exactly, that Shen is the most contested unit in the game by far now. So Vile finding that in stage 2, while already having 3 fantastic items slammed and a Katarina 2, is just in a great spot here to carry this 4-win streak into a 5, hopefully before Krugs.
Yeah, I mean, this will fit for, either Sorks or potentially Challengers as well, right? That's kind of where this leans with these slams, right? These slams, very good Kaisa items already can go in that direction. And the Shen, does exist in both of those comps in some capacity. He can find his way on those boards.
Definitely. Looks like Kurum had won a round with the Piltovers, but was going on another little bit of a loss streak. So not going to be that super capped out 10 loss streak that we were hoping for, unfortunately. And I think very unfortunate for Kurum as well. Yeah, looks like he won 2-2 and then went on a 3 loss streak a bit after. So no insane Piltover spikes that I think are going to be running away with this lobby, or at least unlikely to see that.
Yeah, I think fortunate for Kurum that it was 2-2. It's possible that is still recoverable as, playing for that full loss streak. However, we're going to have to look at that stage 4 cash out most likely from Kurum, and that is where it gets very dangerous with a lot of people rolling down very heavily. So we'll see if Kurum can make that happen. I do think that actually the Bard augment will be good for that, being able to have extra components compared to everyone else at that point. So when he does go for that big roll down to try and cash out, he will have some good items to slam.
Definitely. Taking a look at Goobum's board. Goobum's already has the strategist emblem online on the Darius, and I mean, all the units here are obviously leading towards that Azir Lux composition, and I think that's a great decision from Goobums. Looking at the stats yesterday, maybe a maximum of 2 Azir Lux players per lobby, but the composition does support 2 players as well. Goobums is playing it from a loss streak, but is relatively healthy. 77 HP, 5 loss isn't bad at all. He is very rich, being on 64 gold. This is like a level 7 on 3-5, roll it down, hitting at least, you know, one of all the units that you need, and you already have half of them. I think Goobums will still be in a good spot, and he has good item slam with the Giant Slayer, and then the bow can flex into a lot of things. Same with that chain and that glove as well.
Yeah, I like Goobum's spot as well. I guess when looking at the lobby, there's also a lot of people who are leaning more towards something like challengers, Milk towards Aphelios, but Milk also very open towards the Azir Lux from those item slams. Yeah, it's pumping up. Azir is that kind of secondary comp you keep open if you can't hit Aphelios, and with the Ginsu guard breaker slams from Milk, that's still very open to that direction.
Oh, 100%. Guard breaker can go on either Azir or Lux, but that Rage Blade definitely on the Azir, as we get a prismatic augment for our second one, and it's just going to be the giant grab bag from Goobums. Getting extra gold to roll down on 7 with, I think, is a big deal, but also these items, especially a blue buff for Lux, that is fantastic.
Yeah, blue buff for Lux will be good. I'm also curious though, he wants to kill the bow. That was exactly what I was about to ask. Does he go for the static shiv instead, just because he'd be stuck with bow double glove if he plays blue buff here, and it just doesn't feel great for Goobums. Then he's got to find like multiple rods. I mean, I guess he could do something with a belt, but belt kind of wants to be Sunfire, so his items just end up in like this very weird nebulous spot if he slams blue. But this opens it up more where Hodge becomes a real item that you can slam instead, and it's a little bit more flexible in utilizing the components that he's been given.
With this, I almost expected a Hodge slam. Probably if it is a fight difference, he would go for that direction. Looking at this fight into Broccoli, though, don't know if it will be. It is endless hordes, actually, for Broccoli. That's always seeing so many units on the board. They can only hold one item, but that is going to be insanely powerful. No. A Hodge slam is not going to be near enough for Goobums to take on this board, and that is literally an 8-0 loss at 3-2.
Yeah, that is not fun to take an 8-0 loss right there. Broccoli going to start hitting people so hard with these endless hordes. We actually saw Kambuli pick up a first place with Endless Hordes yesterday. I think it was the only Endless Hordes played ended up with a first. So with the spot recognition for Endless Hordes is getting better for players. I think this was a very laughable augment for quite some time. It did get some buffs. It got some changes, but in general, it's still considered, you know, weak in a lot of spots. But I think 3-2 is where you want to find it the most, because you won't have 3 item carries slammed. You won't have those things set up already, and you can entirely play around it. And Broccoli playing Earth, taking a spat early, that combines really well with Endless Hordes, because you can get emblems and you have so many things on your board. Your synergies can go vertically very easily.
Oh, 100%. Those synergies can get absolutely crazy. And with that mid-game tempo, as you're talking about, just threatens the rest of the lobby to have to maybe go all in a bit earlier than they would have liked. You can't really afford to go, you know, fast 8 or fast 9 in a lot of situations, because a lot of times people are stuck on rolling level 7 in this meta. And this Endless Horror is just going to pressure the lobby in exactly that direction. As we see, the boss needs one more cast to secure the win for Darth Nub against Vile. So Vile's win streak is finally snapped. Was able to go on in 7-0 before that happens, but Vile's still in a fine spot.
Yeah, I mean, really you go win streak into 3-4, you're not going to be too upset about that, right? Vile at level 6, 50 gold, going to be able to go to 7 on 3-5 if he wants, and then try and put some more pressure, catch up to Broccoli a little bit, I guess, with those endless hordes.
Definitely. As we take a look at the holistic view of the lobby, Dish Soap is going to be on 6 sets, taking some sets away from the boss of Darth Nub. But I don't know if that's going to be a reroll from Darth Nub. I didn't exactly see the spot there, but 40 gold, level 6. I mean, I guess it could go other direction, but now we're seeing the level 7 Goobums roll down, trying to find the Azir, trying to find the Lux, and the Nasus is a big one as well, especially with tank items now being online with that belt. Goobums can go Sunfire with it, rolling down very heavily, but not really hitting anything. Does upgrade a Callista, which is fine for the mid game, but that roll down did not go the direction Goobums wanted to.
Yeah, Deep Roll didn't find any of his units. This is a very, very tough spot. Same time, we see in the corner Kurum. He's on a 1-win streak, so we actually saw him roll down very heavily after that. It looks like he got another middling cash out and has just decided from here he's just going to play his comp and he's going to play more aggressively. Can't afford to lose any more rounds.
Goobums slamming some more items. The guard breaker now goes on as well, because I guess there's one tank item with the Demacia being in for the Galio. Callista Rend is not quite good enough versus the set, and Timo and Sona not able to clean up either. Goobums on a 9 loss at this point. 39 HP even. Getting dangerously low. Not the lowest we've seen with a 9 loss. So Goobums, I think, still can recover, but that roll down and not hitting, I think, puts him in a really bad spot. He has to get lucky now. He has to high roll on the 4-1 roll down to have a chance of coming back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's econned up really well, back to 40. He's going to be able to make gold on the creeps, and then it's just resend it, right? You resend it down, probably, you know, to 0 at this point, just trying to hit. You have to make sure, it just depends on what he finds. But as you said, he's got to kind of high roll his comp from here. He doesn't get another chance after that.
Yeah.
He'll just take way too much damage in stage 4 if he doesn't find it. So, see, but Goobums has put together a reasonable board, as you mentioned, right? He's on a 9 loss, but he is killing units. It was actually very close to winning that fight against Darth Nub. It was kind of just a bloodthirster diff, making that Ren come out early, not quite take it down. Another 4-unit loss here. That's not fantastic. So Goobums will be falling sub 30 HP here in stage 3. If he does not hit on this 4-1 roll down, it will be a stage 4 death for Goobums.
Yeah, definitely. Taking a quick look at Milk. Milk is leaning towards a Aphelios direction, of course, with that Targon emblem. Aphelios has been found. Items go there immediately. No Deathblade, though, which means that, you know, that's the kind of the best scaling item for Aphelios. The damage isn't going to be quite what Milk is looking for, but 4 Targon casts is a fantastic trait to have on with this board, and it scales with that Master Yi so well, especially.
So this Targon just drop off neutrals then, I guess, for Milk. I'm looking at his augment choice. There's no way to get that.
Hey, Tome on Krugs. Just hit.
Tome on Krugs is huge for Milk with this comp. +1 Targon, insanely strong. He finds a Rise in this level 7 shop and an Ahri, but I think the Rise is the way more relevant one with this kind of like 4 invoker setup people have been playing. Rise is so powerful, and it's on Rise, so it won't be as good when Milk is rolling down, but it will cap out insanely high, and it does provide some additional avenues to gain Shred and Wound by playing this Rise. You know, you will get Shred from Freljord, but Rise gives that potentially earlier.
Yeah, it gives the Wound as well, which doesn't have Sunfire, doesn't have Morellos either, and no components for those. Does just slam an extra Rage Blade on the Aphelios, double Rage Blade Guard Breaker. Is going to be serviceable. Looking up against Kurum, who has hit Zarya 2 at this point, it's probably going to be too powerful, but I might be speaking too soon. This Aphelios is dealing a lot of damage. It's absolutely pumping, but no!
If he didn't cast, he wins, but he has to cast. That was very close. Double Ginsu pumped up quite a bit, and I think the Prismatic Battle Ready actually having that damage mitigation is so strong. It's probably the best version of that augment. I think the Prismatic is actually just quite good.
Now we get the silver, gotta go fast. Even just getting that 10% more mana is fantastic, and just naturals into the Aphelios too. If that last fight versus Zarya 2 is any inclination of, oh, Aphelios 1 I guess is pretty good, yeah, Aphelios 2 will get the job done any day of the week. Is able to play the Rise in as well, gets the Kled on out of there.
He's still rolling.
Yeah, still rolling a bunch of gold. Just about to say, hits the Lissandra upgrade. This front line is not great from Milk, so hopefully is able to hold on long enough for Aphelios to deal the damage, but we could very well be seeing this still go on a further loss streak for Milk, because the front line dies so fast. Things get to the Aphelios and just take him out before he can ramp up with that double Rage Blade.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. So it ends up playing the Gallia 1 over the Sejuani, takes out 3 Freljord to instead play 4 Invoker. Synergizes well with his 4-2 Augment, gotta go fast, but I'm curious if this is actually stronger, because one of the big things is Invoker proccing and making your Sejuani shield herself over and over again is why this synergy is so good. So taking out the Sejuani, I think that does hurt it quite a bit. But, you know, at this point, Milk, it does feel like he could push levels. However, these fights are still pretty close, so maybe he did have to send it to 0 here, trying to look for that front line.
Yeah, the fight was super close. Philios being at half HP. I mean, I think Milk sending it there down to 0 was correct. Hitting the Philios 2 is exactly what he needed. But now, right, it's the conversation of, am I strong enough? How long can I wait? If I econ back all the way up until the beginning of stage 5, can I even go level 8? Because you might be on 0 gold there and not really able to hit anything else just because you would have no gold left. But Broccoli, Cass, still sitting on the spat. Has the potential Nasus upgrade, but is rather low in HP, and still being stuck on level 7, having rolled to 0.
Yeah, I want to see the synergies here. 6 Sork, 3 Strategist, 2 Bastion, 2 Multicaster. It doesn't actually feel that crazy for Endless Hordes, right? To have like these are not insane synergies, and you know, we talked about the spat. This was taken on the stage 2 carousel. And it is yet to be slammed, so I'm not sure what Broccoli is even looking for at this point. I mean, he's playing 6 Sork, so maybe looking for a tier, but also his Lux desperately needs a tier item if he's going to be playing Sorks. So there's a lot of dizziness in my brain trying to think about what Broccoli's best move is from here. But there's definitely a ways to go with this Endless Horde board, and there's not a lot of HP or gold to work with from Broccoli.
No, certainly not.
Oh, but there's some Lux with the spat!
There is Lux the spat. He does need a Lux, right? Is only sitting on a Lux,
yeah, he's
one.
On Lux 1.
He's thinking about it for a long time. Does decide to pick that one up. Tactician's Crown going to be on the table, even though it's a little bit less value because you already have that many more units, right? It's oftentimes really good to make an emblem, but I don't think it's going to be upset about that, especially with it being on the Lux. That's a huge pickup for Broccoli to come back in this game.
I mean, if Broccoli doesn't hit any chase trait at this point, I mean, that's kind of crazy, right? I guess he can't hit chase traits that require a +1 while slamming this, but it should still be some pretty intense synergies going on with 11 units on the board. I feel like Broccoli has to string something together a little bit more impressive than what he's currently got on the left side of the screen.
You know, just let him cook. Hopefully this is able to stabilize for the rest of stage 4. One would hope. No Lux pair. Not hitting Lux pair rather is a little bit unfortunate, but the front line is really good. There's the Shen 2 along with the Nasus 2, Tarek 2 as well. I feel like this should be able to buy enough time versus Milk and the double rage blade of Philios, but I mean, we've got to see the fight in action. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing with the Philios is it does have some AoE, which is kind of the big counter to Endless Hordes, but with the double Rage Blade setup, the ultimate from Aphelios really doesn't do that much damage, and because there's so many targets he's got to mow down, it does take quite a bit of time. It seems like Milk does still have enough damage overall. It's really more so Broccoli lacking damage. That fight did go for quite a while, and Broccoli just couldn't get through the front line. So that's the big thing, is finding a mana item, and that Lux 2 is going to be massive. So Broccoli really needs to find a way to live 2 Raptors. He's probably 2 lives at 13, but it is really close. Whereas Goobums on 1 life in stage 4, we said he had to hit very hard, or he is going to go down in stage 4. He may not have hit hard enough. He's at 6 HP, 40 gold potentially for Goobums to send though. Gwen 2 for Vile, a huge hit playing around this for Shadow Owls, for Bastion, kind of Gwen flex composition. I love seeing this. It's not one of the compositions that we see being the most popular, but it's one that if you land on, you're not going to be sad about it. And Vile doing it from ahead, this is like definitely a very top 4 oriented style of play. All right, there's Goobums, has hit the Lux and the Azir, has hit the Nasus as well, but the Nasus unfortunately on a TG instead of some real good tank items. This time around, rolling some attack speed. Going to be shredding with those bogs, trying to get through all this front line. There's so much damage from Goobums, and it is enough to deal with Milk's board as of now. So Goobums will survive stage 4. Has hit the board. Is going to be able to push to level 8. The issue is just Goobums being on 1 life. I think he's got a great board. It's potential to top 4 from there. But can he get to top 4 without losing a single round? the boss making it work in that fight. Broccoli versus Darth Nub. Broccoli, like you mentioned, was on 2 lives, but now he's gonna be on 1 going into stage 5. So really it is the battle for, you know, dodging 8th place, especially between Goobums and Broccoli there at the bottom. Goobums seems like he does have a stronger board in the head-to-head, right, hitting all of these units. The Nasus with the TG, like you mentioned, isn't quite ideal. Hopefully it, you know, uses this neutral round to just roll the AP items, and then we'll roll some tank items in the next round. Won't be able to itemize really anything else of importance right now. Maybe get something like a Shroud. It's going to reforge for a Sunfire. That's a pretty good pickup because he didn't have any anti-heal previously. Is going to be able to go to 8. A Teemo is what usually slots in at this point for extra strategist. Isn't finding any right now, though.
Yeah, he is looking. He's digging deep. Not able to find it yet. Can't get the strategist in.
Extra
Just gonna play a
Jarvan.
second Jarvan. He does actually have these 2 removers, so he can look to potentially use that to get tank items on the Nasus later. And I think that's something that we can watch out for. Does not have to keep that TG there the rest of the game.
Yeah, going to be facing Vile with the Shadow Isles Gwen composition. Gwen now having a Titans as well. She is so tanky. How much can she do? Because she's still stuck on the front line of Goobums. The Nasus, even though it doesn't have any tank items, is just going to be falling really, really quickly. In Lux's ear, probably not going to be able to do the damage in time. Gwen is in the back line. Heimer 2 shredding this entire time as well. And Goobums will be going out. And is it going to be 8th place? Is Broccoli able to hang on?
Yeah, looks like Broccoli, unless we're just waiting on an update. I'm surprised he only went down to 1 here. Okay, there we go. It's down to -5, but he does go a little bit higher than Goobum. So Goobum's going to take the 8th. Broccoli going to take a 7th. I think Vile is not who Goobums wanted to run into. That Shadow Isles board, very, very strong, but it's possible he still could have lost to someone like Kurum. We are looking at this really good Zeri board that's been put together. Still not, you know, as capped as Piltover usually goes, because he was not able to keep that loss streak. But, you know, he still does have 4 Gunner. He's got a Senna in. If this was a Gwen 2, I'd feel a lot better about this board as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be really close going up against Dish Soap, who is on that Aphelios, but only Aphelios 1, and mostly a 1-star frontline as well.
Yeah, it's a Bruiser, Gunblade, Ionic Spark, Urgot, but the Urgot of Kurum is going to clear that every single time, gets the backline as well and takes out just the Aphelios 1, so Kurum able to make that fight look rather easy, and puts Dish Soap dangerously low. Is going to be on, I think, single-digit HP at this point. And Dish Soap is a player who did not bottom 4 a single game on day 1. It's actually the only player to not bot for a single game on day 1, and that Aphelios 2 might be exactly what he needs to continue that streak forward.
Yeah, his shop right there was like, hey, look, we're gonna try and get you. We don't want you to get your first bot 4, because he found Aphelios and he found a frontline upgrade for the Taric, which were kind of the 2 things he desperately needed, was frontline and to upgrade the Aphelios. Yes, he would have preferred if it was a Sejuani or maybe a Shen upgrade, but I think you will take the Aphelios upgrade alongside at least some upgrade, as he will go against Milk. Does dodge the Zephyr notably, and Milk hasn't been able to upgrade his front line either, so this should be a pretty close fight. The big difference is Milk does have 4 Targon, and I do think that is massive, especially for this Taric 2 in the front line. These shields are huge, and he's popped 3 of them. I think that is the big difference maker in this fight, and Dish is going to take his very first bottom 4 of the mid-set finale here in day 2.
Yeah, Milk running the Master Yi augments. They gotta go fast with the 4 Invokers, that Targon synergy as well. The front line was just way, way too tanky for Dish Soap to deal with. Does go out in 6th place, but now we gotta move our eyes to the next players in the chopping block, right? Is going to be Kurum and Milk, the next 2 lowest, but they are both on at least a little bit of a streak. Kurum on a 2 streak, Milk on a 3 streak, both with the Zeri and Aphelios boards respectively. And it's how much of the other players been able to scale, right? T-Lides all the way at the top there yet again is playing challengers, playing it from tempo, a position of being ahead, and has the goal to think about going level 9 and cap out the board. Legendaries, this composition had such a high win rate coming into today, and I think for good reason. We're seeing why that comp is able to, you know, cap out from spots like this.
And he ended up relatively uncontested once again, right? There's one other player. We see him in the bottom left of our screen, Darth Nub, with the boss leaning into challengers, which is a very natural progression. However, you know, this was not the composition that everyone was looking at, right? It was a Felios. A lot of people were leaning there. And so it still was relatively open for both of these players to play into it. They both end up in the line, and they're both doing really well as far as HP is concerned. Taking a look at Kurum, he did find that next best in slot item for Gwen, but has not found the Gwen 2. However, it is all about this Urgot Bloodthirster alongside the Titans doing so much work. Has that Edge of Night to help reset aggro. Takes down Milk, who has that incredibly strong setup with the Aphelios. And Kurum still able to hold on, fighting for that top 4 with Milk right now.
Yeah, the fact that Zeri is able to go toe-to-toe against Ophelo's composition from Milk, it really speaks volumes, because Zeri wasn't anywhere on that top 5, you know, comps graphic. It had overall rather poor placements yesterday, but Kurum having that kind of, you know, Giga Chat Urgot and the Zeri still with fantastic items was able to get the job done. A little bit surprising the head-to-head, but a testament to there is not only those few outs with the Azir Lux or with the Aphelios. Zeri is still a real threat in these lobbies.
Yeah, I think it's notably virulent on Zeri, as well as having that, you know, Giga Chad Urgot. I think that combination is really the key to success there for Kurum. He's also does have that Senna, which I think helps quite a bit. Now we're taking a look here at Darthnub versus T-Lides. This is going to be our 2 challenger players, one with the boss variation to help with the early tempo. However, it looks like T-Lides has scaled a lot better than this boss variation.
Yeah, T-Lions is still sitting on 92 gold. Looking at the board value, right, it's not something we've talked about a lot, you know, this tournament yet, but 49 board value and is clearing boards with over 10 value. And wow, that's a huge hit. Kurum and Darthnub both go down at the same time, but Kurum, unfortunately, does look like takes the bottom 4.
Yeah, Kurum gonna take the 5th. Darthnub able to hold on long enough with the boss to top 4, so I think that continues the boss's success of always top 4ing in this tournament so far. Well done from Darthnub to keep that train going, as T-Lides is over 100 gold, very close to being able to just go 9. In fact, he can go 9 right after neutrals, roll down, cap out this board even higher.
Man, T-Lions just keeps getting it done, right? And it's like we didn't really see this board spot for the most of the game, but all of a sudden it's like, all right, T-Lions is just clearing the rest of the lobby, has insane econ, has a triple item Kaisa, even though they're not like best in slot items with the Gunblade and the Guard Breaker, but it's still fantastic. The Shojin, of course, is best in slot. Aphelios having the most important item with the Edge of Night, and the Frontline has 0 items. It's going to have a vow now to throw onto that Shen. But going level 9, being able to play a Senna is just going to be cap on this board super high.
Yeah, he got to add Senna, Heimer, and replace that with Shen. I mean, massive upgrades for this board. But the double Zephyr from Milk onto both carries. A massive micro play from Milk going up against T-Lides to try and lift around. And it looks like it won't matter whatsoever. Still, this board from T-Lides way too strong. Milk did everything possible in that fight to try and win, and it still was not even close, as Vile and T-Lides, both above 40 HP, are going head to head.
It's so sad to see Milk pull out a play like that and still just die, right? But props to him for doing that. It is so hard to be Zephyring, especially on top end players that are going to be swapping around their carries the last second of a fight. And whether it's prediction, whether it's reaction, Milk hitting both of those is absolutely insane. You don't see that one every day. So, you know, take notes. Micro is a very important part of teamfight tactics. But now we have our head-to-head T-Lides and Vile, both of them 40 HP and 44 respectively. So we're going to be here for a few rounds, Casanova. But we get to see who's going to come out on top, at least, for this head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, they've both been able to get to level 9. We see the 4 Bastion, 3 Shadow Isles for Vile. That Gwen, incredibly tanky. Also dishing out good damage, but the one thing I'll have my eyes on is going to be that Cassante. It has gone down in this fight, but with the amount of times that Kaisa and Yasuo jump around, they can find themselves in precarious situations, but they do get kicked off by Cassante. We'll have to keep our eyes on that unit, but that first fight boding very well for T-Lides. It did not feel very close to either of his carries going down.
No, it didn't. And now Aatrox goes in on the board over the Senna. a little bit of juggernaut value for the Warwick, but most importantly, the buff from Aatrox. So as soon as he dies, swapping that over to these key units such as Yasuo, such as Shen, such as Kai'Sa as well, and having the anti-heal from the Heimerdinger plays a huge role, especially when dealing with the Gwen having that Hand of Justice over on the side of Vile.
Yeah, less second swaps from both players. The Cassante not going to get on either of the carries right away, and it looks like he's just taking too much damage to actually be a factor. You do just have to look at this. Gwen tries to get onto the Yasuo. Yasuo does take a stun from Heimer and actually goes down. This time the fight looking way better for Vile. The Gwen able to stay healthy, not getting targeted down by the Yasuo.
Kai'Sa.
Instead, the inverse happened, and
more
Heimer,
cast.
once again, the MVP of this fight, stunning the carries both times while the Gwen went towards them, and the timing of that making it for Vile ended up being favored in that fight. So these are very close, a lot of it coming down to the fight RNG between the two, so it is a big positioning game.
Definitely. Take a look at Carousel. Both players were considering the Juggernaut emblem, it looked like there, but Vile deciding not to. Gonna take the Rage Blade perhaps for that Senna. Still on a pair of Sennas, a pair of Aries, but even without hitting, still won the last round. It is a little bit of fight RNG, a little bit of positioning, right? Where does Yasuo go? Where does Kai'Sa dash? Where does Gwen dash as well? So it's really hard to say like what these players should be doing in terms of positioning. The Cassante is a big factor as well though, right? Cassante kicking key units into the corner, even if he's not kicking them off the board, still just getting them out of the way is a huge deal. So now we get to see this head-to-head yet again for the third time.
Yeah, once again, Cassante not on a priority target, but just going to be kicking Warwick into the backline, trying to get some knockups. Just have to watch the Gwen and the Yasuo. This time, Yasuo gets onto Heimer. Heimer was the key unit in the last fight. This should bode very well for T-Lides, as we see, once again, the Yasuo taking out the support units in this fight. Both carries still alive for T-Lides. The Gwen is still kicking. Can she get a big AoE? Does not take down the Kai'Sa. Does not take down the Yasuo. And so T-Lide's going to be able to win this fight, but still Vile is healthy enough. Gonna hang on for yet another. We might still see 2 more fights. We might get into stage 7 here.
Yeah, I think it might be likely actually, but we're just getting, you know, blow after blow, both players trading back and forth. Yeah, I mean, this upgrade from Vile though, because that last round was a loss, with that upgrade, hey, it might be enough to, especially if Yasuo doesn't get onto the Senna, that might be enough to provide shields and allow Gwen to live for longer. Actually is going to sell a bit of frontline to get the that was the Cassante being sold. Wow. I mean, I guess Cassante wasn't actually having that much of an impact on the fight, so I guess I kind of like that sell, honestly.
Can Edge of Night Senna as well to try and protect it, or Edge of Night Heimer. It decides to chalice for the instant cast.
It's gonna
trying to get the attack speed rolling. I understand that. Here comes the Yasuo, gets onto the Heimer. Could have Edge of Knighted the Heimer, tried to keep it alive.
Oh, it goes in the Ahri now.
Yeah, just gonna try and keep the Ahri safe instead. Gwen falling very low. Looks like Gwen's gonna go down. Gwen falls. That should be the fight. There's nothing more for the damage. Can't get through the regen. Is this enough units to deal 16? This is 3 units remaining.
It
Not
should be
quite.
alive.
Vile gonna hang on.
Yeah, just barely. 1 more unit alive and Vile would have fallen, but 1 HP. In those swaps, he could have kept the Heimer alive, as you said, but it kind of got like one shot. It's like, oh, if you were hovering the item over Heimer and just clicked a second too late, it just doesn't make a difference. The Ahri Edge of Night wasn't quite enough. The front line is now significantly weaker. And like the concept I was saying earlier, you're not able to kick a unit, even if it's a Warwick, into the backline. It gets a little bit of CC. Interesting decisions from Vile though, unfortunately didn't work out. You have a Reforger, you have an extra item coming through, so hopefully you get an Ahri item. Imagine if this is like a blue buff for Ahri, she's able to deal a lot of that secondary damage. That's huge. A triple Scion shop actually could shore up the frontline weakness of Vile, and that CC could be exactly what he needs. Protector's Vow as well, Shojin for Ahri, both great.
Yeah, Shojin Ahri. I'm wondering, like, if you ever are reforging this Edge of Might, or you just want it to keep safety against the Yasuo.
Yeah.
It's like just gonna keep it for safety.
Options from T-Lides.
With the Reforger. Yeah, what does T-Lides have?
It's gonna be Hodge on Aatrox. I mean, it's Aatrox too. He can be doing a lot of damage if he's able to survive, but Cass, this could be the final round if Vile does fall.
Yeah, it's going to be close once again. I'm still watching these supportive units. Where does this Yasuo go? Can he get into the back line? What is this next cast? Ahri has taken some damage as well. The Gwen has stayed healthier this time around. Did pick up the Darkened Blade for herself, so that will allow for more regen. However, she's taking a lot of damage. She might fall very soon. The healing, not enough. Heimer, once again, MVP, stunning up the carries. And that is going to be T-Lides taking another win here, continuing his point lead over the rest of the field.
What a way to kick off the day, especially being the points leader from day number 1. Like, that is absolutely incredible, because sometimes you do see these players, they get the first place curse, Crowan. They get that points lead, they go into day number 2, and then all of a sudden, these things start to fall apart. But for T-Lides, how do you get it done? It was Ornn again. He didn't even go for Portable Forge for the first augment either.
Yeah, I mean, T-Lides, I want to say quickly, there's no first place curse. If you're just, like you said yesterday, if you're just playing each game like it's the first one, it's like, nah, day 1, I'm just pretending like it didn't happen. I'm just going to go into it like it's my first game of the tournament. And he's absolutely crazy, right? Able to go into these first places, go into all of this just, you know, from challenges from a point of ahead, is great at spot recognition. And that's a hard thing that we see, especially out of newer players to the competitive scene, is that spot recognition. But T-Lides is making it look easy, making it look like he's a veteran on the same kind of level as a player like, you know, Milk or like Robin Songs or something like that.
Absolutely, definitely making a name for himself, but Casanova, you also pointed out Vile, who was able to get that second place in this game number 1, and with that unique Bard choice, how does that even work when you're looking at that and being able to get a top 4 like that?
Well, I think this was a cool adaptation from Vile. We talked about it in the game where he ended up taking the Ezreal augment that he was offered because it was Glask, and even though the Bard augment does fine on Glass because you get extra components, you're gonna get gold, you get it later. And he had this Noxus Katarina start with a Hodge potentially to be slammed and decides, okay, well, I can actually tempo, and he played that tempo so well. He wins streaks until 3-4. So I mean, just this is Vile showing that it's not all about Bard and finding the high rolls with Bard and getting towards the first place. It's also just he has really good fundamental play and is able to find those good times to pivot off of his legend augment into something else and just play based on the portal we are on.
That sounds like a lot of the other players that have also tried to pick more of those unique legends to be able to bring that skill to the fore. But you know, I'm gonna focus on the fact that Andy also got an 8th in his respective lobby, and I'm just gonna chalk that up to our 2 incredibly special guests, caster cursing them for the very first game of the day.
Andy. Oh no.
They're holding hands right now. That's the true curse, not the first place curse, but the caster curse coming through. But we still have so many more games to be able to see how the standings actually shake out. But hats off to Vanilla, right? I mean, Crow, that's another player that does have one of those more unique legend choices playing the Poro, and still being able to get a first over there, much like what Vile was able to do successfully on game 1.
Yeah, definitely. Vanilla being Poro, being one of the only Poro players. Another player played it a little bit yesterday, but not too much. And especially, I'm a fan of Vanilla after seeing game 6 of yesterday, trying to go for that Demacia Garen kind of carry composition. It didn't end up working out. He got a 6 with it, but still, the confidence to pull out all those stops, especially bonus points in the line, right? Vanilla was still able to, I believe, get 1 bonus point coming into today. And starting out on top, right? Vanilla's gonna be feeling real good about that one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what a great way to be able to come into this, not only with just a little bit of that cushion, much like what we ended up seeing from T-Lides as well, but still having that approach that it's the first game of the tournament, no matter how you look at it. Great mindset to have, and we still have 5 more games to go. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break as we get ready for that second game. We'll see you all soon. everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. We've got Admirable and Mortdog to take the casting desk for this next one. And Admirable, after that day 1, how you feeling for day 2?
I'm feeling stoked about day number 2. These are just such stacked competitions that we have every single time. It's tough to see, 16 players get cut when they're all this good, but, you got to move through the tournament somehow. And so far, I'm liking how just our initial lobbies are shaking up, because it feels like such stark differences between Lobby A and Lobby B right now, where it feels like we have a little bit more of the newcomer style names in Lobby A, despite the fact that, really none of the players here are newcomers.
Yeah, that's a good point. We have a lot of very familiar names happening in this next lobby, but also that 6th game. Mort, did it live up to your expectations of the hype that you were feeling before we ended up closing out the day?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching all the scores. We saw Goobums make that last comeback with that first place to tie-break Appies out, which heartbreaking for Appies, but again, like, those are the kind of things to see people clutch it out and make it to the next day that I think generate a ton of hype.
And I'm sure we're going to see even more of that based on how this first game even went. So break it down for me. Mort, you guys were following what was going on in this lobby for game 1, so what was happening over there?
Yeah, so the big thing is, if you remember yesterday when I was talking about read on the meta, and we know people like Soju and Kyun who practice together, looking at those Aphelios lines, and what happened is Soju had a Piltover start, but actually had to cash out after 5 because Kyun lost streak cashed him out. But really, Challengers was the big dominating thing. We saw in the lobby you were watching, Challengers won. In this lobby, Challengers went 1st and 2nd. Challengers seem to be the big thing, and so anyone who hasn't prepped that line may have had a misread on the meta right now.
Well, it looks like it's going to be more of a Challengers. We're going to have to see if that angle is going to continue to actually hold true to the level of our players that are actually playing in these lobbies. Go ahead and take it away for game 2 of the mid-set finale.
Oh boy. Is Andy going to do it?
I don't know. No,
he's not.
Chickened out.
You coward!
We almost saw a Stillwater game here, which would have been a little wild to start off with. Instead, looking like Rupture. So Rupture, we'll have to see which one it picks, though, because this is random.
The first time that I played Stillwater, it was kind of fun and nostalgic, and then I just absolutely hated it every time after that.
I'm trying to figure out which one they got here, and it looks like they may have gotten Hall of the Nine? Hard to tell for sure.
It's looking like it has to be like one of those two, right? It's the unstable completed item thing.
Right, and I don't see the completed item, so I think they got Hall of the Nine here. We'll have to see, but...
No, if it doesn't kick in, I'm pretty sure it's Hall of the Nine, unless there's something wrong with the visual on this and it does a different one, and it just displays it as Void because, we started out with Void. I don't really know, but if it's Hall of the Nines at the start of the stage, everyone is going to get the same loot from a highly varied pool. So I'll be curious to see how that pans out. I feel like every single time players have access to a ton of different items, that it really opens them up to whatever composition they actually want to play, which is interesting because it shows you mostly, I'd say, where everyone's comfort level is really setting.
Yeah, for sure. You look at this start, by the way, you see a Demacia start, and Demacia is something that has been doing really good on ladder in like Masters and below, but we have not seen much of it at all throughout this entire tournament. No one's been willing to go that Masters line, or excuse me, the Demacia line with the Master Yi. So it'll be interesting to see if he even plays this at all for a start, or if he just uses it to go into something a little more familiar based on his augment choices.
We talked about yesterday as well with Ornn being a very popular legend across the board, but today it is in this lobby right now. There's 5 Ornn players that are on the board right now. This is like a crazy amount of Ornn item availability that's taking place. Now we see the gold lobby. We tried all day yesterday to see the Caitlyn legend with the gold lobby. It didn't happen one time.
Yep, and now it finally happens here, and we get a look. Vanilla, our one Poro player right now, kind of giving a lot of different choices here. Leaning towards that Sorcerer Crest. He's got a tier at least. Instead, rolls it. Could go Ancient Archives. You Have My Sword is a little risky. I feel like the other two are going to pigeon him into a certain direction. So I feel like Ancient Archives, probably the choice he's going to lean into. Get that 3 gold. Maybe use that to establish direction. And sure enough, that's what we see here. Our Hall of the Nine reward is a boot. So enjoy that. Wear it proudly, and nothing's going to happen here.
Well, you don't see that one every day. This is not too bad of a start here, I'd say, with Demacia. Like, you just have ways to kind of make sure you're going to be able to kill some units, and really not too much going on from there. But with the tome here, I feel like your availability is still pretty wide open. We talked about this yesterday as well. Like, do you like to pop the tome early and kind of roll the dice on this one, or do you like to tailor the board? Now, you'd mentioned Teemo being a unit that you really want to have in play to tailor your board, but that was also, we were talking about 2 tomes at that start as well. That was Setsuko and a Prismatic Augment. We're talking about 1 here. How much does that change the way you look at it?
I think if you don't use it, you're basically saying I'm down a gold augment for the entirety of the stage. So unless you're willing to lost streak, you want to pop it quick. And they only had 7 traits in, so we'll have to see if they pop it and get that direction. But I'm not a huge fan. Now, on the other hand, here we're on Precedence Board, who's playing the boss again. And we have seen a lot of the boss throughout this tournament. Ooh. It's been great with the challengers and the Ionia, and it's been pretty much a guaranteed top 4 for the most part. People use it to tempo. We saw some reroll versions. So overall, the boss has actually had a lot of success this tournament.
It's very interesting to see as well. You know, typically this is like an augment that you sort around like a meme. It's kind of funny, and you just go for it. I feel like it's kind of suited, honestly, to Prestivan. You know, Prestivan's had a lot of memes kind of floating around him. But, you know, all of that aside, I really feel like that Prestivan is one of the players that is like the hardest working and like secretly one of the most improved players possibly in TFT.
Yeah, I feel like Precedent's one of those players that, like, when he started out was a bit of a meme, like you said, but overall has had really consistent results, you know, always in that, like, just below top-tier group. And so I think he's somebody that I think it's time to kind of shift that, you know, a little bit, and he's just somebody who can have the potential to maybe even win one of these big tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, he missed out on Worlds in Set 7 by a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Speaking of Worlds right now, Replay having won that in the previous set right now, and so far just kind of continues to boast that, where, you know, he's been competing for, you know, back since Set 3 and kind of, you know, took some time off and then came back in Set 8. And, you know, he's just blown up since then and has continued to hold just massively strong tournament results since that point. It's just one of the strongest average placements of just anyone worldwide.
Yeah, it's interesting because at the start of the set, he did struggle a little bit. And so people were worried, like, was it a bit of a fluke, or did he, you know, kind of like take a break? But as soon as he kind of figured out the set, and I think that shows his strength as a player, you know, he doesn't have the stats necessarily this time, but he's been, like, really analyzing and learning the different lines. And once he did that, he's been coming out strong, like you said. And so it feels like he's now kind of in his zone, been doing really well, and sitting in second place right now.
You can see the direction they have after they popped the Ornn Anvil there with a Manazane equipped up. I think that's going to really spell out a lot of the direction that Replay's going to head into. And I'm trying to take a look around and see if there's anything that's a very big key standout that we haven't gone over yet. You know, we saw the boss early on. We saw Replay with you know, a Manazane built right away, and you looked over at Vanilla's spot with that tome, got popped in an Invoker Spatula grabbed off of that, and that really spells out, I think, a lot of the direction you intend to go, but I don't think you necessarily have to land on Invoker with a spot like that.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, Invoker was something that we thought coming into this was going to be pretty strong, right? It looks pretty good in the stats overall, but has just been underperforming. We saw at the top of the show, the stats it has right now was like 1 out of 9 top 4s. So to be stuck with that emblem, you know, like you said, there's other things you can do with it. You can go to Invoker, but maybe you get lucky and high roll some of those karmas. Maybe not right now. And so looking at the situation right now, it's eyes on Kyun and Vanilla, both of our lost streakers. Will one of them try to break the streak off the other? That's going to be the big thing to keep an eye on.
Yeah, AMD had a pretty big breakout performance as well in Set 7, where just kind of immediately came out and won the mid-set finale. And since then, I don't think has been like putting all of their time into TFT. Obviously, they've had some busy time on the side to, you know, put some things together and have to do with some real-world stuff. But AMD is a player that I feel like has been very self-critical and very quick to improve if he's going to put his mind to it and put the time into it. It's not a player I feel like it's going to waste their time at all when it's coming to these style of events. And right now, trying to piece together a win streak and it's just kind of bouncing back and forth on wins and losses. I feel like this is kind of, you know, one of the toughest starts you can have when you're in these tournaments. And we're jumping over to Robinsong's board. And Robinsong's, he started off the day with a bottom 4, which is very unusual for Robinsong's.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it's not going to stop him. He's got those bonus points as well from yesterday. So even with that, he's still in a pretty good spot here. He knows how to play the strong early game. We even saw that last game we were watching, you know, off the main stream, But he played the early game really well, ended up going the Akshan line and just couldn't quite find his 8th and 9th Akshan, so unfortunately went out in a 5th. But overall was set up for a good spot here. And now the thing I want to point out here is, you know what we've been seeing a lot of in these fights? We've seen a lot of Samiras. And that Samira is a very clear signal that everyone's really leaning towards that challenger line. And so are we seeing a shift where more people are going to try to play that? And if so, does that bode really well for a player like Kyun, who unfortunately just got his loss streak busted by Vanilla? So like we said, but I think this could be a lobby where we see 3, maybe even 4 challenger players if that's what they're all leaning towards now based off those Game 1 results.
Indeed. I mean, we are seeing like quite a few streaks get broken here as well. Replay and Robin Songs both on 5 win streaks. Those are not the kind of players you want to hand that to. And with Kyun getting that streak busted here, I feel like this is a major detriment to the strategy that Kyun likes to play. Kyun very much a player that likes to stack up a ton of resources at the cost of life and then send it and build a board that tries to simply overwhelm opponents. And I feel like, you know, when I kind of came back to TFT in set, late in set 3.5, Kyun was the player I feel like I learned most of my strategy from, watching them trade a ton of life for resources and then put together overwhelmingly powerful boards. When you lose the streak here going into Krugs, like, this is a ton of gold you just cost.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kyun is a really interesting case study because, you know, he got really, really big back in the old Me Mech days. Definitely knew how to play that line. A lot of gold from Hall of the Nine this time here. So that is actually going to help Kyun here be able to get to that late game spot he wants. But kind of like the Me Mech days, he came in here with a very clear plan. We're seeing him pick Master Yi. He's playing the Master Yi Aphelios build. Even last game, he made what I think is a pretty questionable call. He sold a Zeri 2 to put the same items on an Aphelios 1.
Wow.
So again, he has a very clear plan. He thinks it's the way to win, and he's going to be sticking to it all day. I imagine, you know, losing the Lost Streak gold hurt a little here, but with that extra gold from Hall of the Nine, not too bad. He's going to try to get the Rod off of the Carousel, try to build that Ginsu's he needs. And so again, for Kyun, it's all about 3-5. Can you roll down? Can you find the Shen, the Aphelios, the Sejuani, stuff like that, and get that going? And we've seen every time at 4-2, he slams that gotta go fast augment from Master Yi.
I feel like it's one of the strongest ones that you can have on those styles of boards where you're just trying to get the most you can out of one thing and then everything else is utility. I feel like that's a great way to do that.
The good news for Kyun here is usually when he's at his most dangerous is when his health is high. If he's sitting at 50 health right now, it's possible for him to sort of crash and burn and get knocked out here. Does take Know Your Enemy, which I think is a great choice here. But if he has this much health to work with and this much gold, that's when, like you said, Kyun is able to build these really strong boards, and we know the exact board he's trying to build this game. So this is a position where I actually think Kyun is really happy and could turn this into a top 2 or even some of the first places he got yesterday.
I'd say the one kicker to this right now is that everybody has a lot of gold. I think that's one of the things that needs to be accounted for in this and how it could impact the difference. Is that if you're going to continue to operate this way and everyone else is going to have a lot of gold, that gap, I feel like, on the way you put your board together is going to be closed a lot quicker, I'd say, than it normally is. So I'm very curious to see how that's going to work out when you choose this style of strategy, despite the fact that everyone is getting a gold boost in the game. This is certainly something I have in mind for my question. You know, right now, Kyun's starting this off with a bottom 4 finish. You know, it's, you know, first 2 games, so it's not the end of the day, but you certainly want to be putting together more of a balance in as much as you can, in as much as possible.
Yeah, it's an interesting position because, like you said, everyone's going to have gold and everyone's going to have inflated boards. But at least coming into the day, everyone thought that the most capped board you could do was this sort of Invoker Freljord Aphelios line. And so if he can put together that board, you know, it might just be the most capped version. Whereas, you know, I think challengers were seeing success when everyone's a little underfunded, trying to put it all together. Precedent picks a Juggernaut emblem. That's fascinating. Not one of the more popular emblems right now, but can do some good, especially with something like a Nasus, for example. But yeah, on this board, we've seen I'm Jack. He has definitely been leaning to that challenger line. Really good augments for the challenger line. The challenger line really wants combat augments that can boost the power even more, get those kills, those takedowns, get that extra attack speed boost from the challenger. And so to get that plus the Fallen augment here is going to be a lot of extra power for that Samira to kind of clean up in the early game here.
Look at these items in the bottom right on Samira, by the way, a Shojin and a Guardbreaker. You and I were talking about this right between games, where we noticed very quickly that every single challenger composition was building Shojin and Guardbreaker onto Kaisa. You get those quick casts, and you get a ton of damage because of the boost that Guardbreaker's providing as a result of that. These are two of the first items that Imjack has been able to build and thus has built for this Samira. I feel like this is a great start for Imjack to be on if Challengers is the direction you're going to go with this, which it quite obviously is right now.
Yeah, I totally agree. If you know everyone's playing frontline Shens, frontline Sejuanis, both of those champions are doing a lot of shielding, so it turns out Guardbreaker pretty good for amping up your damage and getting those big takedowns here. Getting a look at some of the other augments, nothing too crazy jumping out here. Replay definitely playing that Sorcerer line with the Overcharge Mana Front. Precedent with the Bastion augment, the Morning Light one, so that's pretty interesting to see. And then Vanilla taking the silver ticket here. We talked about this, probably trying to play that Karma line, but again, it just has not had success. Now, one thing I do like here is that he is holding the Aphelioses, which I think just he knows some of the other people in the lobby really favor this, and I like the play here of just holding those for now until it changes his econ, and then he'll sell them. So definitely the right play in my opinion.
Look at Kiyun's rolls in the bottom left too. Finds an Aatrox to go along with that board. He sent it looked like, as he was going into that last piece there, and I don't blame him. I'm curious to see how that board gets put together and goes. Soju doing pretty much the exact same thing here. Finds an Aphelios, Rage Blade, 2 damage items as well. You know, a lot of times these boards are going to be lacking on 2 stars, but what they really benefit from is major synergy and powerful items. For Soju here, though, this wasn't like a sacrifice all your life to try to put something together here. Soju's at 83 and is winning this round. This is really scary, I feel like, for the rest of the lobby, because I feel like one of Soju's peak strengths is being able to cap out boards when he finds himself in a position where he's ahead.
Yeah, definitely agree here. Kiyun does manage to find his Aphelios 1. Has spent all of his gold, though. We talked about that inflated gold. He spent it all. Does find the Sejuani 2. That is nice. That's going to be a lot of extra front line to give that Aphelios time to ramp up. But otherwise, everything's kind of 1 star here. So, like you said, now it's a question of did everyone else spike even harder, right? Looking at someone like Robin or Replay, both on big streaks with really strong board. Goes up against Replay, who right now is playing a Malzahar, which I don't think is particularly that scary. The one thing worth calling out here, and a lot of people sleep on this, is that Malzahar destroys half the shields of anything he hits. So those initial casts are really good against a Taric and a Shen that can melt through that, or a Sejuani with those big shields. But now we see the Aphelios has ramped up and is going to be able to finish it off, and Kiyun only taking a little winning here. So being able to turn his fates, and Vanilla on a full 10 loss streak now.
It's also tough to keep in mind for players that the Malzahar shredding half the shields. I mean, this is TFT players we're talking about here. I don't know how much ability reading they're doing. They just kind of watch them and go, that looked pretty good.
It's true. It's true. Reading tooltips, definitely a good thing to do. You learned it here.
Precedent on the boss here still and trying to get something going. You notice that he's got boss and, pretty much some additional charge to go along with it. This is kind of a lot, I feel like, that Precedent's putting together here, but, again, everyone has a ton of extra gold, so everyone's going to be able to put this together. I feel like this is one of those kickers where we talk about compositions that are trying to safely play for a top 4, but again, if everyone has resources additional, this is not the easiest way to just top 4 off of these. Adrenaline Rush, I feel like, can put something together here, but my gosh, everyone has a ton of gold. These comps are going to come together real quickly.
Yeah, I agree. Everyone's going to be spiking pretty hard here. We do see Kiyun. Big important thing here is he got his Aphelios too. So yeah, to your point, we're going to be seeing a lot stronger boards than normal. And now looking at this board, for example, where you have the boss, but it's just the boss with 2 in. I don't know that this is going to be strong enough to take down someone like a Kiyun, who is in a really good spot here. And we know exactly what augment he's going to be taking. So yeah, Set just dies really quick here. That Sejuani, look at those Sejuani items. Those are really good items. Yeah. And yeah, Kiyun's going to start hitting the lobby for about 10 to 15 a turn. So it's really going to be, can you build a board that beats this?
This is like a dangerous for pretty much everybody at this point. Another gold augment is what we're rolling into here. And Prestivant, I feel like he's kind of pigeonholed on the choice here. It's know your enemy, and hopefully you can put enough damage. It is time to 2-star some stuff and hope that you continue to find sets.
Yeah, so we've seen 2 different versions of the boss be played. We've seen some people just play off a 2-star set, use it to tempo, go to 8, go to 9 pretty quickly, and go from there. But here, we're seeing Precedent. He did go to 7 so that he could get in 6 Juggernaut for Challenger, which I like. but he is trying to hit that 3-star boss, right? He's got 7 of those, and if he can get that 3, now 1 more to go. Does find the Nasus as well, so he's got 6 Juggernaut. Things are looking pretty good. He just needs 1 more set to make it even stronger, and this set could use an item like, oh, there it is. So definitely the big boss now with really good traits here.
I feel like the biggest difference that Prestiven's having here is that he's managed to find a Tactician's Crown amongst all of this. So going to 7, I feel like, I'm sorry, going to 8 is just kind of off the menu here. The incentive felt very low. You're able to get 6 Juggernauts in play with what you have. You have so much gold to work with, and 2-star and 3-star the set. It felt like everything kind of came together here for Prestivent, who really needed something big like this because everybody in the lobby is getting a natural boost.
Yeah, for sure. And so again, now I want to kind of look at these boards here. Robin, by the way, still on a full win streak. Oh no, finally lost there. Okay, so that makes sense, you know, having that gold. But everyone, despite all that boosted gold, rolled at 7 to try to keep their boards as strong as possible. So we're definitely seeing some strong boards in the spot. Soju does have the Shen 2, the Aphelios 2 as well. Also found the Senna, which is another nice upgrade to keep that front line alive. And those Redeemer shields are going to give you that extra attack speed. As well as you've got the Targon in, so those are as big as shields as possible. So overall, a really nice board here from Soju. So like you said, it just feels like the battle of who's got the strongest board they can put together.
It's just, golly, these are just so much. When you look across everyone's board right now, you know, I'm looking at Replay's board. Normally, I feel like this board's going to be pretty strong. I'm looking at this one, I'm like, wow, is this enough to hold it down for stage 4? Like, it's got overcharged mana front, and he's getting crushed.
Yeah, a lot of these 2-star front lines, right? We're seeing the 2-star Sejuani with 3 items, the 2-star Shen with 3 items are really tough for these 3-cost carries to get through. And so that's going to be something to struggle with here. Now, luckily, it looks like Omdi was able to get a big crit with the Karma and take down the Aphelios from the backline. So is going to deal some damage to Kyun. But again, Kyun's still got plenty of health to work with here. Overall, this is a pretty tight lobby, despite what the health might say.
Trying to look around and see standouts, like big combos that really stand out to me. I mean, Replay's augments feel like they're crazy. And he's losing fights here because everyone's points are so strong.
Yeah. I feel like his augments are great, but he's running a Vel'Koz 2 carry, right? If that can become a Vel'Koz 3 carry, maybe. And then you look at those items as well, and it's like Gunblade and Mana Zane, and all you're going to be doing is casting and hitting, again, that 2-star Shen, that 2-star Sejuani. That's just not going to melt enough, right? You need that shred, you need that big burst. So it's going to take something a lot stronger to get that capped.
I was just about to mention I'm Jack here as well. Who's gone to 8 here and has managed to 2-star the Kaisa right away. This is probably the most important one. And the augments here for I'm Jack are absolutely ridiculous as well. With gifts, social distancing, a challenger emblem to go along here. You have 8 challenger now. One of them is a Belveth. You have great items on your Kaisa. Like, this is so good. I'm Jack is sitting at a low health total with this as well. This lobby is so strong.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong lobby. Really good Zephyr here, by the way, from I'm Jack. That was really cool to see. But yeah, these augments are just going to mow down. And even the Sejuani, we just want to keep an eye on that. Sejuani's already down. Aatrox's going to buy a little more time, but I feel like this next Kaisa cast...
Ooh. Just barely enough.
So close.
You see Kyun's reaction in the top left, too. He's looking pretty stressed about this. His board was so good on 3-5, he thought he was going to be smooth sailing through the rest of the stage.
Now, one other thing to call out here, by the way, is that Karma 3 was hit very early. But again, Karma 3 up against a Shen with a Dragon Claw, it's just not enough. You know, despite hitting it as early as you did, you need something to get past there. So you're going to need a third item on that Karma. You're going to need something to get that going here to hopefully be able to turn that around.
MD's gone through Azir on this one, a ton of items to really back this up. You know, fully loaded front line at this point. You have a strong Azir in your back line. Lux 2 is missing, and some of the Lux items are missing here as well. With AMD, he is sitting low on health total at this point with an 8th place finish in the first game. So if this is 2 bottom 4s in a row, AMD is going to have a really tough time in the last 4 games of the day if he wants to find himself in a top 8 in a day 3.
Yep, for sure. Big kind of a turn of event right now, but it feels like Soju is just playing the stronger version of the Kyun comp, right? We saw him with that Aphelios, with that Shen. He's got that all kind of capped out. Feels very strong now and on a 7-round win streak. So that's putting him in a really good spot here. Up against the boss right now on this board, though, and the boss, even with only 2 items, that is still a set 3. And every time he punches, he just heals for so much.
See, Amdy kind of, it almost feels like a head scratcher. Like, what can I do at that point? The answer is, well, not really anything. It's the whole point of some of these boards is to have these massive, undefeatable carries that you can't get through. Getting a look at Robin's board, and pretty interesting how this is getting thrown together right now. This feels like some frontline and a Callista.
Yeah,
Wait,
this
is weird. How is he crushing the lobby so bad?
I mean, he's definitely fallen off a bit, and you can see he's holding the gold to try to 8. He got the Heimerdinger, which was also a big help, playing off some Challenger and some Juggernaut, playing this Darius really well. But this is what I think a lot of people underestimate about Robin, is that he knows how to play these weird lines, and he knows how to play them really strong. So everyone just got another big surge of gold, by the way, from Hall of 9. You see, even despite leveling, he's got all this gold. So we're going to see these boards get even stronger. And then the other thing worth calling out here is Robin did get a Tactician's Crown here, so he is up a unit from normal. That's going to allow some more break points that we're seeing. So it's a question of how deep is he willing to roll down, because a Callista with these items feels like it's not going to necessarily carry, but I do like this Juggernaut Swain with Noxus going. It's just a really interesting combo here. So up against the Kyun, which again, all those good augments that we've been talking about before, can Callista burn through this front line in time before the Aphelios ramps up? And I'm a little skeptical, but we'll see.
There's no doubt that Robin has a ton of damage going on, but it doesn't feel like it's more than what most of the other players have. It just everything's kind of held on. Like, I guess this is maybe what's happening here, is he's not crushing. He was crushing at the start, and when he's losing, he's not losing by a ton, and when he's winning, he's just barely winning. Like, this would make a lot of sense for how Robin's got to this point. He went to 8, stayed at 30 gold. Really, the only improvement to the board was it was adding a small unit, and then, which was a Katarina, by the way, and then 2-starring a Yasuo on the front line, which doesn't even have items. I feel like that Robin is just, this is just how Robin plays the game. Stay strong for as long as you can for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's has been Robin's strength, and why I think he's at least a favorite to kind of go to day 3, just because he always knows how to play for those really strong top 4s. And if you look at the health right now, he's at 72. Even if he's the weakest board in the lobby, he probably still goes 4th right now, just from all the things he earned in the early game, which feels really good. And you saw that he was willing to put together kind of a cobbled up board with that Darius, which is really awesome to see.
Vanilla's going to fall out in 8th place here. Vanilla took a 1st place in the first lobby, so, you know, not, I'd say, sweating too bad, but definitely not the follow-up you're looking for, where it looks like you might have kind of cruise control for the rest of the day if you're able to put together some strong finishes in back-to-back games. With Amdy here, Amdy is hanging on by a thread, and it really needs a strong finish in this one, or it's going to be lights out for this. But, you know, frankly, you know, there's 3 players hanging on by a thread right now, and no one's board looks weak. Like, who actually comes away with an advantage when everyone's boards are looking strong?
Yeah, this is one of the wild things of Hall of the Nine, right? Like, everyone got so much gold to roll with that they were able to kind of put together the board they chose, right? They've got their augments, they got all their upgrades. There's very few low rollers in this lobby of people who just kind of got, you know, messed up by the bad rolls. So now it's a question of, how are the matchups? How is your positioning? How is your itemization, right? Those micro decisions can be the thing that cost you, right? Does your carry get Zephyr? Did you accidentally position your tank to get melted down by the Lux? Those are the things that are going to make the difference here. And I think we're going to get to see Boss against Kyun here. Kyun struggling. He went 6th last game. He really needs a strong finish today.
It's going to be how long this holds up against the Boss and how quickly he's able to clear this board. With Aphelios here. Aphelios doing a great job of clearing most of this now. The set. Oh, no. Okay, Sejuani's... Okay. I was like, Sejuani, do not continue to go forward on this one. I don't think that Kyun's able to fight through this in time.
Did you see that damage? How quickly it melted that?
My gosh.
Whew.
Kyun felt like his spot was quite good in this one, but this was about exactly what I was talking about, where if everyone's able to put together their composition really quickly, I feel like that these kinds of turbo strategies on 3-5 are not what grabs the edge at the end.
I mean, even if that's the case, he also ran into the Boss. And, you know, the Boss is just the Boss, so...
He's the Boss.
Right. That's
like,
what I'm saying.
Imagine if you ran into the Boss.
Right, you're out because you ran into the Boss.
You are the Boss, even.
That's what I'm saying. And so, you know, you can only do so much against the Boss. 5
players left, and Amdy's got to overcome oh gosh, the health difference is so big. When I'm looking, I'm like, it's not that much. 9 to 32. Oh, goodness gracious.
Props to Replay, by the way. We were talking earlier about how he kind of struggled with that Vel'Koz 2, but he was able to hit the Lux 2. He was able to put that together. He got the front line going with that Jarvan and the Zerat portal. So, you know, if he can get something else going here, he could even play Heimer with something like Repair-O-Matic if he wants. But
It's
overall,
a tough decision here as well, where you have the pair of Aatrox, but you have a pair of Heimers available in your shop. You had the Repair-O-Matic in there as well. Like, that feels like a little bit of a tough spot there for Replay. Jumping over to AMD's board, he's on the cusp of elimination. Good roll onto the Lux with the Demacia right now. Looks like Nasus is able to hang on for a bit here. D-Claw's getting chewed through very easily. It looks like AMD's going to be able to hang on here, but this... Yep. That's a nice win for AMD.
Yeah, and again, that Lux doing work, lowering the magic resist of the enemy so that Azir can get through it. And we've seen this kind of be a comp off and on throughout the entire set, right? This strategist, Lux and Azir, they're such a good pairing because Lux gets through the front line, Azir ramps up, and then when you get to the back line, everything just melts really quick. Also some good strong front line with that strategist. So overall, looks pretty solid here. It's just a question of, you know, like I said, the right matchup, right? Do you get the wrong matchup? Do things go wrong? Does your Jarvan stun go the wrong way? Those are the things to watch out for. And unfortunately now, Amde is up against, you guessed it, the boss.
Yeah, but we saw this struggle last time as well. I don't think it's going to change too much because, like you said, this is really about Azir ramping up over time. And whose ramp strategy is stronger? Well, I could tell you whose it probably is, given the augments in place here. Now, quite a bit has changed since the last time, but, you know, Prestivan has had quite a bit change as well, just continuously stacking on more and more resources. Whew. This is not enough to get it done. AMD is going to be going out with a bottom 4 finish here, so the top 4 has been locked at this point. And frankly, when I look at this is like one of the most classic North American top 4s you can put together here. It's 4 of the most recognized names in the competitive TFT scene.
I mean, Robin, Soju, Precedent, and the current world champion. It's a pretty good group. So, nice to see. And Precedent right now with that boss augment on a 9-round win streak. So, of these capped boards, the fact that he was able to hit that set 3 feat with that augment as well from the Juggernaut feels like definitely the most capped version. So, the question is, you see Robin and Soju are saving up their gold, trying to go to 9. Can they get something that can beat this? And the boss has one really strong counter, which is Cassante and Zephyr. Both of those can really mess that up. Hall of the Nine is going to give a tome as well. Ooh. That's going to open up some more options.
Oh my.
We're going to see Robin. Nothing particularly amazing here. Could go Slayer. Slayer is an option here. Yep, it's going to go Slayer. That's going to even force Slayer to make this Noxus Gwen kind of a beast to get through here. Is choosing to roll here, trying to get his Darius 3, Katarina 3. So he's not going to go to 9. He's got some health to work with here, but definitely wants to spike right about now and just doesn't see much on that roll down.
He hit 0 during that whole roll, and that is pretty crazy. I mean, you know, props to Robin for that smooth transition from where he was at into going a full Noxus reroll at level 8 with the high life total. Like he basically started re-rolling as the top 4 has begun, which is like a crazy outcome to see that in. But you know, going up against this board right now, this transition's been a lot, and my gosh, Replay is taking a hit, and I am pretty sure this is pretty much going to spell this one out from this point. This Gwen is unstoppable.
Yeah, being able to get the Force Slayer was a big upgrade here, because that Force Slayer not only ups the damage amp, but because Slayers have that built-in Omnivamp, that is even more healing to keep that Gwen alive. So that puts him in a really good position. Now, Precedent, we saw him win a game yesterday with 86 gold. So he's not going to do that this time, but it is cool to see him use all that gold he had and get this going here. Goes to 10, finds the Heimerdinger, can use this to build something. The other thing you run into with this build sometimes is that if Set doesn't die quickly, you're not going to get him back in as the boss. And now with so many units, you have to like hug them all in the backline and really hope no random targeting swaps or anything mess you up here. And so this comp can fall off, but the 2 extra Juggernaut spats especially are just making this so hard to deal with.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you're able to put in strong offensive units that get a natural defense now instead of just random Juggernaut units that you're hoping get enough tank in that it gives Set enough time to perform, that is a massive difference that's happening with that. And when I'm taking a look at how this boss is fighting right now, I think that this is just the cap of the lobby, and nobody has a way to counter this at the moment. I don't even think it's looking close right now. Soju was able to go to 9 and spend all their gold, and now Soju has had one of those boards looking like that it's just going to clear everybody at this point. But Soju's still at 20 health, Prestiven's at 22, Robin at 43 right now, but Robin missed that full roll. We saw Prestiven hanging on to 2 copies of Darius as well. Like, is this just enough to 3-star your units? Because this is like the doom clock of this composition, is you just don't hit your 3 stars.
Yeah, hitting the Katarina at least is a decent upgrade here. Very far off of the Darius, though. I think the Katarina is going to have to be enough. The Darius just seems like it's not going to happen here. But like you said, a pretty interesting spot here. Now we just have 3 really strong comps. Ooh, look at that Ionia Senna. That's also incredibly powerful here.
I got my eyes on the left right now because this is such an important matchup that both of them are facing right now. The boss, if it's able to get past this cleanly, this pretty much, I think, will spell it out for Prestiven being able to lock it up. But this is a lot on the board still left to overcome. And Senna is cranking out some value right now. Aphelios building up big time. And Boss is taking some CC right now. Oh, my. Oh, the healing is insane. Oh, my gosh. He just soloed the whole board.
Whew. I feel like in North America, we're going to see the pick rate of this augment go up quite a bit from here on out. You know, nice to see that even at the highest level, Set can do some massive work here. And so we're at an unusual spot, by the way. 6-4 and still 3 players left alive. This is pretty unusual. Precedent did lose a round at some point, so right now, you know, not insanely strong here. Does find this so he can take out Samira, be able to play the Scion. That's going to allow Gwen to start in the backline a bit. The item probably goes on Aatrox. Really looking for that Aatrox 2 that can enjoy the benefits of this 4 Juggernaut, 4 Slayer. So finding an Aatrox 2 would be a big spike. He's holding gold, which is interesting. I think he's going to try to survive 2 more rounds, or at least until he loses. And then again, maybe try another stab at this Darius 3 or the Aatrox 2. If he can get the Aatrox 2, he could maybe move the items from Darius to Aatrox as another option.
It's definitely very doable to win 2 rounds. You're up against the Ghost this round. Preston was last round as well. So how much does that change when Preston's up against the player instead of the Ghost this time? And right now, it's looking about the same. I'd say that the boss is a little bit more backup than last time as well. So this actually might be an even better win for Preston in this previous one, despite what we saw in the last one. And I'll tell you what, Set going to the right here was so important. The CC not getting the same heal as well in this one. So Prestiven's going to be taking a hit in that, where Robin takes a hit from the boss as the Ghost. So now, Robin feels like the player that's getting defeated the most at this point. And you might be right. You might have to spend the gold here to try to get this done, because if Robin can't win another round, you're just going away with nothing. Not even a chance at hitting the Darius 3 at that point.
Yep, rolls down, unfortunately isn't able to hit anything, but I do agree that that was the play, to roll down there. And yeah, so right now I feel like Soju's the only one that's not at 1 life here. Soju can lose and still be okay, but we've seen Soju just have the strongest board here. So we'll have to see. He's going to try to get this Darius in a good spot. And it feels like the battle for second on the right side now.
I feel like this battle for second is a little bit predetermined, but we'll have to see. Katarina getting some massive hits early. Gwen taking a bit of a focus. And that might be a little bit detrimental. Oh my gosh, how do you beat the boss? Oh my gosh. You just don't beat it. Robin, honestly, I think Robin walks away with a pretty impressive third here, all things considered, with this. And Soju going to find themselves in top 2 right now. Preston and Soju both walking away with wins. So we have 2 players heading into stage 7 right now. And Soju is on a pretty solid win streak here. You know, I said at the start that I feel like that he's one of the best players at capping a board when he's got a lead. And this is just kind of a statement to that as well. A ton of resources and able to fight against pretty much everything that happened in this lobby, which is just strong boards throughout.
Yep, big bro versus little bro here. Really good items on the Aphelios, really good items on the Senna. Has that Shroud to kind of mess with things a little bit. Has the Heimerdinger with really good... I like the Heimerdinger here, by the way, being triple burn. That's going to be really good against the Set. Get that 3% true damage burn. You've got the anti-heal. They both get a free 2-star 5 cost from Hall of the Nine.
Wow.
The question is, will Precedent play it? right? Because he could easily move the Juggernaut emblem from someone like Yasuo if he wants. I feel like he has to play this.
Soju sold it right away. Wow, they're both going to sell it.
Okay.
It's hard to change these compositions, honestly. Like, it's been working how you've wanted right now. You have synergies in play that you fought for the whole game. Soju has a Zephyr pop out of the anvil right at the very end. Uh-oh.
Oh, there it is.
Uh-oh.
That's what I was talking about.
This is a massive difference, because if Seth doesn't go to the bench, he doesn't come back with full power.
Oh, yeah, this is over. Like, that is one of the massive counters to the boss right there. The boss hasn't even run off the board yet. Even if he does, everything else might die before he's able to do all his sit-ups. He's back, and yeah, this is nothing.
No.
That is nothing. Soju just sat the boss down.
Wow. The rat counterplay from the Zephyr. That's enough. First place and second place, though, to the two players who have sat alongside next to each other and practiced this game and shown themselves as two of the best players in North America. Really not surprising to see them at number 1 and number 2 in this lobby.
After what we've seen from the boss so far, I'm really impressed by Soju's ability to be able to deal with it, because Mort, you had pointed out that the boss has had tremendous success in this tournament alone. It's been top 4, 100%. And there's 4 instances now, so I feel like we're starting to see a little bit of a trend. What's your take on what's happening here for players to see that line and move towards it?
Yeah, I think the big thing is everyone wants to try to be as high a health as they can going into the late game, just kind of squeeze out those top 4s. And the boss is just so much effective health. You see it there when he's like level 6. Even just a set 2 can solo enemy boards with the right items, right? Every punch is taking someone down, healing him to full. And even if it's not a first place board, when you're just trying to make it to the next day, top 4s are exactly what you want, right? And so while it's not as popular on ladder because it can't seal those first places, it is great for a tournament structure here. And I think people are finally realizing that, which is awesome to see. And Precedent, you know, getting the 3-star also was a big help there. We got a little bit of help from the Juggernaut emblems as well, so some pretty things that kind of elevated it a bit. But even without that, he played it really well, positioned in the right spot, and turning it into a second felt pretty good there.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll have to see just how far the boss can go, but it was Soju that said sit, set. We're not allowed to do that anymore. So take a look also at how our other lobby went. And, I mean, admirable, we got a chance to see a lot of really interesting things happening in Lobby B, particularly when you look at the fact that there were still 3 players alive so far into the game. But what do you make of what was going on in Lobby A?
When I'm seeing this Milk right now with a 3rd place and a 1st place finish, that is a great kickoff to the day. And Kurum able to come with a 5th place into a 2nd place off this one. Dish up with 2 bottom 4s here. Goobums went from 8th into 3rd. And the rest of it is pretty much just either, it feels like it's been flipped over in this one. Broccoli with a 7th and a 6th on this one. Not a great kickoff to the day. With T-Lights, though, this is the same thing that Vanilla had yesterday, or I'm sorry, the start to this lobby as well, which was 1st place into 8th place. And so this is kind of spelling it all out for how I feel like this is going to go right now, where in the first 2 games of the day, it's not changing up too much as we start to go here. It feels like a lot of these points are still kind of bunched together in the middle bit, and it just doesn't feel like anyone's running away with the day so far. And for us, I think that's good, because it means that the competition is going to continue to stay at these points where players have to fight tooth and nail for it. We don't necessarily have to see that 1st or 8th style come in right away, and players have to just completely throw it all away, hoping that they grasp those few extra points off of massive finishes.
Oh, for sure. I was just looking at the scoreboards as well, and I giggled a little bit because I was like, there's really parallel universes happening here. Even though they're 2 lobbies with different stories, different players, you still had 1st and 8th, like, flipped on its head. Like, you also had challengers doing super well, but that wasn't necessarily totally the case this time around. More, do you feel like challengers, after having such a strong start, is that a trend you feel like could continue throughout the day, or you think that players are going to start to get smart to it and try to bring something else to the table?
I feel like challengers are the best composition right now in a low econ lobby, right? And so we saw in Hall of the Nine, where everyone got that inflated amount of gold, that everyone was able to cap much higher than the challenger boards. But I think when everyone's a little lower and can't quite afford those more expensive boards, that's when Challenger shines, right? Challenger can mow through your Shen 1, Sejuani 1s that aren't as prepped and ready to go, get to that backline and do some massive damage. And so I think that's going to be what we have to look at, right? Is it a portal like Scuttle Puddle that gives a lot of econ, or is it something a little lighter? And if so, that might shift what you play in each particular lobby.
definitely have to know your budget and see what you can make do with that. So fantastic. I'm super excited to see how this is all going to move forward, because that's just 2 games down. We still have 4 more to go, and we're going to be reseeding our lobby. So while we do that, go ahead and grab a drink, grab a snack, and come back for game number 3 right after this. everybody, and welcome back. We are approaching the halfway point of day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale, and that means we have reseated our lobbies, and we're welcoming back Casanova and Crowan to the casting desk. Now, ahead of this third game, we do have some new faces joining into the mix for these lobbies, but Crowan, what do you kind of have your eyes on right now in terms of just these next few games?
Yeah, I mean, this is almost the halfway point, but each lobby after the reseed is going to have 4 players currently sitting in the bottom 8 and 4 players in the top 8. So this game is going to be really indicative of players either stretching their lead further or potentially starting their kind of comeback story. A couple players in this lobby a little bit below the rest of the pack are AMD and Broccoli, currently sitting at 5 points. So this is an important game for them to do well, try to get to that middle of the pack, because if you're going into game 3 excuse me, if you're going into game 4 in the latter half of the day still being on, you know, single digit points, being at like 6 or 7, that's really going to be really stressful to try to come back at that point, because the cutoffs are so harsh. So looking especially AMD and Broccoli to have a good game coming up here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you definitely want to see those players start to make up a little bit, because we still do have 4 games, so a lot can change. But what about the players towards the top? Casanova, you have quite a few names in here that are very recognizable in terms of just their performances from past sets. But who do you think could stand above the rest?
Yeah, I actually want to lock in on Soju, right? He just grabbed that first over Precedent in the last game. But also, you know, when I was watching some of the VOD reviews last night that some of the players were doing, Goobombs, he reviewed Robin and then he reviewed Soju. And while he was doing his Soju review, Precedent came into the chat. Precedent was talking about how he feels that Soju is the best player from their study group. And Goobombs was kind of echoing it, where watching the VOD reviews, he felt like Soju was playing better than himself, and Soju was playing better than even Robin, who he had just reviewed before. So a lot of respect going to Soju from a lot of the other competitors, and he really showed what he can do in that last game. I thought it was, while it was an Aphelios board, it was very unique in the way, if you look at the trait web on the side, there was so many different traits that he was playing around, utilizing legendary as well. And yes, the Zephyr bailed him out at the end, but he had won one other fight against Precedent without the Zephyr. I think it was possible he still could have taken it.
So much to look forward to for this next game. So let's not wait any further. Casanova and Crowan, take it away.
All right, thank you, Necker. We're jumping in. Milk, one guying Jace's workshop, but we've got Hearthhome and Thresh's Sanctum. The other options. Milk, though, does have a good win rate on calling his shots, so we'll see if he gets it again. He does not. It's going to be Hearthhome. Dish going to be able to grab that one.
Hearthhome is where we're going. Freljord going to be able to get that Radiant item on 4-5. Taking a look at Soju, and like you were talking about, Cass, a little bit with Soju's dominance, Precedent thinking that he is the strongest player in this meta. But the study groups, right? Soju, Milk, Precedent, they're all up there, but they're not quite at the top. We talk a lot about the 2 battles between the main study groups of, you know, Soju, Q, and Milk, Setsuko, Precedent, Phoenix, and then Kuram, Solo's Dish Soap in that one. But Replay from the other major study group is currently sitting at the top, and you know, T-Lides is not too far behind. So these 3 major study groups that we're focusing on, definitely want to show some love to the Replay one as well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, Replay and T-Lides were the top 2 yesterday. Today, they're both in the top 4 with Replay holding that first place spot. And yes, that does come a little bit from bonus points, but not really in Replay's case, actually. He has 15 total points, 12 without the bonus points. So he's kind of sitting in that top of the tables, even without it. So both of these players still having a fantastic day 2 start. And they're 2 that I think we're going to be looking out for that day 3. Yes, it's only 2 games in. There's a lot where they can fall, but they haven't faltered much in the tournament so far. So there's not much reason to believe that they would have, you know, such a tragedy in the last 4 games of the day.
Yeah, certainly not. Another interesting thing to note about Soju's play style in this tournament is obviously it's a very heavy Aphelios lean, but he's not doing it from playing Master Yi like some other players, you know, Milk in this lobby specifically. He's just doing it with Ornn, finding some good items in the early game, and using that as a bit of advantage. And as we see the augment come through here, it is going to be a silver tier, and a lot of players do favor this Latent Forge, the Ornn augment. You're not getting the power right now in the early game, but you are getting it later, and it will still be super value, especially if Soju's able to preserve HP. And I think he's done that very, very well at, you know, playing some decent, strong early boards to get to a point where he can get to the Aphelios line and stabilize on that.
Yeah, taking a big think about the augments offered here, right? Jewel Load is one, very, very powerful on a single carry. Blood Money, also a pretty popular augment, but I think Soju has preferred Tempo recently compared to Lost Streaking. And you actually see him reroll
Bastion.
Everything, ends up on Bastion Heart. That is, of course, going to be Aphelios leaning. However, he is lacking a bow as of right now, so we'll see if he can find it. But he does get to play 4 Bastion with an upgraded Poppy and an upgraded backliner. So this is a very, very strong early board.
Yeah, lacking a bow, like you said, lacking swords as well. Belt, we have seen Guardbreaker slams on Aphelios and do rather well. The belt does go into floppy for now. No redemption slam, I think, is going to come out quite yet. But bastions do lean very, very well into the Aphelios line if you're not playing with the, you know, say if you can get 4 Targon online or the Invokers as well. 4 Bastion is still really good front line, even in a meta that players are trending towards those challengers in that Callista.
Yeah, Callista historically would have been very good against the Bastions, but yeah, even with that being said, unless it's kind of that Callista 3, the Bastions are still going to get a lot of value against the rest of that board, so should buy you enough time regardless. We take a look at Milk, who has actually racked up 14 points without any bonus points coming into the day, so Milk playing really well so far. Actually, the best performance on the day straight up. And this is just Milk doing Milk things. He's got the Master Yi. He did swap to this. He played Ezreal yesterday. We saw him talking about saying he was going to swap Legends coming in to day 2. He is not disappointed, and he has started off very strong, just forcing into that Aphelios line, playing Master Yi.
Definitely. Even just taking a look at the Legend stats that we got coming in here today. Ornn was the most popular, and then it was Ezreal, but the Ezreal average placement is 4.9, and the Ornn is 4.1. But swapping to Yi, right, it's going to be a lot better. The Yi is still 4.6, so not quite as high as the Ornn, but still better than the Ezreal. And it might have been part of Milk's consideration to swap there, and it does fit his playstyle too rather well.
Yeah, you know, Milk historically known for being great at forcing a single composition, right? And so this is a style that allows him to do that. He's one of the people who's done it the best over time, and definitely when there is a comp that is strong enough for it to be something you 20 out of 20, Milk is a player that I will always have my eyes on alongside Kiyun, right? And these are the two players that we're looking at with the Master Yi that I think so far have been the ones to have the most success with it. Milk, of course, just starting today, but yesterday I think Kiyun was the one who did find the most success with the Master Yi force.
Definitely so. Playing a 3 Ionia board in the early game, and Malzahar, as you know, Mort reminded us in the last game, does do really well at dealing with shields. The players do read those tooltips indeed, but is just a nice unit to slot in as a 2-star. Is not going to be costing Milk any econ, and still does a nice amount of damage paired with the rest of the Ionia board. It's not going to stay there for a long time, right, but still going to be super good for now. Soju even does make the decision to slam a redemption, and it was the fight difference. Yeah, slamming that redemption, it's not a bad item, so I think Soju's very, very happy about that to preserve his HP and his win streak.
Yeah, I mean, his board was also cheaper than Amdi's at that point, and he does take out Amdi's win streak. It looks like Amdi really wanted to play into streak. His board value, you can see, is 15 gold. It's the most expensive board out there, and not able to hold on as Soju picks it up with that item slam. So massive, as we see Milk grabbing a 1-cost rod. I assume that Milk does have the bow. He does have a bow slammed onto the Jhin. Just needs to ensure he gets that Ginsu early on.
I love seeing the gold number right now with 5 players at exactly 10 gold and 3 players at exactly 0 before loading it after the carousel. Players just being as efficient as possible. Either if you're making, you know, if you're making 10 gold, make exactly 10 gold. Hold some units in your shop. You never know what you're going to roll in the next one. Or, you know, if you're on 0, just hold everything. Pre-level, do that, right? Because you just increase your next shop odds. You could high roll into something like a, you know, Aphelios or Lux Azir or whatever on level 5. Broccoli going to be one of the ones that was making money and trying to make more because he's playing that Piltover risky kind of play style. Full loss streaking right now. We're going to continue to see that throughout the entirety of the next couple of stages.
Yeah, and I mean, you had mentioned that Broccoli is one of the players who needed to have a big game here. He needs to, he's, you know, at the bottom of the tables. He's only got 5 points, and you know, Piltover is a way to do it. Piltover has a very, very good win rate, very, very good top 4 rate when you're able to actually just play and cash out at the normal intervals. So we'll be watching Broccoli's streak. It doesn't look like anyone else was on the like full loss open fort angle, but Milk is someone who is very open to doing so. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Milk versus Broccoli if that comes into effect.
Yeah, definitely. Anyone trying to kind of grief that early Piltover streak could have a huge payout for the rest of the lobby. Payoff. I don't think anyone's going to be specifically leaning towards that, though. Maybe like Dish Soap or Amdi, because they are already on a 2 loss, so going 3 loss is still fine into neutrals. But yeah, not super value for the rest of the lobby to do it. I'm Jack and Soju, I think, is going to be the key matchup, and how do they fare against each other at the moment? Are they going to fight each other? And it is that matchup, Soju versus Jack. This is going to be huge for the player who wins.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, Soju's got 2 slams. He's got the redemption and also Ionic. Ionic being very good in the early game because the damage is actually a lot more relevant.
Yeah.
And we're going to see how this pans out. Jin 2 going to take the shot at the Cho'Gath, going to get through there as the Eteric Shield was actually able to prevent a lot of damage in this fight. But early Void is so good. We see that Remora actually going to be able to tank up so much damage. The Poppy is an absolute beast, and it feels like the Poppy has been able to tank long enough to make this happen. One more try through the Remora, and that should do it. Oh no! The Malzahar in overtime!
Malzcast in overtime.
Oh!
Wow, that was that was like a nail biter finish of that fight. The Malzahar, I think, though, speaking of that, shield break value did a huge amount of work versus the Taric and the Poppy, both of them providing shields, and just that unlucky overtime timing for Soju means he loses it out. But I'm Jack, continuing that streak into Krug's 30 gold here, and with a very, very nice Sork start opener.
Yeah, it's the improved Malzahar AI when they moved him to hitting only 2 targets. He hit the proper angle going diagonal and backwards to hit both of the carries.
Yep.
And you can see it on Soju's face. Not happy about that result whatsoever. And now Jack hitting a couple more upgrades here, being able to make 30 gold, and does have this kind of Shurima angle with a Renekton and a Talia both upgraded on the bench. Could find some very powerful upgrades there, especially because he does have the Cho'Gath upgrade as well. So a good Bruiser early start, even though Bruisers are not, you know, the favored front line. They do work fine in the early game.
Yeah, there's a lot of Shurimas there. Vertical Shurima hasn't really seen a ton of success. It did win one lobby, it looks like, yesterday, but yeah, not too many players going for that vertical Shurima. And just verticals in general, I think, were not quite played as much as maybe you expected with all the Earth players coming out in this tournament.
Yeah, I think one of the big things with vertical Shurima is like hard to get there, right?
Yeah.
If you actually get to the comp, you get the full board online, it's really strong. It will win games. But your path there is very treacherous, and it's not a board you can really hit late in the game because you're not gonna roll down, hit Renekton 2, Cassio 2, and like be able to play that to the board.
Yeah.
So it's more of can you play it from tempo, but also it's not the best tempo board whatsoever. So ending up in that comp is hard, but when you do it's quite good. And that's, I think that was reflected in the stats, right? Because you were looking, it's like 2 games, both of them were like really good placements, but it's 2 games, and it's very hard to actually play it.
And those 2 games were around the Azir being the carry. The other 2 that didn't do as well were around Akshan being the carry focus there. I think Replay played one of those games yesterday. I'm not sure who the other one was, but either way, not super popular because of the reasons you're mentioning, right? It's so hard to try to commit to that line, especially later on in the game. Robin Song is just playing 3 Shurima for now, and it's a lot of value even in the early game when you ascend a frontliner like the Renekton. Gives him more time for his healing cast to come through, more time to spread that Sunfire value, and he has a decent carry in the backline with the Samira. Even though it doesn't have 2 challengers, which he would really be able to love to play, it's still fine. 3 Noxus is a little bit more value, Robin is going to surmise, than that Aurelia 1.
Actually, yeah, I feel like that's a really good point, because I think that's one of the big mistakes of playing Shurima in the early game is people will, you know, play a Shurima carry with items and have the Shurima go there, whereas I actually don't think there's much value in the backline Shurima, and a lot of times it's better to just play other synergies. But if you can get it on a Renekton to get that extra HP, it is so massive to have that, especially with the regen. Early game damage is so much slower, and it just ends up making you a lot stronger. But, you know, not enough in this early game for Robin. He is going to be on a loss streak, but they are very good losses overall. So making good econ on this 3 loss, and still at a pretty overall healthy 60.
Yep. Oh, this is a really good spot for AMD. Already hitting the Aphelios obviously is insane, but even if he wins the next round and he wants a sword, he has Young, Wild, and Free, so he could just pop out immediately from the carousel, snag up the sword, get a Deathblade Aphelios, and just be chilling, right? Has the champion duplicator as well, to if he wants to, as soon as he gets that pair of Aphelioses in Aphelios 2. He'll probably do some more rolling though, because frontline is still very important. Wants something like a Shen to, wants the Sedge as well, but wow, actually slams the Giant Slayer instead, even though he has that Young, Wild, and Free.
Yeah, instead of going for Deathblade, maybe took a look at the lobby and decided that, hey, people are going to be playing high HP tanks overall. I mean, we'll see how that pays off. It's certainly not a bad slam. It's going alongside the Giant Slayer. It's a lot of percent damage amp overall. And because Ophelia stacks up Chakrams a lot faster now, I think this percent damage ends up working a little better than it used to. So the Deathblade's not as paramount to build. But yeah, I am a little interested, though, because he does kind of have a free Deathblade if he waits one round, though. I wonder if that fight was a Giant Slayer diff, because it was incredibly close.
Certainly was, I think, a Giant Slayer diff. So you can't fault the, results-based analysis of, oh, winning fights because slamming item must have been good, must have preserved the streak. Gets a Nasus with a rod as well. I think, yeah, MDO is floating a glove. Probably not going to be slamming a jeweled gauntlet, but maybe just picking something that he wants for a bit later, and that Nasus might be able to fit onto the board and pair with that Juggernaut, right? Because the only Juggernauts are Warwick and Set, and they're just 1-star at this point. But taking a look at Broccoli, the Piltover player, finally going to get value from that Latent Forge, gets the Eternal Winter, a very, very nice frontline item, generic in all compositions, and he's starting to roll down. What does he hit? Is it going to be something like a Jinx 3, or does he find a Zeri and start to swap the items over?
Yeah, well, as we watch this roll down, it clicked, Kron. A Giant Slayer makes a lot. We're on Hearthhome, so Radiant Giant Slayer is actually that's probably even just better than a Deathblade as that last item. So it actually just makes a lot of sense to slam it, regardless of like the fight win and everything. Very, very good item on Hearthhome to slam in a lot of different compositions.
Yeah, the Ginsu's Reckoning, being the Radiant version as well, is oftentimes prioritized, especially with only the one Rage Blade. But like you're mentioning, the Radiant Giant Slayer upgrade, the Demon Slayer, is still really, really good. And so especially if there are a lot of beefy tanks, especially units with Warmogs like we see on Broccoli's board, it's going to have a ton of value.
All right, but Broccoli finds the win. There's the cash out very easily, too. It wasn't even a close fight, so 25 stacks on this T-Hex. And we'll start seeing a couple of Reforgers and a Radiant. Quicksilver, decent amount of gold, not a ton.
Quickest of silvers, and a bit of gold. A couple of Reforgers that Broccoli isn't really going to be using for a while, honestly. They're just kind of going to be chilling there on the bench. 6 Jinxes, no Zeris, Shen 1 in the front line, not even paired. Aatrox is up, maybe going in here, but says, wait a minute, I need my Piltover TX. That's where a lot of my power is on my board right now. Not the best cash out for Broccoli, and that does come through with the, 7, 8, 9 Piltover cash outs being a little bit nerfed.
Yeah, very middling for sure. Broccoli still, though, have 30 HP. The T-Hex will be strong at this point in the game.
Yep.
Incredibly good frontline items, right? That Eternal Winter going alongside a Warmogs and a Stone Plate is quite strong. Maybe it's Jinx 3, but it's probably just find Zeri, swap out the Jinx, still have a Jinx 2 to go with it. And, Broccoli has a ways to go, but he's got a lot of gold because he's still got a decent amount from the cash out.
Yeah, definitely. He'll be able to roll it on 7, I think, a bit more and find some more hits. Hopefully, we talk about how Shen is so contested. Doesn't need Shen as the frontliner in the Piltover Zeri composition, but if he gets a free Shen too, sure, you're going to be able to play it the entirety of the game. Taking a look at Milk, he leveled to 7 and started rolling a little bit to try to find some direction. Could still be going this challenger route, but also isn't committed to it. He could be playing some kind of flex board here, especially around that Gwen, if he finds a Gwen upgrade, but it all comes down to what he hits on this roll down. And finding a Senna is massive.
Yeah, Senna is big. He's finding kind of the rest of the board for the Aphelios, just not the Aphelios itself. There's an Urgot, decides to skip it. It usually doesn't actually make the end board, and it doesn't make the board much stronger right now. So leaning towards a Shadow Isles angle, can play 4 Shadow Isles if he can fit the Gwen. At least for now. I mean, I think this is still just going to be Aphelios for Milk. He's just trying to find a board that he can play until he hits it, which he doesn't have a lot of HP to get there.
No, he doesn't. He has to make decisions on what items he wants to slam. It is going to be a Bramble. I don't think I spotted too many Infinity Edges or Jewel Gauntlets, but still, it is just some nice base stats and, people just critting a little bit with that extra crit chance for their auto attacks. Milk is still far from strong, especially going up against Kurum, who has hit the Aphelios too, and the Ukshan too actually provide some nice supplemental damage. Seeing Dish Soap take a loss, still being stuck on a Samira carry, even after rolling down a decent amount of gold. Now our gold augment comes through for 4-2. Back to Milk as he tries to roll down. Hits immunities. He's hitting legendaries, right? The first, the Senna, now the Cassante, but Cassante is going to have a hard time fitting onto this board. For Bastion, for Shadow Isles. Everything that Milk can do right now still feels just a little bit underwhelming.
There's an
the
Aphelios. He found
Alright.
one, and he's got all of the augments that he needs. His augments are great. He's got a single Aphelios. He has the board, but it's all 1-star. We'll see if this is enough for Milk to stabilize. As we've mentioned, he doesn't have any gold really. He can maybe sell up to 10, but
Skeptical.
this is gonna be tough. It's 24 HP. I think he's kind of got a high roll into this Aphelios. Maybe he finds one on the carousel. He finds one more in a shop. But even then, his front line isn't there either.
No, it really isn't. Most of it being just 1-star. The cast in which you don't even want on your endgame board either. Broccoli has gone to level 8. In fact, sent a lot of gold to do so, and did find a pair of Zeries. And quick as silver on Zeri is gonna be rather nice. It does provide a lot of that attack speed, you know, not being able to get CC'd, which isn't as big of a deal as I think it used to be in the early bit of this set, especially around Jarvan being played a bit less, but it still will be played in Azir Lux compositions, and deals a big blow right there to Milk, just because Broccoli has now spiked, is gonna be strong for the next few rounds, and Milk is one loss away from being eliminated.
Yeah, Milk potentially going out here on 4-3. His board has not spiked enough. Yes, Broccoli was maybe the strongest right now, but there's a couple other strong boards, one of which we're looking at, and that's AMD with the 2-star Aphelios. The 2-star Sejuani has a Scion on this board. It's just a much better spot than what Milk has. Yes, his augments are not quite as good. He doesn't have the full board, but he has really good substitutes, and he has upgrades.
Milk has found the Taric to upgrade, but there's already 6 Aphelios gone for the rest of the pool. At least 6, right? Kerm has Aphelios 2. AMD has Aphelios 2 as well, so Milk is stuck on Aphelios 1 for a while. It's going to even be rough to get through this matchup. It's only Renekton tank from Robin, so Aphelios might be able to get through it and get to that in the back line. And yes, does able to take it out, does hang on at least one more round versus Robin.
Yeah, laying on versus Robin. That's a big hit that Kurum is going to take. Going up against Soju there. Now we've got the carousel. AMD gets to run out first, find whatever he wants. It looks like he's not sure exactly what he wants. Tries to get the
doesn't even
Aatrox,
get
ends up
it.
losing it. Robin gets it. So AMD, young, wild, and free, not actually helping him out there.
Imagine being young, wild, and free, and still missing out on your first pick on the carousel. It feels bad. I mean, it's hard though. You got to be knowing exactly what you want as you load into that carousel with the free items, right? I mean, there are no free items. It looks like from AMD. Oh, there is actually a chain on the Sedge. Excuse me. So it's going to make that into a Sunfire. Not bad. Maybe it was just thinking, oh, do I want the Aatrox for the board strength right now, even if I'm not slamming an item? And yeah, these Demon Slayers are going to be coming through. That Radiant upgrade, like you were talking about earlier, is huge for Robin. But Robin's frontline again, that's what's the big thing holding back a lot of these comps, is how do I get my frontline online, especially with those units like Shen and Sejuani being so contested.
Yeah, it's like, what is Robin rolling for? What comp does he actually want to play? Because trying to go towards Aphelios at this point doesn't make sense. The items that are slammed are very good Akshan items, but
It's just Akshan. He's trying to hit 2
if
more.
you're just stuck here. Yeah, I guess 2 more Akshans and he gets there. Doesn't feel like the strongest comp, especially because he does have these items stuck on a Renekton. He needs Nasus,
Yeah.
which isn't even that contested. There's a couple people playing it, but I haven't seen a Nasus 2 so far, so we'll see if he
There
can
we go.
actually find those.
Gets a little bit of gold generation from the Heimerdinger and that turret execute, but really needs those last 2 Akshans to come through. I think he's probably going to send it to at least 10 gold every turn. If he hits one more Akshan, then probably send it to 0. Hanging on to the Darius pair for now in the sets, but I don't think he's going to be considering anything like a set 3 in the future. Like you're mentioning, definitely needs the Nasus, but even if it is Nasus 1, has to do a lot of heavy lifting to be able to buy enough time for the Akshan.
Okay, it looks like Robin, realizing how much HP he has, says, okay, 20 is probably better. Gonna see if he can win this fight. If he can't, he'll probably sell out of their Renekton. Then use that to send, because not only does he need to hit his Akshan, but he has to hit the Nasus as well. He cannot just keep playing on a board with this front line that is just going to be a Renekton.
Yeah.
Watch this fight. He is just losing his front line immediately. His damage is pretty good with the Akshan Demon Slayer. These items are really, really strong.
Akshan cast?
It's
No,
just not
just
quite
barely.
enough. His front line isn't making enough time, so Now we'll see
Yeah.
him send it down. Probably even just sends it to 0. Finds one Nasus
Nasus,
on the
huge.
creeps. So he'll wait for the creeps round, make Econ once again, and then he will send it down. See if he can hit Nasus 2, Uxtron 3, and that could potentially stabilize a top 4 considering the HP values here.
Yeah.
You know, Milk is bleeding out. Dish is bleeding out a little bit. Jack is as well. Broccoli at 29 has not lost for 7 rounds and will not likely lose too soon, because it was still a relatively strong Piltover cash out into an uncontested Zeri board.
Definitely 7-win streak for Broccoli at the time. Just the board value 64, well above the rest of the lobby, almost 20 ahead of anything else. Robin's is still rather low. Hopefully that will change here soon, as there's kind of 9 gold of value just waiting on the bench, waiting to turn into that Uxtron 3. But the roll down commences. No Uxtrons, no Nasuses. Those are the key units. There's one. Is he going to be able to hit another? Each roll that misses is just so much more heartbreaking for Robin. Even a pair of Shens to try to throw on the board as well, but nothing happening. Rolling one more time, hits
Just can't hit.
absolutely nothing. Oh, that's rough for Robin.
Yeah, he's got some items, gonna try and get stuff on the board.
Good
Does
Zephyr.
actually get a Zephyr onto the double Radiant item. Zeri, that makes sense already got 1 Radiant from the cash out. You get 1 from Hearthhome, 2 Radiants on your carry in an uncontested comp. And hey, I found the Nasuses. They're on Broccoli's board. He's got 3 of them. Made that front line very strong. And Robin gonna take a huge hit. He
Yeah,
actually
that's
just goes
enough.
down. Robin might be taking an 8th here. He has taken them so rarely,
No.
but Milk's got him. It's going to be a 7th for Robin, an 8th for Milk, who we set up. He was the best performing on the day so far. This 8th is going to hurt him, but he's still in a good spot in the first 3 games.
And it's so rough. I'm Jack is in a similar position to Milk, right? Milk unfortunately did take the 8th. I'm Jack preserved a little bit more HP up until this point, but has to be forced to sell a Lux pair just to get the Azir online, just to maybe be able to scrape another placement through, because Dish Soap is rather low as well. But this is against Yu's reckoning on the Azir, the upgraded Radiant version. Nasus 2 in the front line, as well as the Jarvan 2. And the Zephyr only hits the Talia, so it's rather good for Jack here.
That is a very scary Yasuo, though. Dish has found Brink of Dawn, IE plus Runons. I think this is really, really good items
Yasuo goes
for
to
the
the
Yasuo.
Azir.
He gets to the Azir and immediately deletes it. Dish, while being on 1 life, his board is pretty solid. Issue is, it's probably still not better than someone like Broccoli, so it's a matter of time. How long can he dodge it? And is he stronger than Soju or Kurum or AMD? We haven't really seen all of these boards that recently to make that full evaluation.
Yeah, there's no Kaisa on the board, just 1 on the bench, and items aren't quite there for it. The Gwen is nice to slot in challengers, but it's only holding a Zephyr. It really is all on the Yasuo, but Brink of Dawn, like you mentioned, is so good. It's almost like a Radiant and a half item value comparatively to other items on other units. It just allows him to drop that aggro twice, and if Yasuo can have that much time to get to the backline, take out the carries, he's going to be having so much value. And it is just a ghost round here, but it is still a scary Aphelios too. But it gets
Nice
Zephyr'd.
Zephyr. He does get the Aphelios, and the other big thing with the itemization and the augments are most of Yasuo's ults should essentially just take out the unit that he hits, right? He's got the IE, but it's alongside social distancing, and you have my sword. There's so much damage, but he goes down to the Aphelios.
Wow.
He ends up losing to that ghost, and so Dish is going to take a 5th in that spot once again, failing to find that top 4 after a beautiful day 1 where he could not take a bot 4.
Yeah, this is now 3 bottom 4s in a row for Dish Soap. That is absolutely crazy considering his day 1, like you just mentioned, but going 6th and now 2 5ths back to back. They're not so bad as to Dish. He can't come back, right? He still can. He's going to be on the outside looking in, but with a couple of solid placements, he still could find his way into the top 8. Very uncharacteristic though. Maybe just a lot of low rolls. But it takes me to a point about the legends again. Ezreal is having one of the worst placement rates out of more popular legends, and maybe it's, you know, statistics speaking for themselves, but just so if he's going to be playing Ezreal, he has that game plan in mind, thinks that is the best outcome for him. Just not happening his way today.
Yeah, and we talked about how Dish has mentioned that Bard is the one for first place, so we'll see if we get the Bard spot later, but a great Zephyr from Soju, but on the other
Both of
side,
them.
Amdi gets it as well.
With the Radiant
onto
Zephyr.
The Kaisa has been able to slow it down. Yeah, Radiant Zephyr from those Radiant Thieves gloves on the side of Soju. Still looks like this fight is not close. Amdi, very strong Aphelios board. Just going to take out Soju. And so Soju gonna find another top 4. Still very good tournament so far on this day 2. And it's just gonna be AMD, who needed a big game, had the Piltover, didn't have the build, that was Broccoli, but AMD needing a big game, swaps over to Earth away from the Ezreal, and is up at 61 HP.
Yeah, Broccoli and AMD getting the job done here. Going to be having a pretty big sigh of relief. They're not in the clear, however. There's still going to be 3 more games to go after this one, but doing exactly what they needed. Kurum, however, keeping up the pace, was sitting at 12 points going into this game, and is still making it happen off the back of the Aphelios, even pivoting away from the Yi, but still getting the job done with that comp and being on the Ezreal.
Yeah, Kurum just continuing to make sure he stays towards the top of the tables. You know, he had a fantastic Freljord Cup, coming in first place, kind of absent at Shurima, not a great performance, but coming back at the mid-set, already having a great day 1, day 2 starting out very well for Kurum. And this game 3, already in a top 3 position, and he's been doing it with the Ezreal, right? Been a bit of an outlier with the statistics. Kurum stats have been great across the tournament. Been Ezreal the entire time, except for I think it was maybe the first. No, he pivoted off Yi before the tournament started. He was playing Yi. He was playing Yi in houses, but he's been on Ezreal the entire time in the tournament, and he's just making it work.
Yeah, swapping over from the Yi feels like the Ezreal playstyle fits him a little bit better, it seems. And hey, the results are kind of speaking for themselves. You can't ever sleep on Kurum, right? This is a player who has been around since the beginning, who has won multiple events, right? Won a regionals, has been winning cups recently as well, like you're talking about with the Freljord, kind of spiking from a, he had a lot of pressure, I think, on him after going kind of dead last set. But hey, the set's been pretty good, even though the Shurima wasn't quite up to maybe his expectations, but he always bounces back. That's the big thing. And Broccoli and AMD again able to bounce back in this lobby after having a poor start to the day. Broccoli's board playing Zeri, playing Piltover, even from only a 7 cash out, he's getting the job done.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Broccoli has done a great job capping this board. We saw him push 8 kind of early on, but then he ended up with this much stronger board than everyone else. And now he's even been able to push to 9, still keeping that board valuation very, very high. AMD versus Kurum. AMD doing a great job. The Freljord Rise being able to put a lot of work into this, freezing down the enemy board, getting that chill. It is one of the strongest rises. We see a lot of people splashing Freljord Rise when it is a Freljord portal. He ends up being such a good unit, so AMD being able to find that even without Invoker on this board. This is just going to be, you know, a bruiser version of Aphelios. Just play a bunch of good stuff and Aphelios versus the, you know, traditional synergies boards.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good stuff. Even there's no Freljord being played because the items are on an Urgot, and it's Urgot too, so he's going to be, you know, providing some value, doing a lot of damage. This Scion from Broccoli is so scary, though. That's a front line you don't want to mess with, and he kind of needs it because nothing else is going for him in terms of the front line. It's just a Nasus 1, a Vi 2 for the Piltover, and Aatrox 1 giving a little bit of stats over when he dies. But the Broccoli's backline, though, that's where the real power comes through.
Yeah, I mean, Broccoli, this Scion will buy infinite time as well, right? You have to get through 2 health bars of this Scion with a Gargoyles, Warmogs, and an Eternal Winter. This board is immensely capped. The double Radiant carry on top of that. Kurum has no chance against that. Broccoli takes the win. And realistically, I mean, I'm looking at this and I feel like Broccoli should be able to clear MD's board. This is incredibly strong. Actually, that Radiant Quicksilver even kind of takes out the random win con of the Freljord Rise freezing the carry for long enough. Like, that's not even a factor in this case. Broccoli also has the Senna 2 with really good items. The Shred comes through because of the Last Whisper. You get Wound because of the Morello, and then you also just have the Shojin make it happen faster. The Heimer is actually redundant in this because the Senna provides everything.
Yeah, no, definitely. He does a great job of dodging the Zephyr as well. It goes on the Jace instead. But even if Broccoli loses this round, which I don't know if he is, he's 1 away from Zeri 3 and is just still clearing AMD's board.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the fact that he can cap this higher is absurd, right? Broccoli took a kind of middling cash out, right? It was a good amount of gold. It was a Radiant item, which is not Radiant items, good amount of gold. It's not a cash out you complain about, but he took it and made it look like it was a 10 win or 10 loss cash out. It made it look so much better. It's possible, you know, on his roll down at 80, high rolled a little bit and it helped him go to 9, but he's really converted into just such a fantastic board, and there's not
There
a lot
it
of things that
is.
can cap higher, and he hits it. There it is. Zeri 3 didn't even need it, but it's just gonna seal the deal.
I think if MD could FF right now, he would, but
Oh,
we
100%.
gotta play it out. We gotta see the victory march from Broccoli, the 16 win streak in a row after the 7 loss streak. But man, Broccoli and AMD both making it happen when they needed to. AMD should not be sad about this second place at all, but it's just gonna be one last victory march. Cast, take it away.
I mean, yeah, you set this up at the beginning, right? Broccoli and AMD needed the big placements. They're both at 5 points, struggling early on. And they go 1-2. Broccoli taking that first with the Zeri 3 off the Piltover cash out. Incredibly well played by both of these guys. And they're going to be setting themselves up for a good back half of the tournament. As we jump to the other lobby, it is going to be Darth Nub versus Prestivant. Prestivant, yet another great game, making it to the top 2.
Prestivant and Darth Nub. Darth Nub kind of quiet performer here, but making it happen. Aphelios again versus the Azir Lux of Prestivant. And it looks like the Azir Lux is already making its way into the backline. Aphelios with the 3 items, no Death Blade, not maybe enough damage, but no, is still able to get
hangs
the
on.
job done. Hangs on. Darth Nub wins it out over Prestivant to claim the lobby of victory in Lobby A.
Yeah, Prestivant back-to-back second places, though. That's massive for him. He's in such a good position following those 2 games.
Especially when you think about how much people have hyped up Preston over these last few sets, right? Maybe not necessarily living up to the people's expectations they had for this player going in. It's always so nice to be able to see that turn around for this event so far. But there are a few players in that first lobby. I mean, Chrome, we talked about the stakes of going into this third game where it's new lobbies. They got reseeded based on how you were doing in the overall standings. And unfortunately for Dish Soap, they're struggling a little bit. What do you think is going on there? Is it an Ezreal thing, or is it kind of like a lobby power thing? What's your take?
It might just be on the day, right? You can't high roll every single game, right? Even if you medium roll, you're going to be able to do well. But Dishsoap, I think, is a player who is able to make low rolls still look like an average roll, right? So the fact that he's still going bot 4 3 games in a row makes me think that it might be a lot of factors at play here, but definitely some low rolling happening because he's in spots where he's forced to roll at level 7 down to 0, make these kind of unique flex boards work out, like we saw in, I believe, game 2 with a 6 Ionia with the Ionia emblem in that last game as well, with some kind of funky stuff, but just, yeah, not able to convert those into top 4s. But he's not missing them by much, right? These are a 6th place into 2/5, so like I mentioned in game, it is still recoverable. So I'd be surprised to see Dish Soap go like, 1-2-1 or a couple of top 3s in the next few games and still make it into day 3. I wouldn't quite write him off yet.
You're gonna say the same thing, Casanova.
I was gonna say, it's been bot 4s, but Crone covered it. It's 6th into 2/5. He has 2 bonus points from yesterday. It's not as bad as it sounds. He's actually mitigating a lot of the issues. So yeah, same thing as Crone. Just echoing.
I love it. Hey, you guys are always on the same page. That's why you two are so good together. But we also have to take a look at what happened in the other lobby, because we did get a chance to see just that brief final fight coming through from Darth Nub and Prestivant. Darth Nub, another one of those players that also was looking at trying to just keep kind of up the momentum into today, able to get that first place as well. But you take a look at how the rest of the lobby had shaked out. I mean, Casanova, are you surprised at any of these results in Lobby A?
Yeah, actually, Replay taking a 7th here is a little bit surprising. He only had 1 bot 4 in day 1. I believe it was like a 6th. Replay in general has just been playing really solid, pretty lights out TFT across the event. So a 7th is a little bit surprising. But, he's made enough room for himself to have a few rough games, and he can still make it towards the final day and still be in a good spot.
I'm looking at Goobums too. Like, just been very back and forth, but another one of those players like Dish Soap that have already locked in a spot at the NA Regional Finals, and to see both of them just try to get their, come back a little bit into the back half of the day, that really is what they're looking at right now, versus Crow, the top is the top. They're actually all
Yeah.
tied for first.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, actually. The fact that between the top 8 and the bottom 8 is only like a 4-point difference there, or with Robin Songs, I guess, being the outside looking in, that's not too bad. We could be seeing these standings really shake up in the last 3 games. Nobody's out of it yet. Even Kyun down there with 9 points is still well within the running. Does need a few good games, though. But this just, I think, speaks to level of competition here. Everyone is giving it their all. Everyone is so strong, and so no one's really like running away with it. Like replay, like Cass mentioned, only had 1 bottom 4 leading into today. Here's the second one, still well within the running, but there's Kurum, T-Lives, and Soju right above. And seeing Soju at the top, I mean, really reminds me of set 7 regionals where he was dominating, and he's back in peak form again. And people like Pressman saying, hey, Soju is going to be on top right now. Don't sleep on Soju. He's really good in this meta. And a Soju that's good on the meta and doing as much prep work as he has, right? Grinding scrims day in, day out into the event. Hey, I mean, it speaks for itself, Soju's domination here, I think, at the mid-set finale.
We started during the trash talk vid. He does prep. So
He does prep.
like
He
the
does
prep is
prep.
actually playing off right here. It's awesome to be able to see this at the halfway point. We still do have 3 more games to go, so we're going to go ahead and get ready for that. We'll see you on the other side of this break for Game 4 of Day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. Hello everybody and welcome back to day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. We are halfway through the day, which means we only have 3 more games to go to determine our 8 players moving on to the final lobby tomorrow. We've got Admirable and Mortdog back on the casting desk, and before we went to break, we got a chance to look at those overall standings after the first 3 games of the day. I wanted to get your thoughts on where things are falling right now. What are you thinking of the standings?
Yeah, I mean, these standings are showing that competition at this point, right? We have a lot of good players in North America now, and it is close, right? 3-way tie for first, and even the gap from first to last is only 9 points at this phase. That's tighter than I think we've seen in a long time right now. So it's still anyone's game. This is one of those, like, normally I'd be talking about, like, oh, who's got to make the right moves or whatever. Like, no, everyone's just got to play really well. Like, this is... There's nothing, there's no weird gaps, there's nothing crazy. Even Kyun, who's sitting in last at 9 points, again, only 9 behind, that's nothing. He can easily make that up.
There's still 3 games left, and Admirable, that's why things also get so exciting, is that, okay, sure, like, this is where the standings are now, but these players do have 1 more game in this lobby as well, and the competition has been fierce all day, particularly in these, like, first 3 games of the weekend, too.
Yeah, I think that for me, one of the big ones I want to highlight is Darthnub, who Darthnub is, you know, pretty much been just a player that's been around the scene for a long time, but hasn't had like these giant breakout wins where you're just consistently chaining together a bunch of stuff. But Darthnub is a player that's pretty busy just in their own right too, and I think that something I really want to call out is how Darthnub has contributed so much to like the TFT community in general, where he's really been up to par with making sure that players are informed about like what tournaments are coming up and how that sort of stuff is happening. And it's a player that I feel like has just made sure that I have had a lot of information available because of what Darthnub has done. And then Vanilla is another player that I continuously have my eye on here. It's like, when is Vanilla like gonna start chaining together these big finishes in tournaments?
Might be soon. Might be sooner rather than later, honestly. When you take a look at just how things have been shaking out so far, Vanilla has been able to put on just great performances all day, yesterday and today with the Poro. Let's see if they can continue to do just that as we head into Game 4. Admirable and Mort, take it away.
Game number 4 here, and I have to say that there are a lot of things here that are some of my least favorite things, region-wise, that are coming out of this one. Mort, what on earth is going on here?
I think Aaron Mount is a really popular one, actually. It just gives everyone 3 anvils, which lets them build the items they want. So, for example, like the Aphelios players can get their Ginsus pretty quickly. But instead, we're going to Godwillow's Grove, which is going to allow you to get +1 trait. You can play something vertical and play, you know, one of the weaker units on that spot and get that benefit. So, a lot of good ways to play this, but maybe not some of the more popular ones for some of our, like, Aphelios players. But, like, Challenger, for example, loves this map, right? You can sit the Samira on that spot, not have to play that, and then be able to get that 6 Challenger with a stronger unit, something like an Ionia unit or something like that. So a lot of really good options here. We'll have to see what everyone leans into.
I feel like every time I'm on Godwillow's Grove that I just absolutely go for the weirdest comps possible and just completely shoot myself in the foot every time.
Can definitely see that. It can definitely try to bait you into maybe some of the verticals you may not be in the right spot to play as well. Because a lot of the times there's sort of the mental confusion as well. Like, it's not really a +1, right? Like, you can't run 8 Void or anything like that because you still need the actual +1. You still need the unit. It's almost just like an extra army slot that doesn't get to fight for you, you know? And so...
God, it's right there! Like, it's... Oh, I just feel like I'm so close every single time. Like, I just need the one more, and it's right there, and I can't do anything with it.
Yeah, exactly. And so it doesn't necessarily open up new lines so much as it's lines that you could, like, play again with, like, maybe like a Tactician's Crown if you think of it like that. So, for example, I like to start here. If you can get 1 more Ionia unit, you've got that 3 Ionia, 2 Challenger start, which can be good. The one thing here is we're seeing the Jeweled Gauntlet, although the Gunblade's solid here as well. Infinity Edge, not really as much of a popular item right now, so I don't expect that to be built. Do have that Lesser Duplicator as well. Could see pumping up here. Rich Get Richer seems really risky. So I imagine with the Master Yi choice, this is probably a pumping up choice from this position. Looking at the Legends, by the way, we do still see that Bard choice, the Poro, Urf, Yi, and Ornn. Ornn definitely being popular with Press Event, Replay, and T-Lades.
I do feel like that Goobums has been the player to shake up the the legend choice more than just about anyone else, as Darthnub is going to settle on pumping up here. Again, not much of a surprise. This is kind of like the whole point of going the Master Yi composition, is to make sure that you can get things like this in play. And so for Darthnub here, I feel like these are items that don't necessarily get built right away. You have, I think, a couple things locked in here, and it's just really about where's that actual power spike come in. Right now, Darthnub can't really get to a spot where you're making a ton of gold and really doing anything other than just sacrificing potential to get something together. And I just don't feel like that's the kind of style that I've expected to see out of Darthnub, where it's just to build out a giant amount of gold and then go for it on 3-5. I feel like Darthnub is going to kind of fight tooth and nail to find their way to that spot.
Yeah, agree. You look on the other side, by the way, Goobum's taking that Tome of Traits, already popping it, getting the Sorcerer emblem, and putting the Samira in the spot so that he's got that 3 Noxus, 2 Sorcerer, that Swain in the early game that is very powerful. On board with Precedent now with the Challenger, and again, Challenger is something we've seen strong, but here we go. Here is a 3 Piltover start. Definitely got that Piltover Heart, which is really good. You can play around that. You can sell units. You only have to play 2 units if you want to keep that loss streak. So really, it's interesting. Looking at this position, it's almost up to Darthnub to see if he can be the one to break Vilay's loss streak here, right? You're not going to be slamming this Orianna. You're wanting to lose streak as much as possible. So will Darthnub break it? Because everyone else right now looks like they're trying to play strong boards.
A lot of different directions it feels like that players might be going as well. Is it 0 augment overlap? Like nobody has the same augment to start off with on 2-1?
Yeah, that's interesting. And doesn't happen that often. Usually we see at least a pair of something. So, yeah, again, I expect Vilay here with that Piltover start. We haven't seen any big cash outs today. We've seen a 7 loss from Broccoli, I believe it was, who did really well with that last game.
Yeah.
But otherwise, nothing too crazy like we were seeing in the Shurima Cup, where we were seeing 9s, 10s, and even like an 11. So it's just so much harder to loss streak with the Aphelios and Yi players in the lobby.
I mean, I felt like that at that point too. Piltover was just a stronger idea in general, and it also, I think some of it comes down to the fact that just as time goes on, we're going to figure out how to build better teams, and players get more experience and they feel comfortable building on those teams as well. We get a look at Replay's board right now, sitting at 17 points. This is a pretty comfortable spot to be in, and I'm noticing a very powerful Shimmer Scale item that's sitting in the back there.
Yeah, this item's really good if you can get a few lucky kills, get that 2 gold per proc. It does require a little bit of luck here, and it's on a Samira 1, which is going to make it challenging. Up against this Shurima board, I think the Shurima board with the Renekton 2, Cassiopeia 2 with Gunblade to heal, I don't think we're killing much here. Maybe, okay, we did get lucky. We got the Sorcerer proc. We were able to get through the Renekton. Still have to get through. The Swain doesn't cast a second time. So it's going to come down to Cassiopeia versus this Orianna. And it feels like right now Orianna's sniping a lot of these kills that Replay would want for that Shimmer Scale proc, not getting it, and sure enough, Shurima going to win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you're not always going to get the payoff with it, right? I mean, that's kind of the nature of the Goldmancer staff as well, is that if you're getting them early, it ends up being kind of a crazy snowball effect. But if you don't get them early, it's not the end of the world. It's an item that's going to get more powerful as you continue to go on with the game. It's like the more gold you have, the better this item is. And honestly, I really loved the idea of that design, where it's like, well, I don't really know what to spend my gold on right now, so I'll just save it and be powerful with it instead. And again, I still feel like I'm kind of weirded out by the fact that nobody has the same augment here. And for Goobums with the Tome, I'm seeing a Sorcerer pretty early on, and so that, I feel like that spells out a lot of the direction that Goobums is going to want to go in right now. But for everybody else, I still feel like there's some open game, pretty much.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of options, but based off that carousel, I've got my eye on T-Lades. He was able to get a spatula on top of his Shurima emblem, on top of the fact it's Godwillow's Grove. That can lead to some pretty crazy 7 Shurima versions, because it means you can play something like the Talia or the Cassiopeia on the slot, still get that benefit and still be able to play an extra unit now that you're going to have those possibly 2 emblems. So T-Lades right now, kind of my favorite for like highest potential if he manages to get everything put together.
That's a very excellent point you make too, because I feel like with Shurima, one of the things that I've seen players historically struggle with the most is actually board space with that team, because you need a lot of gold to put it together, but at the same time, you typically need to be level 8. It's very difficult to fit 7 Shurima in and have a front line if you just, every single one of your units is, just flat out Shurima. So when you have the additional board space, plus you have the emblem for it, that is a massive difference for how you can put that together.
Yeah, exactly. And so going into 2-6, we're looking at Goobum's board right now. Definitely win streaking. we talked about, again, the Noxus Challenger kind of opener being really good. He's got that Samira, so yeah, feels pretty good here. If he can get the win streak, might just sell the Cassidans. Although he's going to keep the Cassidans, I think, for the Sorcerer. Maybe we'll see a slight adjustment here. Because, again, he really wants to guarantee the win on this fight.
I do want to guarantee the win, but I'm not sure you can.
Yeah, up against the Swain 2. It's a really tough fight with the Swain 2 here. And you can look at the Vel'Koz now. Really good items. That's a 4 Sorcerer Vel'Koz, 4 Sorcerer Swain. The Ionic Spark's going to allow for some extra shred. And so we get that first Vel'Koz cast. Doesn't kill much of anything, though. We're through the Swain. This is looking pretty good. It's all going to come down to the second Vel'Koz cast, and I don't think it's enough.
Oh, wow, it's really close. For Goobums, Goobums did not even put anything on the bench slot there. Just said, you know what, my team's pretty spelled out. I'm not really getting anything from it. There's just nothing's here. So instead, he's decided to sell up and make sure that he's going to get to 20 gold spot there, and kept the win streak going. So that's pretty much a perfect stage for Goobums at that point. And at this point, Goobums' direction's feeling a lot more spelled out in terms of I think where this is going to go. Obviously, he wants to go towards the sorcerer route, but you know, you're kind of looking around the boards, and this is almost an uncontested line. Like if you're able to find a Lux, that's pretty much the spot that Goobum's going to find himself in.
Yep. Looking at the bottom of the board, by the way, Vile with that Piltover start was able to 5 loss streak. Darth Nub only did a 2 loss streak, actually, so wasn't able to mess Vile's loss streak up. And so now we're going to start hitting to that 6-7, and I think Vile we're going to really want to keep an eye on 3-5, right? Is he going to be able to get like a 7, an 8, or a 9? Those are the big ones that we can usually expect. And then the other call out here is that we saw after game 1 and 2, Kiun actually kind of pivoted. Game 3, he didn't even play Master Yi. Game 4, he is back to Master Yi, but he's playing at win streak. You know, 98 health. This is not how we've seen him play all tournament. And so we'll have to see if that can convert into some better points that he was struggling to get in the first half.
Very different style direction here for Vanilla here as well. We have a Deathblade hanging out while a Shojin and a Guardbreaker get built here. I feel like this is much heavier leaning towards the Challenger at this time when these items get built here. I think there were a couple options here for Vanilla, but that pretty much just is the full commit.
Yeah, like we said, we expect the Shojin and the Guardbreaker to probably end up on something like Kaisa, the Deathblade to end up on something like Yasuo, and he's made his position very clear here. He knows what he wants to play, but again, it's probably the most contested thing in this lobby with that God Willow's Grove, right? Because Challengers are going to be the comp that's really going to benefit from that extra trait.
I feel like there's a couple things still open potentially, but I'd say not much. It's going to be very circumstantial if that walks around. Just even looking like this win streak might keep going. Nope, that's not enough. Ooh, really close though.
Yeah, definitely a close fight as we go into our second augment. Another gold augment here.
Oh, wow.
Ancient Archives, pretty safe here to try to get another Challenger emblem. Rolls the other two fairly quickly. Cybernetic Bulk is an okay alternative if you don't want to take the risk on the tome, but you've got 8 traits in. That means you're going to get 2 tailored emblems. I think Ancient Archives is still probably the choice here. Could get you to a bigger spike of like 6 Ionia or even 8 Challenger. So I feel like that's the choice, but again, Bulk is a nice alternative, I think.
I feel like Bulk is hard to take there because you really want to kind of spread your items like very thinly, I think. Like you really want them to be stacked up on your 2 big units. Like that's kind of the way that Challenger goes. And so I feel like that when you end up on Bulk here, it's just because the other ones didn't make sense for how to piece together the rest of your team. You have some extra health on some units across the board, but like maybe it's just the items that you can't use. Instead of trying to build an item out of them, you just spread them across your front line to buy your Challengers a bit more time.
Yeah, this is one of those interesting decisions that, it's consistency versus higher peak, lower floor, right? The tome could have been something amazing, but it also could have been something terrible, right? It could have been a Slayer emblem or something like that. And so, we see him take the more conservative choice here, and we'll never know if that was necessarily, better or worse in hindsight 2020, but definitely going with that more conservative choice, which I think, based on the standings, feels like the right call.
I mean, that is the difference between 1 auto attack at the end there in that round for Vanilla. And Vila continuing the lose streak. And that's going to be one of those big 3-5 turns. I feel like this has become a fairly common line in this particular patch. And for T-Lides here, this board is getting really spelled out here. I mean, this is a Juggernaut emblem, a Shurima emblem. This it feels like it's getting spelled out for you almost.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he built the Juggernaut emblem shows that there's kind of a clear leaning into something more like the Lux build, right? The Juggernaut's going to pair well with the Nasus, and you can expect this to be kind of like the Lux Azir versus like a big vertical Shurima. But the fact that both the Renekton and the Aurelia right now, his two major frontliners, are both going to be able to ascend 8 seconds in, I think that's perfect for Talitis. So, really good there. Yeah, we see everyone ascend here at 8 seconds into the fight. On the other side, though, Replay starting to farm some gold with that Shimmer Scale item, so looking pretty good there.
I feel like once it gets rolling, it really gets rolling. Gosh, I love this item. This item, I felt like in set 7 was determining too many games, but when it shows up rarely, it's like this is the kind of thing that I want to see with a powerful item, is that it is very much driving the action at that point.
All right, so Vile now at the thing we saw a lot of in the Shurima Cup, right? He's at 8 loss, 35 health. We expect 3-5. He's going to try to roll down, find something big to try to cash out on and get that 8 loss right about now is what we normally see. So we'll definitely want to keep an eye on that. Darth Nub a little low, but at least on a 2-game win streak. And then the other big story here, Goobums, still on a full 100 health win streak. We've seen a lot of this today, people who get that 100 health usually till about 3-5 or 4-1, and then they start to fall off and maybe get like a second or a third. But again, with the standings as close as they are, that's probably exactly where Goobums wants to be. Vile already has the Zeri here, so that's a good start. Has plenty of gold to work with as well. Does find the Sejuani. We see a Nasus, Azir. Azir's probably not something you're too interested in. He's going to go ahead and stop. Nope. Okay, going to roll some more. Find the Jinx. That gives 4 Zon. We're going to get another mod here, which is good. And yeah, 25 here, so 25 being 8 loss. Which is what we saw last game as well. We saw Broccoli win with that. So will that be enough here? Kind of a hard matchup here to get through the Juggernaut. This could be a little tricky. Even if he loses, though, he's not going to lose by much. It's looking pretty strong here, though.
Yeah.
I think this might be the cash out.
The big difference for me is that just everything on the board is fully supported at this point. It's, you do have 3 Juggernaut here, but you have a lot of damage in play. You have decent 2-stars. You get the Bruiser set up. You get the 4th Zon from the bench. It's just, if I run into that matchup right now, it felt like it felt uncontested. Tactician's Crown to boot on this one. Vile has got a ton of resources to work with in terms of board strength.
Yeah, this one's interesting because this board doesn't super benefit from that Tactician's Crown unless you can get to 8 and get those really strong units that support it. So he's in this awkward position now where I don't think he can roll until about 4-2 because, again, like finding things like Vi 2, more Jinxes isn't really going to spike the board. You need stuff like the Senna, for example, or the Scion, the Zeri 2 that are really going to spike it. And rolling on 7 might just blow that advantage since you didn't get any items out of your cash out.
I mean, how much more do you need as well? I mean, you already have a Zeri, you've got the items loaded up, you have a 25 stack Dino now.
Yeah, it'll be close. So, looking across the rest of the lobby, though, Goobums is gonna end up losing, so he doesn't get to go full streak, unfortunately. Otherwise, across the board, lobby's pretty close. And now Vanilla, who's down to 35 health, same as Vile, definitely the player that's a little worried. Full loss streaked all of stage 3, unfortunately.
Goobums even spent the gold on these last rounds too. He wasn't messing around and just trying to save up the gold and stack up to 7 and then, get to 8. Goobums was very aggressively pushing like the rest of the lobby does. And I don't feel like that Goobums is a player who is super greedy with resources. And so to see that gold get spent and to pick up losses on that, I think that is a little bit of a wake up for Goobums and the rest of the lobby at that point. Like nobody's messing around at this one. You could not afford to be greedy, especially if you're getting lower on health at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're going to see the big roll down here. Vanilla, we know, looking for that Kaisa, that Yasuo, instantly finds the Kaisa, sells that, is going to try to get some big challenger in. Finds the Gwen as well, which is nice. If you can find one more Kaisa, might be in a really solid position. Rise with Ionia is also really good in this case. That Ionia Rise is going to be able to stun some people, heal some people, and provide some extra attack speed. So overall, some interesting options here. Has the Gwen 2 at least? I feel like the Gwen 2 was kind of the big hit here, but not a lot of great items for that Gwen 2, as we know the items were built for that Yasuo that we just never hit.
If you saw Vile in the bottom left of that as well, Vile is putting together just a massive board to go along with what's there. I cannot wait to see how that board is going to start crushing. But for this one, though, Vanilla has to start putting together wins, and it is already looking tough as he queues into Kiyun here. Kiyun has a very strong board put together, and the healing orbs just taking over this fight.
Yeah, and again, I have to call out that Kiyun playing something he normally hasn't all tournament. So it seems like we're seeing a pivot that, you know, he may not have been comfortable with, but he's been able to play it well. Now sitting in 4th place, 60 health. But this is not what we saw the first day in 2 games from Kiyun. So really interesting to see that adjustment here. Finds the Yasuo at least, so that's going to give him the option here of going 6th Challenger. He's got that in. He gets to put the Deathblade where he wants it. Great Yasuo items. This is looking like a great board. It's just now you got to get everything upgraded, right? This is how do you find those 2-star champions? I like the play here, by the way, to move the Ionic Spark onto the Gwen. That's also good. So we've got 3 carries here with that bulk. Plenty of damage from the augments. If he can find Yasuo 2 and Kaisa 2, this can be a top 4. But without that, this still might not be strong enough in this lobby.
I feel like Vanilla has played these turns about 6 times as fast as I would normally play them. This has been so... Oh my gosh. The immediate Shurima there on T-Lide's side. This is not what you're wanting to see. Great dashes from the Yasuo, though. You do like to see that. This Yasuo did so much work to make sure that this got chopped down here as well. T-Lide's taking a loss here, but T-Lide's hasn't spent any gold. So for Vanilla, I feel like that's a little bit of a breather where you just, you know, you're not taking these huge, tough fights, so you have a little bit more time to make sure that you can get your board together. Because right now, I feel like a ton of 1-stars is really what's hurting Vanilla's board in that spot. As we take a look at Prestivent, and Prestivent's board here is looking pretty solid as well. This is plenty of shred. He's got the 2 items we've been seeing everyone lean towards as we got into the later stages of this tournament now, and Challenger really taking that #1 spot that everyone seems to be gunning for is like the default, I would say. And Prestivent here 1 Challenger off of getting to that 8 Challenger spot. I feel like this board's pretty good, but this is also not the matchup you want to face.
Yeah, for sure. On the other side, we do see Vile has got that Zeri 2, got that fully itemized, looking pretty good here, and so should be able to melt through most of the challengers here. And sure enough, that's going to be a loss for Prestivent. And I think the big thing to call out is Darthnub with that 50 gold and Telitis with that 66 gold, right? Those are boards that haven't spiked yet, and on 4-5, I have to imagine can spike really well. Oh,
yeah, I was just about to say Darthnub with Petricite Chains.
So yeah, we have not seen Garen much at all this tournament. And again, Garen has been a comp that has been dominating sort of the lower elo bracket really well. But with that Petricite Chains and pumping up, this is definitely the best version of Garen there is out there. And so this comp can solidly top 4 with something like 7 Demacia and that Garen. If you can get the Garen 3, then it can turn into a top 1. Sometimes it does struggle to take down the Shens, the Sejuanis, and the Terriks, though, so that's the thing you have to watch out for with that build.
Yeah, I got a glimpse of that at the bottom there, too, trying to figure out exactly where they're taking that one. I feel like I've seen that comp so few times because it either gets pushed to its limits and it does nothing because it's being forced, or it's kind of got every tool at its disposal and it just completely runs over the game with an augment style exactly like Darthnub has set up for that one. So we're at T-Light's side right now at 18 points as we came into this 4th game, and 7 Shurima is certainly nothing to scoff at. We saw this board take a loss, but look at how much 1-star is still on this board and how much can still be upgraded here. For T-Lides, this rolldown was not the best that you've ever seen, but we're talking Paranasus, Pair of Azir, and you're getting that huge buff by having just 1 unit in that Godwilla's Grove spot. That Strategist is such a big difference for this one. As soon as T-Lides is able to upgrade these units, this is a major difference for how the board's going to work.
Yeah, it does feel like the items are a little bit struggling here. We have so many utility items, right? We have the Sunfire, we have the Shiv, we have the Gunblade, that there isn't really a lot of damage out there on the board, and that kind of worries me a little bit. Normally, if you can get the 7 Shurima and you get something like the Nasus 2 with 3 really strong items, he can survive a long time. But even that, all the tank items are on the Renekton, so it definitely doesn't feel like one of the most capped versions of the Shurima board that we can see.
I feel like I'm telling the same story with every single board right now, where it's everyone's missing key 2-star units.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, what's going? This feels like night and day of the lobbies that you and I have been casting over the last couple days.
Yeah, here again we see 6 Sorcerer, but 6 Sorcerer really needs that Lux 2 or like a Vel'Koz 2 or 3 with Multicaster, but we're just not seeing any of that, right? But that being said, if you look right now, Kyun is on a 4-round win streak, so doing pretty solid.
The board's still powerful, no doubt. It's how powerful the board can get by comparison. You know, there's still a bunch of key items here. It's Zephyr to peel off some of this backline. You have the Ionic Spark coupled with a Lux. That's a ton of shred that you're getting on top of that. To go along with it, too, it's the Jeweled Gauntlet. So you're having a ton of crit damage available for this. And it's just a matter of how everyone is not at their peak right now. I feel like that's what these 6 Sorcerer compositions can really take advantage of the most, is that you're missing a key piece. Here's a bunch of damage. How can your team handle it?
Now, look at these lobby standings, by the way. Goobums, for example, we know went on that 9-win streak, is now on a 4-loss streak and sitting in 3rd at 41 health. So that's a little scary for Goobums. Darthnub also on a 2-loss streak down to 16. Vile is on a win streak, but did lose a round in between his cash out now, so isn't necessarily super strong. And then Kyun, as we're watching right now with this Lux 1, but gotta go fast in Infusion, providing just a ton of ability to blow things up really fast. Kyun is sitting in first place with 50 gold, and no one else in the lobby really has a ton of gold except for Vanilla and Vile. So we're seeing these big roll downs here. Darthnub 1 Garen away. You can see it on the left side there. Does find the Garen 3. So this is the first Garen 3 I think we've seen all weekend. So we'll have to see how well that can do.
Woo. Yeah, that's a big jump in power for Kyun at this point. The items really, I'd say the thing that's missing from this, the Demacia able to, I'd say, make up a lot of difference for what Kyun is missing at this point. But this is a Zephyr in each corner right now. So if you're playing against Kyun, you really have to keep an eye on what's going on here. And so for Darthnub, this is a critical round and immediately gets targeted. Lux, so close to taking this down. How is Garen still alive? Feels like it's been hanging on for the entire fight.
Right, but you can see here why in higher elo Garen has been struggling, right? Lux just melted that Garen, and it wasn't able to really ramp up and get that attack speed built up that it needed to be able to get a win. And so even with a Garen 3 losing here, kind of showing the weakness of that comp and maybe why we haven't seen it all weekend.
It's definitely looking like it's a little bit rough. I'm curious how the items are there as well. Like, is this ideal items for Garen? I mean, I certainly would say not on Darthnub's side.
Yeah, it's not bad by any means. You certainly would rather have a Bloodthirster over a Gunblade, for example. The Titans is not terrible. You've got pumping up to give you the attack speed, so it's not bad by any means, but like you said, not quite ideal. Looking at Precedence board's really interesting here because he's playing 6 Challenger, and he also has 6 Gwens. One of them is a Challenger Gwen, which is nice. He's got plenty of damage here. Maybe he can get an uncontested Gwen 3, but he is still level 7. And it's just not enough damage to get through the Shurima, it looks like. And sure enough, the Shurima is going to be able to destroy that. And that might be the end of Precedent, unfortunately. And again, with the standings so close, you really don't want these 8th or 7th. But Precedent and Darthnub dates an 8th with a Garen 3. So definitely making people question if they really want to play Demacia, that maybe it's just not going to work in these higher skill lobbies.
For Precedent and Darthnub, they were sitting at 5th and 6th in points coming into this game. So that is kind of crunching these even closer as this one goes on. If that was the story that Mortog was focused on really at the start of this, is that despite the differences that we've seen here after 3 games, it feels like everyone's still pretty close together. That's going to ensure it even more. So for Vile here at 13 points, that's great news that 2 players above you are finishing 8th and 7th in your lobby. But you said, oh no, and I feel like I'm a bit worried.
So the big thing here is he tried to move the Zeri at the last minute, but that gave up his long-distance pals. So the Zeri is not benefiting from long-distance pals, only the Jace is. So a lot of his augment power just not where he wants it. Now the good news is he wasn't punished, was able to win the fight here, but those are the kind of mistakes as he tries to dodge Zephyr when you have this augment that might just cost him a key fight, and he is down to 1 life here. 9 health is not going to be able to survive anything but 1 fight in stage 5.
Getting a glimpse at items that are available here. I'm not seeing anyone missing super key 2-star units. I feel like there can definitely be some improvements here, but feels like for the most part everyone's got their stuff put together.
Yeah, I think the big story here is Kyun, which kind of looks like one of the weaker boards, but with those augments and fusion, gotta go fast, was able to put together something, those 2 Zephyrs, buying him the time he needs to give the Lux ramping up time, get those bursts down, and then gets the Taric on their backline. So a really good variation of the Sorcerer comp from Kyun here. If he can power it up just a little bit more here, both he and Replay holding on to that gold. You can see 40 gold for Kyun, 23 for Replay, whereas everybody else has spent all theirs. Can they turn that around? And here we're kind of seeing a slightly weaker version of the same comp, right? 6 Sorcerer with that Lux, but still stuck on that Lux 1. Not much hope of seeing a Lux 2, and that is going to be a massive difference here.
Yeah, I was about to say, Goobums feels like the one player who's really missing something on that one. He does have a Rise here that's on Ionia, so this is going to be a little bit more crowd control for this team than you would normally have. I'm not sure it's exactly what you're looking for in this matchup, but you know what? Any time is damage when you're playing this one, and for Goobums, I feel like Goobums is trying to hang on for everything he's got, and that is not going to do it. Goobums so close to having a strong board here, but just missing one key unit is the difference. But it's 5-5 at this point. You got to have a board, or it's not going to stay together. Replay taking a hit, and right now everyone's fighting for 5th place, which you don't want to have at this point. You know, everything feels like it's been so close the whole time. It's still no exception here.
Yeah, the big thing there is, again, we talked about Goobum started this game with a 9-round win streak and then ends up in 6th place. So just couldn't put the comp together, unfortunately. And that's the kind of thing that can really rattle you, right? Where you think you're in such a good position and then it all falls apart, right? Were you over aggressive? Did you blow your gold at the wrong time? What happened here? And so now we're looking at this Talitis board. And again, 7 Shurima good, but unfortunately, definitely the hardest matchup here up against the Piltover Cash Out. But since we have the Shurima Senna as well as the Azir, as long as you can buy a little time, might be okay. It's just this one item Nasus has me really worried. That Heimer stun was really big, stopping the Senna and the Azir, and that is probably going to be it, unfortunately. Azir trying to get caught up, but no, it's just not enough. And even the 7 Shurima board doesn't quite, barely get the top 4 because Replay got knocked out by 1 more health. Whew.
-4 to -3.
Whew.
That is just, it's so close there.
Yeah.
It's a heartbreaker. Just everyone's even closer now as this continues to happen too. Replay was sitting at 17 in points. T-Lides is sitting at 18 in points. It's important to note that those 2 players are practicing together as well. Replay is in a study group for this. T-Lides was not, but was studying with Replay individually on that one. So, you know, the 2 of them taking these very close finishes here, I feel like it's, you know, spells a lot for how much the information is going to dictate some of your playstyle here. So for Kyun now, Kyun needs a big finish in this one, and he's completely turned it around. He came into this game on 9 points. That is 3 bot 4s on average for this, and he has to turn it around. He has turned it around now. But it's not just this one game. Kyun needs a night and day performance from the first 3 that are happening here. So this has to be like a complete swap in strategy. And he's played pretty much the exact opposite of what we've seen him typically do, which is stack up tons of resources, go for a big push on 3-5. In this one, it was consistent strength the entire time.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of game that I hope instills some confidence in Kyun, because he came in with one strat. That strat wasn't working. Game 3 has pivoted it and has now found some success. So can that success continue? Unfortunately, he's going to get mowed down here by these challengers, but he still has 50 gold. He can power up really well, and if he finds an Ahri here, he's going to be able to get that Sorcerer Ionia version. I think he can even afford 1 more turn. He's going to use it now. That's only 17 gold to roll with, so it's a little scary here. If he could have bought 1 more turn, maybe, but Vanilla right now is just so strong in the lobby. Finds a Heimerdinger, which is okay, but again, really trying to find that Ahri here, unfortunately, and isn't going to be able to find it. Looking at Vanilla's board, we see again the 6th Challenger. This is the line we were expecting to do well, and he was able to finally get those pieces. We saw the items were great, but now that he has the Yasuo 2, the Kaisa 2, the Cybernetic Bulk, everything is worked out. He's got that Know Your Enemy augment, which is great. And again, you look at these Yasuo items, they're just perfect, going to do a ton of damage, heal up. Up against Vile, though, who has definitely been the strong player. If the Yasuo can get on the Zeri, which did happen, yep. And so Vanilla continuing the streak with the challengers, looking real strong here, and might just take this to a first place.
Wow. I mean, you mentioned it too, that challengers is really going to display itself. when the lobbies do not have a ton of extra resources
Yep.
to use. And I feel like Godwill's Grove is kind of going the complete opposite of that, where it's forcing you to spend your resources more so. So not only are you getting limited on that, but Challengers is benefiting a ton from the fact that they're getting that extra board space there. It's not really much of a surprise, I'd say, to see this composition doing so well. And like you said, the items here are like picture perfect on Yasuo. I feel like Yasuo has either been a big sustain unit where you're loading up like Warmogs and Bloodthirster, or it's exactly what you're seeing here. It's an Edge Knight to keep it alive, and then a ton of damage piled on to try to get the work done. 2 Zephyrs, though. Can this change the way this is working?
Yeah, the Zephyrs don't look like they're hitting anything super key here. A 1-star Callista not really going to make or break the fight. It's going to come down to, can Lux get on a key target like the Kai'Sa or maybe the Yasuo? Yasuo, though, still hasn't even procced that Edge of Night. Oh, does proc it, though. So Lux doing some major burn. This Kai'Sa ult will determine the fight. There it is. Whew.
Really close. I can see Vanilla saying something over there. I wonder exactly what's going through Vanilla's mind in that spot.
Oh.
In a carousel. Is that Heimer rolling around with a Sorcerer Spat?
That is definitely a major bailout here, as that is Heimer 2 and a Sorcerer Emblem. So now if he can find an Ahri, he can go 8 Sorcerer. That's all he really needs. Okay, he sold the Heimer earlier, though, so he's definitely kicking himself a little bit for that. Wasn't able to find that, so just really needs that Ahri. He could consider putting something else in the Godwillow Grove now. Is going to do that to allow him to move the Zephyr to maybe make a key difference here. Ooh. But yeah, it seems like the early level combined with a few greedy cells kind of cost him here from hitting sort of his peak cap that he might have been able to hit.
I personally agreed with the early level, though. You had a Shen 2 sitting on the bench, and that was a big addition to that. You know, I don't blame him for leveling whatsoever. It's just these last little bits have cost so much gold. So now frees up one of the Zephyrs to try to cheese it here. Lands it onto Yasuo. How much of a difference is that? We're going to find out here in this one. Yasuo stays in the front line with that dash. He gets immediately struck down as well. Kiyun has a ton of front line left. I think Kiyun's going to another round here.
Yep, for sure. The Lux being able to melt through both those champions was massive here. This Lux ult should finish it. And yep, that turned it around, ending Vanilla's streak here. So we've got one more life for Vanilla. Kiyun could win. He doesn't necessarily die here on a loss. Has the Rise 2 if he wants it, which I do think could work. It is a really powerful version of this Rise. I like the choice here to slam it. I almost wish you had a Sorcerer Emblem on it, but that's okay. The Sorcerer Emblem on Shen should be pretty good. Uses the item remover for the Zephyr here, and so Zephyrs might just be the key difference here. Vanilla really needs Yasuo to avoid this Zephyr. That feels like that's what it's going to come down to.
Well, it's a big one here. Let's get nailed here.
Oh,
he's going to go for Kai'Sa here as well. Honestly, I feel like that could be just as impactful.
Yeah.
Yasuo, once again, stays in the front line here. And Shen, it feels like Shen is untouched. So Vel'Koz getting some good damage in. Yasuo getting closer to Lux. This could be a disaster. Just kind of depends. This is close. This is very close. You see a big difference, and Lux gets knocked down. Kiyun, though, we're going to stage 7.
These fights are really close, and I think it really comes down to the positioning. I think Yasuo needs to stay as far away from that Lux as possible until he's ready to go in for the kill. We saw there that Yasuo was able to Edge of Night, stay away, and that allowed him to get to that backline, even through the Zephyr. But when he lost the fight, it was because Lux got on it really early. So I think keeping Yasuo kind of in the middle of the clump here is going to be kind of the key to success. But that also means you've got to deal with the Jarvan, right? And so this last thing, by the way, this is always where it gets tricky, right? Because what comes from the anvil? Do you get a Shroud? Do you get a Zephyr? Okay, so Vanilla got a Zephyr here. That's a big upgrade. On Kiyun's side, we're going to wait and see what he gets. Trying to roll down, see if he can find an upgrade. Still no Ahris, unfortunately. Oh, Aatrox 2 on the side of Vanilla as well. That's massive. So he's got the Zephyr. If he can Zephyr the Lux, that'll be a big difference here. We do see the Zephyr get moved on that side. There's the Ahri, but I think it's just too late. There's just no gold to work with, unfortunately. And so this is going to come down to, it feels like Zephyr in positioning is going to make the difference.
Kiyun's still going to crack the anvil here as well.
Shroud.
Time.
Too late.
Oh, he didn't land it in time. And the Zephyr here on the Vel'Koz, that's a lot of damage cut down. Now, Ahri right here in the middle. I'm sorry, Lux right here in the middle. This does feel like it keeps Lux a little bit more safe here, but the front line just gets blown up on Kiyun's side. I feel like this wasn't even close when it got to that point. Vanilla here with a pretty easy win on that one. I think Kiyun was just a little bit too time pressured, and finding those units a little bit late, there's so much to process there. So for Vanilla picking up a win here, it's going to strengthen their spot. They were sitting at 15 points, right at that spot, tied for that 8th place position here. This is like rocketing forward as to how close all these lobbies are.
And Admirable, that was a player that you had also pointed out is like, okay, can Vanilla actually keep this up, be able to make this breakout performance? And really, what is it about Vanilla's playstyle that you feel like is just impressive and also getting the job done here today?
It's just been clean. You know, Vanilla hasn't been competing, I'd say, for a ton of time here. I think it was like set 7 is really when he got started. And it just, you know, when you first start competing here, you're not always going to have these massive breakout results. And that was kind of exactly what we saw. And then in set 8, I'm pretty sure he took the whole set off on that one. And then, it just came out in this set right here. Freljord Cup had a great performance, and now it's finding themselves in the mid-set. And this is just exactly what's getting it done here. It's knowledge and confidence, I think, kind of mixed with the experience at this point as well. It looks like he's kind of fought through a lot of the nerves, and right here we saw how quickly the decisions were made. These were like laser fast augment decisions that are coming through and just putting together first with it. So I'm very impressed with what I've seen from Vanilla so far, despite having been impressed in the past as well. And it's that work that really is, I think, showing off at this point.
I feel like on top of that as well, I mean, more this set in particular, there's so many different randomized elements. Not only do you have your legend option, but you have all of the augments, and sometimes you just have to deal with the hand that you're dealt. But how impressive really is it for a player to have these types of mechanics, especially coming up just only like a set and a half ago?
Yeah, I think the best players right now are the ones that have familiarized themselves with all, like you said, all those elements, and they understand their strengths and their weaknesses and how to play them. You know, shout out to Kiyun, who did switch lines here and get a second place playing something he wasn't familiar with. But I do want to call out that, like, I think some of those stumbles we saw at the end were due to that lack of familiarity, right? That's what happens when you play one comp for so long and then have to pivot. You kind of understand most of it, but those are the differences between knowing when to level, when to roll down, when to slam items, what you're looking for, how to position. And you could see there, he just wasn't quite sure at the end, and that lack of confidence at this skill level, that's the difference between first and second, right? And so those players that are willing to learn the game and all of its in and outs, those are the ones I think we'll see succeed the most.
Well, that also goes back to your previous point where it's so close right now, the race between all of these players, that they have to play perfect, clean TFT. So we ended up getting a chance to see that out of Vanilla's first, but let's take a look at what's also happening over in Lobby B, because it's going to be Dish Soap. Getting a little bit of a comeback here. Admirable, that's really exciting.
That's a big win for Dish Soap. He was at 13 points coming in now. That's going to put him up to 21 points. And for Milk is solidifying that spot as well. Was sitting at 15 points. I feel like the story continues here, and really the player that's, I think, running away with a little bit more with it because of this is actually Kurum, where Kurum was sitting at 18 points, tied for first place this one, and another top 3 that gets put up here. You know, Kurum, I feel like, is a player that you always talk about how strong Kurum is and how strong Kurum is done, but it doesn't feel like players are really fearing him in a lot of these tournaments. It's just, he's friendly, he's around, he does well. But I feel like when you're seeing this happen now, and Kurum is once again sitting in those top 3 spots, Kurum is one of those players you should be fearing having in your lobby. I don't necessarily think he's the best at capping boards, but he is one of the best at making sure that he is not losing in a tournament. He's so good at finding himself in top 4s where I feel like he has no justice being there.
Kurum's going to be at the top of the standings, but Mort, what do you make about how everything else is shaking out right now?
So now we're seeing a bit of a gap, right? You look at that replay to Vlay gap. That's a little scary, that 2-point gap. Everyone's still in it. No one's eliminated. But now the players, Darth Nub and below, have to make some big swings or hope that all the tops start underperforming, because, man, this is going to be rough now. And we only have 2 more games. And again, the competition's been tight all day, but Goobums, I'm Jack, Robin, Kuhn, Darth Nub really got to pull something out right now. And so we want to keep an eye on them. And again, players like Milk and Soju, just don't go 8th. Just, you know, again, because if we expect 27, 28 to be that cutoff, you're close, right? Just play some strong top 4s, play it safe, and don't throw it. That's all you got to do.
You say that like it's easy. especially at this level of competition. And sometimes it just isn't quite that simple. But
That's
if
fair.
it's
That's
any
fair.
player that can get it done, it's definitely these ones, that's for sure. But it is only 2 games left, which means you got to go prepared for that. We've got to reseed these lobbies, get us ready to go, and then we're going to be back with game number 5. So don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back to day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. We only have 2 games to go before we figure out which 8 players are going to be moving on to tomorrow. And these 2 games, Casanova, it does not get any tenser than this, especially after we just saw the overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, the standings are just so close, right? Usually Crone and I would come into, a game 5 and we'd be like, we're trying to set the stage. for this game 6, see who's in, you know, the best positions, who's not in such good positions. Really, everyone's kind of still in it, and the margins, at least in the top like 12, are very slim, right? It's very close to who is going to be in the best spot after this. So really, it's like standings when the dust settles after game 5, then we can hand it off to Morton Admiral to bring us home and see what's going to happen there.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this game has a lot of consequences to so many players in this lobby. Crow, and there are a few in this lobby that this is kind of make or break for them anyway. Like, just to be able to stay in it and comfortably, like, who are you really looking towards right now that needs to try to make that comeback and, like, now?
Yeah, so we set the stage earlier with that being Broccoli and AMD in game 3, and they did pretty well for themselves. They're currently sitting at 10th and 11th, but now there are a couple players even lower than them in this lobby, and that's Robin and I'm Jack. And Robin unfortunately took another uncharacteristic 8th place in the last game, trying to play Tristana from, you know, only having one Tristana early, was forced on a Deathfire Grassborn item on the Tristana, which people kind of like, huh, I don't know about that one. And Robin's sitting here like, no guys, it's actually like maybe not that bad, trust, it's like maybe actually okay. But it was seemed pretty bad and went 8th from a little bit of a, you know, low roll, as well as not being in a great spot for it. But I'm Jack as well is a player who I think very well can do that, and we saw Brock and MD do it with a comeback earlier, and I think I'm Jack has the potential to do it alongside Robin, of course, because not seeing Robin on the final day, like, right, it would feel so weird.
I think that is when we would actually just see the world turn upside down. So hopefully we get a chance to see that happen a little bit better in this next game. As we go ahead and get right into it, it's game number 5, and the stakes are high for this one.
All right, thank you, Necra. Game 5 of day 2 of the mid-set finale here, Crowan. Aaron Mount.
Okay.
Going to be where we are headed. It's going to be a lot of extra items early on with these 3 anvils. And then how many Ginsus? Place your bets. How many Ginsus do we see at the start here from the Aaron Mount?
At the start?
4?
3, 4? Seems like
I'm thinking 4. 4 is
Okay.
my... That's where I'm placing my bets. Is 4
Yeah.
Ginsus. And this is without... We can't see people's items first, right? Like, you know, it's just... How many are people going to try and slam it? I think 4. I think half the lobby tries to get on a Ginsu.
I think it's a pretty safe guess, honestly. My mind went to 4 as well, but then I was like, oh, okay, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. I just want to, you know, not go too bold there, but I don't think it's bold at all. I think with as many compositions as Ginsu's fits into, we've talked about them a lot, but just briefly, right, the Aphelios, the Azir Lux, and even the Challengers with the Callista. And Challengers we've seen do so fantastic, and honestly, a lot of that success isn't really around the Callista as much, and maybe a little bit in the early game, but really it's when we see the Yasuo 2 and Kai'Sa 2 with 3 items, but also Gwen making its way onto a lot of the challenger boards, right? You slap any kind of items on Gwen, be it like a Hodge, a Gunblade, you know, JG, even things like Ionic Spark. She's great to carry, especially to pair with that Kai'Sa doing that extra AP damage in the backline.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gwen has been a really great flex unit to just fit on a board as a Gwen 2 with some items, because she doesn't need her synergies to actually still just be useful, right?
She's 2 Shadow Isles, all she needs.
Yeah, she's better with 2 Shadow Isles, maybe some Slayers, but like she does fine when you just fit her in, and especially if you can get like an early Senna, then it just feels great. You just flex a Senna Gwen onto a board, and it's really, really powerful. So taking a look at Vanilla, hey, there's a bow. Could be a Ginsu. Actually, if any player to maybe not slam the Ginsu, actually Vanilla's one of them that maybe won't. Overcharge mana front being offered, that's gotten rid of. Doesn't want to commit to this Sorks. Early education, if there was a Callista, there's a really strong line that you can play with early education, especially because there is an open bow and it's on Aaron Mount. That would have been really good, but it's not open, so just goes for the healing orbs instead.
Yeah, Healing Orb's nice generic augment. I do see a lot of players trying to away from it. They think that the value isn't quite as good. But there's a Ginsu, like we're talking about it. Vanilla maybe the one to not slam that as frequently, but I think there's a good argument for it, especially with the potential for an IE there. It's still a very fine item. We've seen that on Aphelios throughout the day. There it is, Cass. 1 out of 4 Ginsus for the prediction. Can we get the other 3?
Yeah, Ginsu and a sword. I wonder if the slam is actually Giant Slayer instead of IE. A lot of players don't really like IE. Vanilla's maybe just not gonna slam. I was wondering if it would be, but because Vanilla didn't level up, I think they are more open to the loss.
Yeah, and they're not even going to kill a unit here, it seems like, especially with the Bramble coming from T-Lides and the Deathblade Black Cleaver. The boss, again, I feel like it actually hasn't been that many games of the boss, but we've seen so many of them. We've seen like 3 or 4 in our games. So maybe we just have the good luck charm there for that one. But move over to Dish Soap. Going to be playing early AP direction with the Shojin and Jugalit Slam. And like I talked about earlier, Dish Soap did bottom 4 the first 3 games of the tournament, but then found a lobby win, and all of a sudden is sitting comfortably in 6th place, right? Those bonus points carrying a huge amount of weight here, but Dish Soap is back where we expect him to be towards the top.
Yeah, even without those bonus points, he'd be sitting in 8th. He would be in the top half, considering only 1 top 4 in the first 4 games. So it really was the the mitigation of being able to find those 5th and 6th. A lot of other players, getting the 7th and 8th. Because there hasn't been anyone running away with the lobby. So a lot of people have, a couple top 4s, a couple bot 4s, but Dish's bot 4s were just high value. So Dish being able to make it happen once again, going up against Broccoli, the boss, coming through, get a cast before the Jhin. Uh-oh. Does the Akshan get there? He does not. Dish actually on a 2 loss, so maybe not the worst thing in the world to get that one. I can look for that perfect loss streak. Probably going to be tough to get there with Vanilla going on a loss, as well as AMD being a little bit more aggressive about their loss, staying on level 3.
Yep. Can't keep the boss down, Kaz. He's gonna just take it into the backline and do enough damage, even in the early game. And that 2-item slam as well was really important. Speaking of item slams, we replay with a Titans BT and Death's Defiance for the Darius. And Noxus has not really been that much in the conversation this tournament, outside of a couple of games, specifically one with Prestivant playing it and got to first place. But outside of that, Noxus has been, not too contested and hasn't found too much success either.
I would say that one way it can get there is Death's Defiance Darius, because of how strong that Ornn item is with Darius. However, considering the prevalence of the Bastions, of these like very tanky front lines, it has felt like the Dariuses that are succeeding are the ones who have Shred, those Last Whispers, or the Obsidian Cleaver. And so even though 2 of these items I would consider like absolute BIS Darius, Death's Defiance and the Titan's Resolve, having a Bloodthirster instead of either just like more damage to try and mitigate the fact that there's resistances, or actually having Shred, is going to be a lot harder. And if he does commit to this route, which it feels like that's pretty committal since those slams are so great for Darius, I think Replay needs to find that Heimer, needs to find the Shred in the late game for it to actually end up being, a top 4 and better composition.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point, but thinking about how you get there, how you get to the Heimer, it's going to be off of going level 8, unless you get super lucky, high roll Heimer on 7, and kind of luck into a Noxus emblem. It's really hard to fit all that in, especially with thinking that this composition does like to reroll at level 7 to the Darius 3, and the Katarina. You could go level 8 if you're playing from points of being really ahead, but especially with replay taking that loss, the econ's going to be hurting, not going to be strong enough, I think, to take these mid-game and early game fights. So I don't know if replay will be able to get that reach that cap and really pilot this to a win.
All right, well, jumping on board with I'm Jack, right? He's at 14 points, taking 15th place towards the bottom 2 of our leaderboard. He needs a big game, right? This needs to kind of be a first or a second for Jack to feel like he's got a good shot of making it to day 3. And he's playing Master Yi, so he's looking for that Aphelios. His items are already just perfect, right? Redemption for the front line is fantastic for this comp. He has Ginsu Deathblade. Jack has a lot of HP as well to work with. It's actually pretty nice to play this from win streak, trying to level up early. If he can find that Aphelios early before it gets too contested, before too many people grab it, because we've seen these Ginsus getting slammed, Jack has a good spot to find that win. We've seen the Aphelios do it so many times, but it's really scary to be playing such a contested comp when you need this to happen.
And this is a pivot from the playstyle Jack was playing yesterday. He came into the day playing 6 games of Ornn, says maybe not so good, not good enough today. Need to go that Yi style for the Aphelios, just because, right, we talked about at the beginning of the day, the stats do support multiple players. Even with as much as it is contested, they're oftentimes both finding top 4s in the same lobby. So Jack's saying, hey, if they can do it, I can do it too.
All right, and yeah, so far I like his spot though. He's finding some pieces. He's found a couple Targon pieces that will make the board. If he finds, Taric upgrade, Soraka upgrade, that's already putting you in a really good spot to just hit the big bring it home pieces. But running into Broccoli on 2-6, trying to win streak into Krugs, this is tough because you have to deal with the boss. Luckily, it's only 1 star. He does get through it. Actually going to end Broccoli's streak as well. Actually, Broccoli had lost another one, so Broccoli didn't have the streak here. Jack going to maintain his streak through Krugs. This is a very, very solid position. Needs this big game, and he's making it happen. The other player who needs the big game is going to be Robin, so we'll keep our eyes on Robin's spot. It seems like right now he has a lot of gold going into Krugs.
Yeah, only 9 board value, right? This is kind of the story of all these board values being dish soap, actually well ahead of everybody else. We've had 19, but everyone in the bottom 4 had less than 10 board value working with, going for lost streaks. AMD the only one to 5 streak into Krugs, and did it with 76 HP. Really, really nice, making a lot of gold. Has item slams that are a little awkward, I will say, because there's the Shiv and Ionic Spark, right? So a little bit of less value as you would expect, but he does have a lot of invokers, and invokers have been a composition we've talked about a lot. Really miss the mark when you are playing from behind. AMD might get stuck in that direction.
I mean, I think he's got Combat Caster, right? This is one of the high roll augments with the invokers.
Yeah,
it does lend towards playing it, but I wonder if he just plays it for the mid game. These items still feel like he wants to play Lux Azir, which has been the favored comp for AMD. I think it's one of the reasons he actually is a player that doesn't mind slamming Shiv early on. And yes, it's a little redundant with the Ionic, but Shiv in the early game does still provide a lot of extra damage just from the proc being able to go around. So I wonder if this is just AMD slamming that early. It's going to end up on an Azir later, and he wants to still play into that same line that he's been playing, and just using 4 invokers with Combat Caster as a mid game. But it still is netting a loss streak. It's not a horrible amount of HP that's been lost. 3-1. He's lost all the way through. Still above 70. Well, just dropped below 70 HP. But still a lot of gold. He's incredibly rich.
Yeah, he has a ton of gold. Notably still playing a Bard as well. And yeah, just going to be taking the standard augment, get a little bit of gold, get an item as well, completed item. Giant Slayer perhaps the take here, because you can't really fit anything else frontline onto the Galio. Already have Ionic Spark for the shred. Yeah, Giant Slayer is the pickup.
Yeah, it's forced to be Giant Slayer at this point. It's certainly not one you're too upset about, but it really was the only option that AMD had presented. But it works for the Lux Azir. It's a great Lux item, and it works fine on Azir as well, just depending on what he hits first. And especially the fact that he's item carrying Soraka makes me lean towards that way.
We're playing the bottom left, rolling pretty heavily to get this Noxus board online. Did find Darius too, but I think that's, pretty set and done there. Replay is kind of committing to that Noxus line, or with the Darius early, having those 3 items.
Yeah, he's on a 3 streak. He lost earlier, broke his streak, but he's streaking once again, and by rolling all the way down, hitting Darius 2, I expect Replay to actually streak all throughout stage 3, so it did look like he hit quite a lot of that board, upgrading a lot of the frontline units alongside the Darius, which I think is the big factor.
Rolled pretty heavily to do that, though, as we see the gold, right? He's literally only on 1 gold right now. Very, very broke. So if he's not winning these rounds, that would be... Okay, he did win. He is on a 4 streak here, so we can breathe a sigh of relief a little bit with that one. AMD still, I'm just watching that, 7 loss streak, but still 60 HP. This is a great board efficiency, I'll say, at making sure that he's going to be able to get to, level 7, roll it down and really find direction from that point. But taking a look at Robin, Deathfire Grasp yet again in 2 games in a row. However, this time it's not on a Tristana, and it's on a Cassiopeia with some really solid items for the AP tree.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like this spot a lot better. Gibbs,
just a
blue
little
buff
bit.
JG with the Deathfire. Really great frontline, right? Has found that Ionic alongside a Warmogs, the open chain. That can be Sunfire later on. I mean, this is definitely very good. AMD has done a great job preserving life with this really, kind of crappy Invoker board alongside Combat Caster, so it just kind of makes it work. And even against Rock, I actually thought this was going to be a massive loss. It's a 3-unit loss.
Just
so
a 3-0.
AMD's still not even taking bad losses against players I think have very strong boards, like Robin Songs is on this streak.
Yeah, taking a look at AMD's roll down in the next turn, I believe, probably going to be going to 7, rolling down a lot of gold, will be really indicative of where he'll end up in this game. But taking a look at Carousel, where everybody is at, Cast, only see 2-3 Rage Blades popping around here. So didn't quite get to the 4, it looks like, but Because a lot of players are leaning in this AP direction, I think, more often than than might expect. Oh, and then the one who's not is the replay with the Noxus, who's still AD, but not around the Rage Blade.
Yep, a lot more AP, but yeah, as you said, we still have, 3 AD players. Is definitely going to be contesting that Aphelios. Jack, I think, is still in the best position, but he could just, not hit right away. As we do have AMD's roll down, looks like he will still buy Invokers for now, but he finds a Lux. That's going to be a massive hit. Azir is kind of the one he wants a little bit more at this stage because his items are a little bit more lean towards Azir, and there he's going to find it. He rolled past it, not actually going the support unit. So because of Combat Caster, maybe he is considering staying in the Invoker line. He found a Nasus as well. I think, Azir Lux was still positioned really nicely with the items.
Yeah, the Combat Caster point that you bring up is, I think, really the big tipping point. Doesn't think that's going to be enough value in the Azir Lux line, even with finding both of them. The Invoker spot that AMD is at, though, augments aside, is not going to be on great items. It's just one Giant Slayer for like a Karma, not even on Karma 2 after rolling down to 10 gold, level 7. It seems a little bit tunnel vision-y, I'll say, from that spot, not being open to anything else, even if it is just a bridge point between the mid and the late game. Selling a Soraka 1 to play an Azir and play the Lux just for right now might have actually allowed AMD to win a couple of rounds before Wolves.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, like, you'll take that 1 unit loss, seeing as that you went down to 10 gold and might as well just get that loss streak econ. But when you roll that much, you usually don't want to lose. I mean, we'll take the fake loss, right? We'll let that happen, but
not even
really needs to get it online and start winning rounds. He's dropped to 46 at this point on a 9 loss, which usually, I mean, that's impressive, right? 9 loss, 46. That's very good, but you have to start winning eventually, right? We can't just bleed out to 0.
Definitely. Looking at T-Lides, a player who is on everybody's mind after yesterday's competition, getting first place. Still doing pretty dang good on the day today. 23 points, 3rd place currently. And this board is alright. It's nothing crazy, nothing to write home about. Has a little bit of an Urgot 2-Zon action, but the Samira really is the key. And we see a lot of players actually get stuck on Samira until maybe middle of stage 4. The big thing here for T-Lides is that he's level 6, 30 gold going into Wolves. Generally, you would be having enough gold to go level 7 and still be like at least 40 or 30 here at the least, but T-Lide's not in that position.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for him to bring that economy back, especially as people get stronger, and he's got to keep rolling to catch up, especially just hitting level 7. Not a lot of gold to work with. If he doesn't high roll into a composition that he wants to play, it's not going to work out great, and he is kind of tunnel towards playing either Aphelios or Zeri. Zeri usually just not where you want to go unless you're playing from Piltover, and Aphelios being contested against people who have better economies.
Robin immediately finds Zeri, but not going to be great for this already AP direction. Does want to land on some Sorks here. Has some decent hits. There is a Lux as well, so fantastic items to get Robin's little starter package here. The pair. Azir is there as well, so we could just be seeing this full pivot into Azir Lux composition. 3 items for Lux is pretty perfect. You don't need the Radiant item on her. Is perfectly fine for the Radiant item to go onto the Jarvan, and hitting Lux 2 is huge for Robin. That's exactly what he needed. Even though he doesn't have the Jarvan online, it is still okay.
Yeah, and he's got potentially Ginsu Guardbreaker for the Azir. If you really wanted to just spike your board as hard as possible,
you build
there's another
this.
options here to do this way. Yep, and it's going to be a Giant Slayer, the JG, and the Guardbreaker. It's not the highest possible cap Azir. You do want the extra attack speed on this unit for him to be the strongest he can, but the strongest right now is use every single component and make exactly that.
Yeah, it would have been so awkward of the kind of item economy there that was really efficient to do that. And like you're saying, it will have a little bit less of a cap, but right now it makes him so much stronger. But you got to think about, what does Robin want to do in this game, right? It's probably going to be getting a 1st or a 2nd place. He needs to be thinking about that, because only having 15 points right now, currently sitting at 14th place, needs a really, really big finish here. Also, we do have a note. AMD reforged the Shiv, so not going to be kind of double dipping on that shred there. But got last Whisper, which is not what he needed either.
That's probably a completely useless item no matter what direction AMD is going from here. So it's unfortunate the Shiv still would have just been better at that point.
Yeah.
Look at Robin. Yeah, it's a great point you mentioned about, trying to have the strongest board now, trying to see what he wants to play for, right? Because we're talking about he wants to play for a high cap, he wants to play for 1st. And even though technically, you know, I was talking about how Ginsu could be a higher cap item on the Azir, it's more likely that he can actually push levels and cap out higher by playing the strongest board now. So it's always like such a delicate balance in TFT on which way you actually go for things. And really the fact that he's hit this Lux 2 with these items, this should be able to carry him to level 8, be able to put together, you know, that Azir 2, find the front line with the Nasus. Could be a really good spot. Surprising that this fight was as close as it was.
Yeah, the front line is still rather lacking. Jarvan not being there, providing time with the stun, not having that many units upgraded. It's like frontlining a Teemo and a Cassiopeia just for a little bit of that strategist shield to buy time, but it's not going to be enough for a long time for Robin. Looking at Vanilla running 6 Zon. Not a chase trait we have seen that much of at all in the event thus far, but making some massive board changes, and a Jarvan as well with the Zon mod. That's going to be absolutely insane, because that chem tank gonna explode on the whole backline and just boom, delete the board.
Yep, this is a way you can play for first from the Zeri position with Zon having the unstable chem tank onto the Jarvan. He jumps into the middle of the enemy team, and then he dies. It blows everything up. It just hits everywhere with that Empower. We're gonna watch it here. Boom. Once that's a Jarvan 2, that board is gone. Or if he can, you know, make another Warmogs, I think is just another massive way to spike this board.
Yeah, I mean, we said boom, we were like, pipe it up. It didn't kill anything, but it still was enough. It did boom. It did boom.
It did in fact boom, I will say.
It was just a small boom for now. It will be a big boom once it is Jarvan 2. However, Vanilla being on 0 gold still has a pretty long way to get there. But now moving him back over to replay, I think it's really impressive seeing what spot he was at 2-1, and then getting to a point where he's still 96 HP on a win streak, but constantly at 0 gold, right? He rolled to 0 at level 6, econ back a little bit up to 7, tried to roll rather aggressively for the Darius, is 2 away and on 0 gold now as we get into the stage 4 carousel.
Yeah, he's still very close to hitting, and the fact that he's got 96 HP, it's just a matter of time before he hits this Darius 3. And it hopefully for replay is not that much time to get there, because he will start to fall off towards the end of this stage, especially just, you know, Darius 2 is not going to be able to get it done forever. However, he's gotten all the wins he needs for the Noxus. He's stacked it up. He's just got a very strong board at this point. He's on that 10 streak, and yes, it should start to fall off soon as people find upgrades, but I still think he's strong enough that he's not going to take huge losses just yet.
And has the last whisper on the Samira as well, so as long as you put the Samira same side as Darius, that's a little bit of that armor shred that you need to help Darius get the job done. But take a look at Jack here. I really thought, and I think everyone thought, that Jack was gonna go level 8 and roll down there. That's why we're kind of seeing this POV. But Jack saying, I don't think I need to. I think just pivoting into his Zeri 1 is going to be enough to let, even if Jack loses rounds, they'll be typically good losses, because Zeri does really good at cleaving, executing all the low units, and people are still going to have those at the stage of the game in stage 4. And yeah, 4 loss isn't the end of the world. Jack can hang on for 2 more rounds, still be at a comfortable amount of HP, and then go 8 with so much more gold, roll down, and then spike at that point.
I like this from Jack, because we talk about, you know, what he needs, right? He's at the bottom of the table, 14 points. He needs a big game. And 100%. Yes, I think normally Jack would actually level the 8, roll down on that 4-5, play for, you know, a decent upgrade, preserve some HP, you know, try and level up, you know, econ up again, roll down again. But from here, he's like, I need to have as much gold as possible, hit 8, roll down, and I need, you know, a Felios 2 Sedge 2, right? Like, that's what I want to find. I want both of these things. I want to spike really hard and look to win out from there. And I think that this is the best way for Jack to play it in this position. Going up against Broccoli now. It's going to be the boss. The boss boards actually are probably very good for him to fight, because a lot of times you're just going to end up on a 1-unit loss.
Yeah, this Kai'Sa is rather scary in the backline from Broccoli as well. Maybe it'll deal enough damage to also be a surviving unit. However, the boss has done sit-ups, is back in action, but is getting taken out by the Zeri. Yeah, he's just gonna win the round. Screw it. We sack 2, but we're not even sacking.
Yeah, I mean, Jack just getting to scam around because Broccoli is very, very weak at this point in the game. And hey, maybe this was even just Jack scouting and realizing that there are other really weak boards, because I'm looking at Amdy's board as well. I don't think that looks very strong. Vanilla's losing down to 13 HP. I can't imagine Vanilla's on something too powerful. Actually, Vanilla was on the Zon, right? So just getting close to being strong, but not quite there because not having the upgrades.
No one is level 8 right now, Cass, and we are on Raptors. Generally, one or two people would go. Yeah, now one person is level 8 with Jack. Thank you, Jack, for holding on just 2 moments so I can make that point. He said, "Are you said it? I'm going 8. Screw you." No, but this is great discipline from Jack. I think you said it perfectly. Needed to greed enough gold to go level 8 and have enough to hit everything, right? Jack needs this to be a kind of top 2 game at least. And so he still is going to have about 40 gold to roll with going to next turn, or 50 gold after the econ ticks. Finds the Aphelios, immediately sells the Zeri. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I mean, this is gorgeous, right? He's gone to level 8, so essentially he can just take out this Bel'Veth at any point, play the 4th Invoker. If he just hits a Rise, Demacia Rise from this spot, I mean...
Oh, wait a minute, hold up.
I'm done.
Cass?
I'm done.
We just
Jack.
say things and they happen. Okay, hits Aphelios here. Is gonna roll twice and hit another Aphelios. What? Is this scripted?
Oh, it's scripted. It's scripted. Oh, you're welcome, Jack. We're just sending Jack. We're sending Jack to day 3.
Sending Jack to day 3. Send him to Worlds. Get him out of here. He's too good.
Don't worry, Jack. I'll send you my PayPal. I'll send you my PayPal, Jack. All right.
Guys, we've leaked the scripts. Unlucky. The cat's
oh my
cat's
God.
out of the bag.
Oh, because Demacia Rise, one of the better rises. This is playing from the Yi spot, so you have 4 Invoker plus gotta go fast, so he casts so frequently. The shields are just stupid with Targon. It is not okay, right? This version of the comp is just not okay. I think Jack is in a spot that unless someone has just a ridiculous board, Jack is just going to scream into a first. He held on to so much HP anyway, right? He's at 47. He's second in the lobby, even sacking those rounds to go 8, right? Like, he's in such a phenomenal position. He gets to just go 9 right now. Like, he's just gonna econ go 9.
Yeah, we can see it reflected in the kind of board values there. He's well above everybody. AMD is the other one that is super high. But looking at T-Lides, actually, T-Lides is the player who has not landed on a very strong Aphelios board. Stuck on level 7, rolling down, actually playing 2 Aphelioses, one with just the Black Cleaver trying to get some shred. The front line is decent, especially with the Urgot being that 3rd Deadeye, you know, not the 4 Deadeye power level. But at least hangs on for another round because replay is not spiked, is still 1 Darius and 2 Katarinas away. That's the matchup that he needs to run into. He's just trying to play for any single placement point possible, especially with AMD and Vanilla. Broccoli as well getting pretty low here. Broccoli falling in that round, dropping to single digit HP. Replay is is hits the Nasus. We'll go in over the Warwick.
1 Darius away. You can sell the Warwick, get 1 more roll. Not gonna be able to find it here. He could roll again with the Callista, but he has so much HP, he really just doesn't need to be doing that just yet, because he'd have to sell Katarinas at that point. I think he can play for both. I think for, T-Light spot, you're a little bit down bad when your Sejuani 2 has a Zephyr and a Shroud on it. Certainly not the position you want to be in, but yeah, as you said, gotta do what you gotta do. Just like MD, right? This is a very weird board, right? This is just Invoker, but now playing 2 challengers for the carries because he found a Kaisa, and that's just what he could put together. And it doesn't look like this is going to be strong enough to deal with Robin. It feels like this Lux is just so good, especially now that he's found the Nasus. This is kind of what we talked about earlier, that Robin needed to spike this board and make it into that top 4.
I think we have to think back to when watching AMD's roll down, passing up the Azir Lux, being really, it seemed like rigid on, okay, I have Combat Caster, I'm going Invokers, where's that going to net him, right? And thankfully, or actually, no, AMD actually got an 8th there. T-Lides died at the same time. They're both -10, but T-Lides got the 7th. So I think AMD might be kicking himself about that one. But hey, I mean, it's really hard to analyze that position from where AMD was at, especially given the augments that we talked a lot about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it felt like, oh, maybe this is a high roll Invoker spot. It just ended up not being that, right? Couldn't find the Karmas, couldn't get that stuff online, couldn't find the Shen early enough. And there we go, replay. Darius 3, he's still on level 7. That's the only kind of downside of replay's position, but he has so much health that should be able to get him here. And I love that you called out the Last Whisper on the Samira. I mentioned how that was the scary thing for replay, is by having the Bloodthirster slammed, he wouldn't have the shred, and maybe Darius wouldn't be able to do enough. But I do think that with the Last Whisper on the Samira, it's going to make a big difference. He's also got Last Stand with all this HP, so even if he ends up down there, he does get a lot stronger. Noxus is one of those boards that spikes really hard with the last stand. It uses all the stats very well.
Yeah, 100%. As he's fighting Dish Soap, who this Callista looks like a Kaisa cosplayer. The Yasuo is stuck on Yasuo 1, but he's level 8. Definitely not a very strong board, though. Going up against I'm Jack, that Aphelios is just much too powerful, Jack.
Okay.
You're welcome. Yeah, and Dish Soap gets sent out in a bot 4 here, but I think Broccoli looks like is falling as well. Which one's gonna get 6th? Which one's gonna get 5th? I mean, I think that can have a lot of implications going into the final game.
Every
No
time I look
survives.
at Jack's board, it's disgusting. Dish out in 6th,
Wow.
another bot 4.
1 HP difference.
At least the first he got previously has put him in a spot where I think the 6th is still acceptable
okay, yeah.
for him going into the final game of the day to make top 8. I think Broccoli as well, a 5th, really not great, but because of the performance he put up in the previous 2 games, bringing himself back into it, this 5th is still going to keep him in the running.
Yeah, Broccoli is gonna get 4 points for this game. It'll be at 21, so still well within reach if he's able to top 3 the next game. Dish Soap still just looks like needs a top 4 in the next game as well to advance. But now moving into our top 4 cast, Vanilla, 1 Life and a Dream, the 6 Zon, the Jarvan.
I mean, he's fighting Jack. I mean, there's just like
Yeah.
there's no
Nope.
suspense that can be built because Jack's board is disgusting. It is just like one of the best things you can do on the current patch is what is
Yeah.
on Jack's board. You know, specifically because it is a Targon board that likes to play Rise, and we're on a Demacia portal, which gets shields, which is buffed by it's so good.
it's super good. Vanilla in a good spot, however, even with only going 4th there, right? Seemed like Vanilla was pretty animated towards the end of that game, losing to I'm Jack's kind of crazy board there. But Vanilla going to be sitting at 28 points leading into next round. We know generally the cutoff is around 27 or 28, so Vanilla is kind of chilling, but still in the conversation for bonus points, right? Players are still going to be giving it their all towards the end of the day because bonus points sometimes do really make the difference.
Well, I mean, especially because this is a tournament that I think primarily for most players is playing for first. It's playing for the world spot, right? The regional spot is huge, but usually the players who are making it to the final day of mid-set are already probably going to regionals through qualifier points or anything else, right? So the biggest thing for these players is getting that world spot, and bonus points are a huge way to get that extra little edge and make it to first instead of second or third.
Yep, Dish Soap, one of those players as well, already having qualified for regionals through the ladder alongside Goobums. So Dish Soap over anybody else, really, at least in this lobby, going to be looking for those bonus points, going to be looking for that first place overall on the event. We got World Champion Replay alongside Robin Songs and I'm Jack left in the game. Pretty healthy for Replay and I'm Jack. But
just look at the Rise.
The Aphelios and the Rise.
Oh, the Darius though. Hey, maybe this Noxus board can do something. Once the Rise was done, we did have a little lull before another shield came back and Darius got a dunk, and it's still not enough. It still doesn't matter. Oh, it's so close though. Still, it's just a 1-unit loss. Replay has this last stand, so I think Robin is kind of just stuck. This is a third, right? Replay just has way too many lives. So even if Robin had a very strong board, which he does have a strong board, but even if it was, you know, so much stronger than Replay, but just can't quite beat Jack, Robin would still not be able to find it. And wow, Jack even just gonna play for Aphelios 3 potentially here, has 6 copies. I mean, this is insane. Robin though was our other player who needed a good placement, right? 15 points. I think third is that's sufficient to put him in a position for that final game.
Yeah, it's gonna get 6 points out of this and be at 21 at least, and so it's doable with the top 2 in the next game for Robin to advance. But and I'm Jack leveling to 9. I almost think this was a situation where it could have just been an 8 and rerolled for the Aphelios 3, because other players are going for 3 stars as well, like we see with Robin. He might just die here soon. And with all those 4 costs back in the pool, it'd be so hard to hit the Aphelios 3. So if I'm Jack can clean up this round and just another couple of Aphelios autos, which the Lux, Lux gets it done.
You see the pop off. He won a fight, which is very hard against Jack right now. Does Replay win as well? Didn't actually catch whether or not he won there. I didn't see his HP move, so I'm gonna assume he beat the ghost. There it is.
Yeah, 1.
Yeah, he's got the 1 streak. I did see that Jack had the potential option for a Senna. Is there actually any room on that board for a Senna? Because Senna sounds insane on that board, but I don't know if there's room.
Jack was playing 2 rises there just because he didn't have the gold to buy the Senna. He'd have to sell a pair or the extra Aphelios too. So there is room for the Senna. Senna is obviously very nice on any endgame boards, providing all that shielding and attack speed as well. But it's gonna be Robin versus Replay, and actually this is good positioning, targeting the Darius instantly, but can it go down?
Yeah, I mean, he's got both of his carries onto this Darius. It better go down at some point here. It's got a lot of the healing and tankiness, but it's just not enough. Robin gonna win another fight. You can see he's walking again. Why is he walking? Why is he walking? Why are we walking? Goes taking the win.
He's walking.
Over Replay.
Oh,
I don't know, Robin, he's still on one
walk.
life. Replay still has 2 more because of Last Stand. I still think Jack should try and fit a Senna. I think Senna, because it goes alongside the Rise, right? This Rise gives that shielding again. It's another source of shielding to add on top of it. So you're getting so much stacking attack speed so quickly. I actually think it's maybe the only way that you can even further cap this board, but I do think it does further cap this board.
You know, it certainly does. I'm full well with you there on that. Replay picking up a Juggernaut emblem so we can run for Juggernaut, make this Darius so much tankier, and even that provided those stats onto the Nasus as well. 1 Katarina away, not hitting it. Would have actually loved to find the Cat 3 and swap that Juggernaut emblem onto her. It's not really gonna have that much value on anybody else. Swain is like okay.
Yeah, I mean, you got to play it at this point, though. It's just going to put it onto the Swain, I assume.
Is he going to greet it? No, okay. I was thinking for a moment,
I guess
maybe.
he could, because he's Last Stand, right?
Yeah.
Like, maybe expects to lose anyway, so he just greets it 1 more. But it is going to be Jack again. I think Jack is really hard for Replay to beat. It seems like Robin does have a chance, but I don't know that Replay does against Jack. I wonder if this Last Stand even moves the needle, because it is just resists and some Omni Vamp, whereas I think Replay actually just needs more damage to get through all this shielding.
Yeah.
But Robin won again.
Robin won against the ghost of who was it? The ghost of, I think it was I'm Jack. Yeah, Replay gets the Last Stand proc. 1 away from Katarina 3. Are these stats enough? I think I might be with you. Like, I don't know if this is actually the tipping point. You get some resist, Robin, you get some lifesteal. Yeah, that is true.
Robin, it might actually make a difference. Against Jack, I don't think it does.
It's
Robin's ghost that he plays against, which means Robin versus Jack. Can Robin beat Jack again? It's been really close, but Jack still hasn't made many changes. He just has those rises in. Hasn't found a Senna. He's on 7 Aphelios. The shields are big, but Lux gets to chew through a lot of this. Rise does get another big value shield. Jarvan gets 1 more jump.
Not enough.
The Rise shield cycling, it's just too much. It's way too much tankiness. Jack's gonna take out Robin. Replay does survive.
Yep.
So Robin fought back for a long time. He tried to get another placement there, not able to get it. Replay will hold on, probably to a 2nd place here. We'll see, but Jack still has room to cap, very close to this Aphelios, and yet another Senna option.
Jack is still just playing the double Rise, saying that the shields are going to be more valuable than the Senna. I don't know. What do you make of that? I mean, we talked about it a little bit in depth, but I think this item swap over from the Lissandra onto Rise, those shields going to be more powerful with the AP items. Maybe is the tipping point there, but we hit Rise too, so we can just play both.
Yeah, now he's got to find. Oh yeah, he has
1 more
Aphelios. And the Aphelios.
All
right, Jack won. All right, he just hits everything. But I actually wanted to talk about something. It's not going to matter here, but it's actually a really impressive thing that Jack did. When he swapped those items, Rise with the blue buff on the right had a different base mana value than the Rise on the left that he added mana items with the Hodge to, right? We might see him swap this back in again. You get the first cast from the Rise, and then as that shield ended, the 2nd cast came in. And I think Jack was trying to optimize that by placing those items the way he did, because if you watch the fight against Dragon, it was perfectly synced up as the first one ended for the 2nd one to come. Here's the first one. 2nd one, this Rise got hit. It came out too fast. So it didn't work as well this time, but it was still very cool to see Jack go for that kind of play. This fight's pretty close, but this is an Aphelios 3. I think it's going to do enough. And there we go. Jack going to grab a first, put himself in striking distance to make it to day number 3. Well played by Jack. Bit of a high roll, but we still love it. I think he deserved it at this point. It seems like he's had some rough games coming up.
The script was leaked, Necker. I'm Jack needed it first and got it. We blessed him, and you'll love to see it.
You guys really did bless him. I remember just like hearing you two popping off about the Aphelios in the shop, and then I come back and all of a sudden he's just got this massively capped board, and I was like, okay, I blinked, and then all of a sudden Jack just won the lobby. We just had to wait 4 stages to figure that out. But like, Jack was one of those players, Crow, and that needed that good placement alongside Robin. So I feel like this lobby actually just flipped the standings on their head.
It definitely did, but the job's not done. I think that's the big thing. While I'm Jack needed a really big finish and got that, is going to be at, if Quick Math serves me correctly, which, you know, doing math on broadcast, Monka S, but 22 points. So still needs at least a third coming into this game, game 6, to advance into day 3 of competition. Robin in a similar position, but needs, I think, a top 2 to get that 28 point threshold. So we're setting up the storylines, and they are coming to fruition for now, but again, the job's not done. They need to do it one more time.
Well, you both have the script for this game.
Yeah, we can't leak it for game 6. I'm sorry, we can't do it. We only got to tease a little bit of it.
Can't do that to more than admirable. We gotta let them, you know, figure it out from,
Come on. This is what they pay you for, is to like spill a little
to leak the
secrets.
script? I don't think so. I think they want us to not do that.
Yeah, I think they fine us for that. We get negative money for that one.
Ooh, true. Okay, fair point. But maybe we will be able to get that out of you two after the end of the day, huh? Just maybe, just maybe. But this is what happened in Lobby A, and some other pretty big performances coming out there. What do you kind of make of how this lobby went, Casanova?
Well, so Soju and Kurum were near the top of the standings, and they're taking some bad placements here. And we did talk about at the start going into this, the standings were still relatively close. So being at the top doesn't mean you were, you know, far enough in a safe spot. So the 8th from Soju, the 6th from Kurum, I think they're probably both still going to need, you know, more than just like, oh, don't go 8th in this final game. And then players like Prestivan, Darth and Abdile, it's big to get a game. It's just like in our lobby where, you know, Jack and Robin needed these spots. This is going to catch them up, put them in positions where they can actually try and qualify. The only person I think that is probably going to be eliminated from what I can see is going to be Goobums, and even then I'm not entirely confident. We'll have to see the standings to actually make that call.
The whole overall standings are definitely going to be just close, honestly. I'm sure we're going to pull them up now as well, so to just get a visualization of exactly how all 16 of our players do stack up against each other.
Wow.
And it's
That's
close.
so close.
Crowan, I mean, this is going to be a tough final game once again, following up from day number 1.
Yeah, it might be Goobums and AMD being out, but again, if we talk about 28 points, 27 points being that kind of threshold, there is still 14 players well within reach. But again, no one today, just like yesterday, is completely running away with the competition going to the final game. There is still the potential for, you know, Vanilla Riri Play Milk to still be, you know, playing for first, honestly, because if you don't get first, you just get an 8th, oh well, you probably still advance. But if you get those first, get those 3 bonus points going into day 3, that is absolutely massive. So I'm kind of, you know, jealous of Admiral and Mort being able to take this final game to set the stakes for day 3. And just like Mort was saying earlier, I don't think there's been a closer tournament like this in scores in a very, very long time.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. This is so close. Like, I can't remember. I think MD Goobum's probably out. Everyone else probably still live. Usually we say 28, sometimes 27. This could be 29. It could go higher, right? This is just very, very tight.
I'm super surprised to see that as well, just given that we know that most of the times that we have these tournaments, the cutoffs to be able to move forward really are sometimes like 26, 27. Right around that mark is where you can start to feel really comfy. But even the players that are there, yeah, everyone's got to step it up. Not only are you looking at top 8, but you're looking at those bonus points, and there's so many other stakes on the line. But hey, sorry, you two. I guess you are going to have to hold the script close to your hearts, because you're going to be watching this one. But what were your thoughts on the day overall? I mean, of course, we're looking ahead towards the final game of the day, but honestly, like, Chrome, what was one of your favorite moments?
Oh, I mean, it had to be that last game. Blessing I'm Jack, or Mort Dog blessing someone blessed I'm Jack, and hit. And it's hype because, right, it's not only like, oh, take that game in a vacuum. It's like, okay, that's cool. You hit in a spot where you needed to in that game, but it's a spot where I'm Jack needed to hit in the tournaments, right? There's still that world slot on the line. There's still, you know, part of that 25K prize pool. That's a lot at stake here for everybody, and the fact that it's such a close tournament, absolutely love to see that. I think NA competition, I will say it again and again, is just constantly improving, right? We have that proof with Runeterra being world champion. I think NA is still very much in top form, speaking internationally, but we'll get to see that later on in the set. It is promising for now, though.
Everybody's keeping up with each other and also pushing each other to be the best TFT player that they can. And so I fully agree with you there. And there's so much more to be able to see. Like, sure, Casanova, probably also your favorite of the day, but
Well,
is there anything else?
But like the big thing for the overall day for me is just how close it is, right? We got to see everyone playing some of their best TFT, playing so fantastic. And a lot of times, you know, we'll have spots where players just get kind of eliminated and you can see it kind of drain from them, and they're just not, they'll start phoning it in just a little bit towards the end of the day. But that never happened here. Everyone has been so close the entire day. We even, you know, have the production chat people saying this, they don't ever remember seeing a spread this close. This is like one of the tightest tournaments they've ever seen. And for me, it's the same. This is the closest tournament I have any memory of. And it's such a treat to watch that. And, you know, I'm envious of Mort and Admirable for getting to do this final game, because it's going to be so close. It's going to be so exciting. So I just can't wait to watch it.
Well, they were envious of both of you yesterday when you got to cast the sixth game, so a little bit of a give and take there, if you will. But thank you so much to both of you for bringing us through those games today, and we will get a chance to see you tomorrow. But for now, enjoy it. The sixth game is sure to be a banger, so we're going to take a short break to get ready for that, and when we come back, sixth and final game of day 2 at the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. Hello everybody and welcome back to day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. We are just one game away from determining the 8 players that will move forward to tomorrow to compete not only for 4 NA regional final spots, but also 1 invitation to the Runeterra Reforged Championships immediately upon winning this tournament. So much to play for. On top of the fact that there's still also a huge split in money between top 16 and top 8 of that $25,000 prize pool. So just a ton to play for. And when we took a look at the overall standings, the shoe's on the other foot now. I mean, you two get the hype game of the day when it comes down to just how close these players are. I mean, Mort, you were so excited about that leaving the cast yesterday. So how hype are you for this final game?
As a stats guy, this is fun, right? Like, you look at these scores right now. We were talking behind the scenes. I don't think we've ever had such a close score line before. Right now, only 2 players are eliminated, and nobody is locked in. We talk about how the score is normally like 27, maybe 28. It could be as high as 30 with the way the stat spread is going. And so you look at these scores, and like this game, really it's this game do or die, right? If like someone like Soju gets a first, he might be in. But even someone like Dish Soap, who's in the top 8 right now, still needs like a top 4 to really lock it in. And so everyone's going to be vying for as many points as possible. Even someone like Kyun, who's sitting on 20, if he gets a first, 28 could be enough, but it also might not. We saw yesterday Goobums get that first to tie break over Appies. Is it Kyun's turn to do that? Is it Robin's turn to do that? And like, there's so many scenarios, and like, we talk about how sometimes these tournaments, it's like, well, it's pretty clear, like these 5. No, this time it's all over the place, and I get giddy with that kind of stuff. It's just it's fun, right? Like, look what can happen. It's great.
I'm so excited to see how you two are going to be able to navigate this final game, because there's just so many things that could happen. And Admirable, I hope you're also ready to do some math in this final game, because it's ready to go and we are all eager to see the conclusion of this game. So let's get right into it.
6th and final game of day number 2. And like Mordog said, it is do or die time. Quite literally, I think this is the most ridiculous I have seen the lobbies at. The fact that nobody's actually locked to go into day 3 yet is unreal.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I'm kind of hoping for Vile to get hit with Rupture. Oh my god, he got hit! He got one guy!
No!
Where are we going? Where are we going? Okay, it's one of the Ionia ones, so that's pretty safe. Okay, it's Godwillow's Grove. That's overall pretty safe. Honestly, for what Rupture could have done there, that turned out okay.
Boo! Low outcome Rupture on this one. Going back to the point of this, though, the fact that nobody is locked is ridiculous. Now, it's unlikely that a lot of things that were described happen, but the point is they're possible. Like, almost everything that you see in TFT, honestly, is pretty unlikely when you want to go from the starting point of it. And so it's really tough to talk about all the things that that could happen or that will happen. Everything's going to change on a dime. And so when it kind of starts to break down with that, thankfully we have some help behind the scenes. Natures is going to be helping us kind of wade our way through the waters as this continues to go on, because every single finish is going to matter, and it's not just in this lobby where it's going to matter on stuff too. So
yeah,
what I don't want to do is explain what ends up being the final result. I want to explain possibilities, and when players get completely knocked out, that's something that we can calculate pretty much on the fly at that point. So with this one, top 4s matter a ton. Bottom 4s are a disaster if you're pretty much sitting anywhere other than the top 4 point standings.
Yeah, and even for our players that are really high in this lobby, I believe Milk is the highest at 27. Even if he just needs to avoid 8th place, right? Just don't go 8th. That's all he's asking for. And the funny thing is, Goobums is one of our players that is kind of out of it. You know, he can play spoiler here. He can do some wild stuff. So we'll have to see. Soju with this start, by the way, he's got, a void start. Nothing too great here. These items are not the kind of starting items you're looking for. You're not going to slam an early Zephyr. You're probably not slamming an early Hurricane. So a little bit tough here. Hopefully he can get something from the augment he's looking for. Idealism, not the worst. Probably not Bruiser Crest. Portable Forge, also a nice safe choice. Is going to go ahead and roll that Bruiser Crest. Stars are Born. I imagine this is a Portable Forge lock. Oh, he rolls it. Maybe Stars are Born here.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. I mean, we know Stars are Born are good. Contagion looks pretty good to me as well. These are both just upgrades. I'm kind of curious which of these gives you a bigger boost. And I imagine, I was just about to say, I imagine Contagion's probably the safer of the pick, because with Stars Are Born, you're going to have to be in a position where, well, let's say the units you buy just really aren't that good, or you're not given the options for it. There's also the God Willows Grove that's on the table. Like, there's so many little things I feel like that come into play that it's kind of tough to pick one of those and say, like, this is going to be the better one. So I feel like for Soju, he just wants to have a spot where he's like, you know what? I just don't want my mid game to be horrible, because I feel like that has a bigger impact right now. You don't need to go first place in this game, but you really need to find yourself not in a bottom 4 spot.
Yeah, for Soju in particular right now, he's looking for 3rd or higher. And so I do like the Contagion choice here, actually. You know, it's going to, if we imagine the boards are going to be as close as they've been all day, the slightest difference can win, you know, a lot of fights. And having a strong combat augment like Contagion might be the big difference here. So I do like the choice. He has the Void board as well. So hopefully he can turn that into a win streak. And again, go for that top 3 he's looking for. On board with Milk, though. Milk sticking to the plan here, which is all he needs to do is not go 8th here. He's got that pumping up. He's got a bow. We've seen him be playing this Aphelios line. Frankly, he's locked into it more than Kiyun, who was kind of the originator of it. And so, you know, will he stick with that? He's been really just, that's been his plan all day.
Kind of a weird spot as well, where Milk leveled to 4 and Pressman stayed on 3. Milk lost that first round. Like, that is a really tough spot to be in with this one. And, you know, with Milk, I really feel like that he has got, like, so much expectation for him right now. You know, we're talking, he's been to the set championships multiple times. He won set 6 NA regional finals. It just feels like that with taking a set off and, you know, seemingly not having motivation in set 8, it's like,
yeah,
it's like, you know, where is Milk gonna sit in terms of this competition right now? Because we were talking about this earlier as well, where it's like Milk has felt like that, you know, like maybe self-confidence has been the thing beating him up in some of these events so far.
Yeah.
But it's like, I feel like he doesn't have a reason to doubt himself at all at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anything, Milk's biggest, you know, challenge here is that he can be his own harshest critic, like you mentioned. And so anything that doesn't quite go perfect can maybe get in his head. But overall, this entire set, he's been playing really well, right? I mean, you know, first or top 4s or anything like that, but always makes it to day 2 pretty handily, or day 3 or something, you know. And so I think he's in a good spot. And even coming into this game, he's in 3rd place, only down by 1 point. Could easily end up being the winner today with a solid finish with that Aphelios line that he's been playing. So he's definitely in a good spot. It's just a question of, you know, how confident is he? And I think that comes with some of the people he's been training with, right? You know, kind of helping explore the game a bit more, because, you know, we've kind of heard the meme there, no stats, no good, from Robin. And I think Milk's looking to prove that's not the case.
Yeah, you need to prepare, but, you know, sometimes you didn't.
Yes, that was the other good meme.
Yeah, and as we look around the boards, again, no one really feels like that they're completely lacking from this right now. Kiyun putting on the loss streaks. Again, we've kind of seen that Kiyun, typically that's where he's at. One of his major comforts is in loss streaks, but that doesn't feel like it's necessarily been the best strategy for this set in particular. And you look at his results today as well, and for Kiyun, one of the best results that he's had so far is in the game where he was win streaking, which is, you know, not impossible for Kiyun, obviously, but it's something that, again, is really outside of what his typical strategy approach is.
I think if you look at Kiyun's board and state, right, he has the Orianna and the Jace. I think what he did is he took the Earth, tried to hit a Piltover, knowing that he needs a first. Anything less than a first for your Kiyun probably doesn't make him to the final day. And so he took the shot trying to get the Piltover emblem, didn't hit it, hit the Zaun emblem. And so now I don't know that he's in a comfortable spot here, right? Now the one out here is 6 Zaun. If you can get something like the Exploding Jarvan, can turn into a strong finish. So he's not doomed yet, but it's definitely not the Piltover first place I think he was looking for.
Kurum, on the other hand, is having a fantastic day so far at 27 points. And we've been mentioning it a lot, and I feel like we're going to continue to mention it as we go through the lobbies here. This is a don't go 8 scenario for Kurum.
Yep. Yeah, totally agree. Kurum, like I said, same score as Milk, that 27, because again, the lobby's so close. All he needs to do is not go 8th. Even a 7th will put him at 29, which is pretty likely to get through. It would take a lot for 29 to not be true.
Yeah.
So just don't go 8th is what he's looking for. And honestly, a pretty good start, 100 health going into 2-5, so nothing bad there. Looking at the lobby scores, like I said, Kyun right now, kind of the one struggling a little bit. Kyun does get pilt over on 2-5, but overall that's pretty late, and I think right now he's looking for that Zon bailout, and it's really going to depend on what those chem mods are. Now, he does have the lost streak, maybe he hits an early Zeri, things like that. But at 2-5, best case scenario, you're looking at like a 5-loss cash out if you're lucky, and that's not going to swing the tides, in the late game.
I can definitely see it making a difference, though. Being able to, possibly even sell it and keep moving from there. It's like,
yeah.
I'm sorry, just like, I think you're right on the 6 on thing. I'll put it that way. Like,
Yep.
6 on, I think, is really his breakout now for it. Either way, I feel like it's something that he has to do. He doesn't have a chance other than this point. It's like you said, it's just first or nothing. It's like the
Yep.
actual Ricky Bobby's first or last spot.
Yeah, and again, we always talk about those situations in these tournaments, right, where just because, let's say Kyun tries something really risky here, and he tries for that 6 on and ends up going 8th, that doesn't mean he played bad, right? That means he took the gamble he needed to based on the standings, and so that can lead to these really weird scenarios where it looks like people are taking bigger risks than they should, but you cannot play these final games like a standard game if you're someone like Kyun or Soju, or even Darthnub a little bit, although Darthnub's right on the line. He's at 23, so a top 4 gives him 5 points, which is 28, so it's a little close, but, again, want to keep an eye on that. But yeah, even like Vile, just, trying to get these top 4s to really guarantee the spot here. Looking at this board, by the way, we've got Shadow Isles and we've got Challenger, so a couple lines we could go here. Doesn't have something like there's a Ginsu's if he wants to go the Callista line. Not that Ginsu's is necessarily the best item here, but definitely some options now with these items that he can play around.
I mean, options are kind of always what you're looking for. And for Prestiven's spot right here, options are looking nice. 26 points. Again, kind of in the don't go 8th style of spot. Top 4 would be great for Prestivin, though. I mean, how could you not slam a Rageblade? Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, and again,
it's just a Rageblade meta.
Yeah, I like the Rageblade here. Again, I think Callista is a champion we've seen be really good, but kind of fall off a little bit unless you get the rest of the challengers going. But for Prestivin at 26 points here, only needs, again, 6th or higher to be pretty comfortable. And so being able to play around this Callista, get these early kills, preserve this health at 98, should put him in a good spot. Up against Goobums, who did level here. A surprising level. We see level 6, 0 gold. Pretty interesting. Now, again, Goobums has nothing to lose, but if anything can be apply suppressor to maybe make the rest of the lobby bow down to his will and, apply that extra damage. So might actually mess with players like Kyun, unfortunately.
I mean, Goobum's spot is looking very strong as well. Godwillow's Grove and +2 Shurima right now. Ooh. Oh my.
Ooh, Prismatic
showing up as well. This is not going to make things easier for players. If you're playing from a save resources spot, that might have been shortened greatly by the clock.
Yeah, it's always interesting because Prismatic at 3-2, you're split, right? Normally Prismatic 4-2, you're definitely looking for like a combat augment if you can get it. 3-2, it's a little more debatable, right? Because the combat augment might put you down a bunch of resources against somebody who gets like level up and can spike much harder later. And so we'll have to see what all these augments are. I like the Jeweled Lotus here. It is a good choice. It's going to make the Callista crit. If we end up going the Challenger line, having all of them get that extra crit can be very valuable. But again, look at his gold state. He's level 5, 26 gold. He is not rich right now.
No,
kind of struggling.
Yeah, Prestivin's like broke on resources. Like, I'm actually looking at this, I'm kind of going, like, what happened here? Like,
Yeah.
this is absolutely not the kind of spot you want to be in right now, but it's kind of just the way that the dice roll sometimes. For Prestivin, though, it's, other than the fact that his board is pretty strong, I'm a bit worried for his spot right here. You look over at the other side of the board, Soju's already got an Affilio set up in this spot.
Yeah, it's interesting. Soju's spot's very similar, actually, though, right? We have the Aphelios, but you took a combat augment from your legend here that wasn't particularly powerful, didn't hit the Ginsu's, and was at level 5, 20 gold. So we have two people who are kind of struggling on the economy side.
Goobum snapping the streak from Goobum. I'm sorry, Kurum snapping the streak from Goobums as well. And Kurum on a big win streak right now, still at 100.
I'm sorry, did Kyun take What the Forge? That That augment can do some wild things, but that's a very risky take if that's what we took. Wow, that's an interesting choice. Other than that, Vile with the transfusion, that's the other one that sticks out to me. Vile with that transfusion late game can be really spiky, but we're going up against Milk here, who kind of, again, playing that picking all my legend augments, pretty standard that he's been doing all day, should be pretty safe. I'm definitely interested to see Kyun's board here now. 7 loss streak, and possibly took what, the Forge?
Yeah, that actually, I mean, that is what he took, was what the Forge, so
Oh.
I'm really curious to see what that board looks like. I'll put in a request to make sure that we see it on 3-5. So, for that now, I mean, that's another risk, though. That's like a testament to how ridiculous Kyun needs to roll to get this done. Like, what the Forge, I think, is an augment that typically is not going to perform very well. But every single augment in the game pulls out wins at some point. The question is, when do those wins come up? Like, I feel like the more desperate you are, kind of like the more likely some of the spots are to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, what the Forge is definitely a WTF moment here for sure. And I'm very curious to see what he's got going on here. We're getting a look here, and we see a Mana Zane on Samira. We see an Eternal Winter. What do we get next here? We're getting a Zanya. So we have some AP lines, but Zon isn't an AP line yet. There's, you know, what are you playing around Zon here? So I don't know. I think he took some big gambles here. It unfortunately looks like it just isn't paying off. What the Forge
Well,
was
hang
such
on
a
here.
fascinating
Let him
choice.
cook. Let him cook.
I mean, you could try, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
Oh. Senna found at the very end.
Whew.
Yeah. I'd say Manazane goes to Senna for now. It's like you have to get something done.
I'm imagining he's
Yeah.
losing this round. I mean, this might be a fast 8th. I don't know. I just don't see what you do with these AP items. Maybe a Miracle Gwen too, but even then you're lacking the healing. Whew.
He's 2 stars as well. He's just broke. It's like everyone in the lobby's broke.
Yeah, and again, okay, finds the Zeri, but again, Zeri would be great if you had any sort of AD items to play with here, but that's not what you have. You have 2 AP items and an Eternal Winter. So, bit of a struggle here. Looking at the gold situation, Kurum, by the way, Kurum having another great game, 75 gold, 100 health. Goobum's 50 gold, Pressevent 50 gold, Milk also 50 gold. But yeah, Kyun just kind of struggling here, and I think this might be, unless something goes wild, this might be the end of his tournament run.
Okay, so we have a Sedge in play now. Moves on for Gunner. Something happened here.
Yeah, I mean,
He
he
the back,
might...
but it's not. Miguel's not cranking right now, so this is pretty good.
Yeah, he might be able to win this fight, but even then, it's like again, like we said, a 5-loss cash out. This doesn't feel like it's changing the tides much.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
I mean,
I'm a big ridiculous outcomes believer. I will say that.
pretty good outcome here to get an extra item. That's going to be an extra artifact here as soon as he pops that. I do like the outcome here, so that worked out well. If he can get some AD, something like a Sniper's Focus and an Obsidian Cleaver on that Zeri, that could do well. You don't even have to think about it. You just slam it. Gets a Death Defiance, which again, something like the Gwen, that could be really good here. The funny thing about this augment is it doesn't matter what you slam. You just slam them as quickly as you can. They become orbs. Okay. Fortunately, it looks like we are running into an issue here where the locket isn't shifting here. So hopefully, okay, there it goes. Was able to get that. That's good. Collector okay on the Zeri. Otherwise, yeah, sells the Gwens.
Oh,
I don't know.
oh, we need something. We need 2 stars.
Yeah.
6 on. Oh my god, where do these go? I'm so confused just by the items and what they do.
Yeah, he's got good mods. It's the items that are really struggling here. 2 Mana Zanes. There's just no one good to put these on. Zeri 1, yeah, he puts it on Zeri, which is very incorrect. The problem with Zeri is that she's mana locked during the spell duration, so all that extra mana is kind of just going to waste. Is still going to be able to pull out a win here, but again, with 7 gold in the rest of the lobby, This definitely feels like delaying the inevitable, unfortunately.
Hey, I'm just saying, Prestovit rolled to 0, and Kiun got a victory there. So that's something at least. It's something that's happening. I don't think it's necessarily the beginning of the turnaround, but 6-on is powerful at the very least.
Yeah, I feel like
so I gotta give him that.
Yeah, I feel like you take Final Grab Bag. That's going to be another Ornn item that you can just slam real quick. Another Eternal Winter.
What can you put this on? Wait, is this like a random Urgot item or something? Oh, jeez. I'm so confused.
I mean, on this, you probably put it on the Echo. But, yeah, I mean, again, this augment living up to its name, it's making us go, WTF, how can you play this? So, yeah, What the Forge, pretty interesting here. Manages to find a 2-star Warwick? Congrats.
2 stars or 2 stars.
Yeah.
It's something.
Now, the other thing to note here is Milk's on a 4-loss streak, rolled down, has 24 health. If Milk goes 8th, that does put him at risk. Again, we talked about that's the only thing he needs to avoid is going 8th. So if Kiun can somehow pull this out, maybe the damage from the 6-on Virulent can do some extra damage here. Unfortunately, he's up against Milk, and Milk's Callista is carrying here. Urgot doing work, though, with that death. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Whew.
Okay. All right. I'm a believer now.
Now, not to focus on the bottom too hard here, but Kuramek's now on a 12 win streak, 100 health, 66 gold, plenty of resources to work with. Clearly the favorite to win the lobby, and if anything, probably locking himself in to day 3, because at this point, the odds of going bot 4 from this position are so astronomically low that Kuram has got to be feeling really good right now. So, really well played. Hopefully we get a glance at what got him to this point. But yeah, so Darthnub we see here has the Aphelios, and interestingly enough, has the item still on the Jhin. And this might be a lot for Milk to be able to take down.
This is like a plus Ionia as well on Darthnub's side. And this is like just a lot of stuff that Darthnub has going on. So I feel like this is one of the like, well, it's a 2-star Jhin at this point. It's, it's getting some damage done. Like, you're going to consider it. You're going to hang on to it. You're thinking about some other things. Is there a different direction you could go instead of just necessarily going towards Aphelios? I feel like it's a little bit of a tough spot now. But Milk's now at 12 HP with Kiun at 16. Kiun has yet to lose around in stage 4, which is great news for him. Kiun just bolts immediately towards the Heimerdinger here as well. And I'm trying to find like a particular item that feels like it's going to benefit somebody just an absolute ridiculous amount, but it feels like nobody got a critical augment in stage 4 right now that is just absolutely putting everything together for them.
No, in fact, if you look at the stage 4 augments, they're all generally pretty safe, except Kuram, who got that one that works really well with Strategist. And then we also saw the shield one for the Challenger player. So those both looking really good. But yeah, we get a look at Kuramex's board here, and he played around the Vel'Koz 2. Must have hit that pretty early, playing around the 6 Sorcerer. So it has the Strategist, the 6 Sorcerer, the Lux being able to pump out some extra damage. He's level 8. Rolling down that gold here. Lux 2 would be a big boost. Generally hitting some good stuff, though. And again, being able to play the Orianna on the Godwillow's Grove to get that extra Sorcerer just opens up so many more possibilities, right? You've got 3 Demacia, 3 Void, 2 Bastion, 2 Multicaster. So really good spot to be in. Up against Vile, though, who has that Transfusion and that Combat Caster. But is enough? Or is it Vel'Koz just going to melt everything? And yeah, you see Lux plus Vel'Koz just doing a ton of damage here. And so Kuram now strengthened his board, should be able to keep this going, like we said, to a probably high potential top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's just pretty
Oh, no!
Wow. Milk goes 8th place.
So, it feels like I'm caster cursing a lot of people today, but we said Milk literally needed to just not go 8th. He went 8th. Now, that doesn't mean he's out, because the breakpoint's 27. It's not necessarily bad, but 28 is risky. It's very risky. Hopefully, even at 28, maybe he's got some tiebreakers for some first today. But otherwise, that's a real... he is sweating. He is really sweating right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare that 28 is a scary position to be in for tournaments. But this is one of those rare exceptions to that. You know, it's also like players are actually getting Mort Dogged right now. It's the Caster Curse Plus sitting in that seat right now. It's like, oh, just don't go 8th. Well, guess what showed up? So, you know, again, looking around these boards, I feel like Kurum is just so uncontested right now, sitting at 25 gold, 5 copies of Vel'Koz still. Everyone else is just scraping for every single point that they can get. And I think that's actually one of the things that's causing this lobby to play out how it's playing out right now, is that nobody's trying to be greedy. Nobody's trying to play for first place. Everybody's trying to not play for a bottom 4. So whoever gets that extended lead early on just goes to cruise control. They don't really have to do anything at that point.
I'm really curious to see Kyun's board right now, because if you look at the army values, he's at 65 compared to everybody else. The next highest is 50. So I'm really curious to see what happened there. Did he hit something really powerful, like 3-star Jace? Is that what's going on? But he's on a 6-round win streak with that What the Forge. So really want to see what's going on there, but he's maybe turned this around?
Whew. Goom's open selling things and loading up units that he's bench space. This is very unusual, it feels like.
Yeah, if he can get a rod, that's another Shurima emblem if he wants it. So he's got potential here. He's going to go ahead and level to 8, roll down. Finds the Cassante. It's 1 off Cassante 2. There's the Azir. So we have a 9 Shurima here.
Wow.
This is
on 8.
Yep. Thanks to Godwillow's Grove, he can hit 9 Shurima on 8. So this is very powerful. Has some good items. The front line looks really solid. So this is a great state to be in. It's a shame it came on game 6 when he's already eliminated. God, he could even make another one here if he really wanted. But I like the choice here. Is going to make another Shurima emblem, so he can go 10 Shurima if he wants.
I mean, I don't want to be sitting here with a random Renekton on the board.
Yeah.
I'll say that much.
I mean, even something as
Plenty of
simple
units
as
to cover this.
another strategist can be a lot of extra power here. And Belveth is going to scale really well with all the attack speed that 9 Shurima gives. And now it looks like Soju is on the chopping block here. 10 health, and Soju really needed like a top 3. So we get a look at Kyun's board here. He's running 6 Zeris. He has a 7th on the bench. And look at these. Oh, sorry, that's the Trickster's Glass. I almost fell for it. But Trickster's Glass, he got the Obsidian Cleaver. So that's going to shred. Has that front line with the 6 Zon. This is a powerful board, and he's showing, you know, again, it's hard, but What the Forge doing some work here.
It's just a rare scenario where you have to reach for the stars, and that's what's happening right now. Kyun has not lost a round since he's needed to win every single round. Since he's got these items online, this is exactly what Kyun has needed so far. For Soju was in a very similar position to this, only 2 points above Kyun. So Soju needed a top 3. So in another spot where he kind of had to be desperate for things and hope that it came together, and if it doesn't, you know, what difference does it really make from Soju's spot? Now, Soju looked like that he had a pretty comfortable spot, but really I feel like what's lacking here was more combat potential. Almost everything he took was related to an item, and this is a composition I feel like it doesn't necessarily need a ton of items to get rolling. It needs to get, you know, 2 critical units rolling. Like a big stacked front line, and then a Philios with a ton of items. The rest of the items aren't necessarily doing a ton.
Jeez, this is getting crazy. So Pressevent had 26 points. Same thing. He just needed to top 6. If he goes 7th, that's that same 28 number that Milk is sitting at. Vile, 25. If he goes 6th, that's that same 28 number. So things are looking a little spooky here. This next round could determine a lot of things. And we're getting a look at Pressevent's board here. He's got 4 Shadow Isles, 3 Challenger. Not really a good combination here. And the Zephyr is going to hit his carry.
No.
That's really rough. Soju might be knocking out Pressevent in exactly the spot he didn't want to be, which is 7th place.
This is really tough to see. Aphelios, just absolutely no question that Aphelios is going to live through this one right now. Pressevent is doomed in this round right now. This is so bad for him. This was like one of the absolute... Wait a second! Okay,
Woo.
Kaisa had shifted for a moment there, and I was really worried. Pressevent's going down, though. Vile goes down as well.
Okay, I need to see this. Okay, yep.
Yep.
So Milk has 28 points. Pressevent has 28 points. Vile has 28 points.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is getting wild.
This is like the exact opposite, I think, of what some of them wanted to see as well, which is everyone's tied, and you don't even know what's happening in the other lobby right now. You're
Yeah.
at 28 points. We're not even looking at Lobby B.
That's exactly correct. And by the way, if Kyun somehow turns this into a first, that'd be 28 points. So...
Oh my gosh.
Things are getting a little wild here. Gets a Zhonya's as his next artifact here. I don't think the Zhonya's is particularly helpful, though he could just put it on the Echo or the Sejuani, and then move it later. He's got that extra item remover. So a couple different options here. 6 Zon, 4 Gunner. He's got the Collector at least. He can pump out the damage. This is getting pretty wild here. Soju, by the way, if Soju gets third, that'll be 28. So 28 seems to be this magic number we're going to have to keep an eye on, and I'll be calling out the scores as people get eliminated. But 28's looking pretty scary.
Yeah. Does go for it on the Sejuani. Now, the Sejuani, I feel like, can be a dangerous one to put it on because Sejuani wants to tank all the damage. And so if your front line gets a little bit spread out, that can cause some weird wraps to happen. But right now, Kyun is just stacked. No one's contesting him right now because, again, no one's been able to really be greedy and out-cap Kyun at this point. It feels like this is just purely an item diff that ends up happening in this spot right now. Soju goes down, and so Soju is effectively... I would say that Soju is probably one of the only players I would consider out of it at this point. This is 26 points now for Soju, and Kyun's in a top 4, but a top 4 for Kyun is not good enough. This is going to put Darthnub up to at least 28 points. That might not be good enough. Goobums is the only player that's out of it in this top 4 remaining, but he's playing kind of spoiler alert right now. He's on 4 win streak with a board, frankly, that was looking pretty gosh darn good. 9 Shurima is one of the most powerful things in the game you can do.
Yeah, I feel like this might be where Kyun's luck runs out. He hasn't faced Goobums in a while. He doesn't get the Goobums matchup. He gets the Kurum matchup, so we'll have to see. But it feels like Kyun's just about to run out of gas here.
I'm a believer. You said 28 was the magic number.
Yep. Does manage to win the fight. The 2 Zhonyas in particular just doing a lot to prevent the sorcerers from being able to get their thing here. And so Darthnub goes out in 4th. And so that's 5 points. That's 28. That's 28. We have 4 players in this lobby at 28 points. Whew.
Kurum and Goobums are the only 2 players who cannot get to 28 points in this lobby.
Yeah, I was going to say, the one good news here is Kurum. Congratulations, Kurum. You made it to the final day. You are sitting very pretty. Points. You have got no stress. Enjoy your victory lap. You definitely made it. The other players, maybe a little stressful, and unfortunately, Goobums and Soju right now knocked out. So Kyun right now needs the first place. Anything short of first isn't going to work for Kyun.
2-star Sejuani. That's a big deal.
All right, so the big thing here is Kyun is getting another Ornn artifact here, another Eternal Winter. That's not what you want to see. Is going to item remove here to move things around. Is going to slam these items on the Senna. I do like that. The Obsidian Cleaver is going to apply the Shred and Sunder to everyone on the board. Up against a 2-star Cassante, though, with 9 Shurima. Like I said, the 9 Shurima board was where I think his luck runs out. 9 Shurima is just a lot, and that Azir is going to ramp up. So far, though...
Well...
No, okay. Seems to be okay so far. Are we
that
going
was
to
against
see...
a ghost.
Are we going to see What the Forge, an augment that most people consider to be close to unpickable, win in a tournament? I don't know. I still don't think so, but, like, Kyun is making a great run for it.
I mean, this has been played pretty darn well. Everything that's needed to happen has happened. 2-star Heimer!
Yeah, 2-star Heimer's great. I wish I had some items on it, but overall, still really good here. Again, the 4 Gunner with the Trickster's Glass Zeri doing a lot of work. The fact that he's got 6 Zon, those those Chemtech mods are doing so much work here. You've got Shimmer on Urgot, you've got Hextech Exoskeleton on Sejuani. So it's just a lot of power here. Going up against Kurum, and last time he won this pretty handily, but now Kurum has an RE2 with that Sorcerer, so will he be able to survive up against this RE2?
And it's a massive difference to have an RE2, because this is going to be a lot of damage here, but again, like you said, it was the double hourglass that was really preventing this from breaking through. And Kyun, these are not like soft wins that Kyun is getting either. This is a lot of damage that Kyun's putting out.
Yeah, now again, Kurum starting to fall here, and again, even if Kurum goes third, who cares, right? He made it to the next day. He's sitting really pretty at a ton of points. Kyun starting to have a visceral reaction here because he has 7 Sejuanis. There is a world where this is a Sejuani 3, and that would possibly seal it for him. Sejuani 3, I know a lot of people consider not very powerful, but in this situation, it's going to be enough. It's going to be really powerful. So if he can somehow make it to Carousel, find another Sejuani, and get really lucky, we've got an out here. But now up against the 9 Shurima, that is a Belveth, that is a Cassante. Big kick here on the Cassante. So we're going to have to see here. It's looking really tight. Cassante can't quite get anything out here. Is stuck on the Sejuani. Ends up getting executed. And so we're going to see Kyun continue to stay alive here. With those 2 Zhonya's just doing so much work.
The board-wide shred from Senna is such a massive difference on what's going on, because as soon as you see that wave come out from Senna, the entire board just completely evaporates on the other side. If the units are not strong and tanky, they start melting very quickly.
This is getting insane. 9 Shurima falling off for Goobums. That's got to be hurting. Kurum did win that round. And then Kyun getting another artifact here. We're going to have to see which artifact it is. It's going to be another Mana Zane. Maybe you put that on Jace. Rolling, trying to find if he can get just 2 more Sejuanis. Seems pretty unlikely at this point. Not a lot else to roll for. Has a Senna in the shop. You know, maybe you get desperate and you sell these and roll for Senna 2, but it's so unlikely here. Mana Zane on Heimer, I like this. This is going to be some extra stuns to buy time. Does do the right thing, trying to roll for the Senna. Doesn't hit it here. And we go in again up against the Ghost. So hopefully that gives him a shot. On the left side, Kurum versus 9 Shurima. Here we go.
My eyes are on the left right now because this is the no ghost board. I will say that every single time the board starts to creep towards on Kyun's side, I'm very worried about it. Just the complete evisceration of the board. I think that's the end of it right now. It's a ghost, but that's still a 2-star Ari. That is not enough. Wow, Kyun, that is a fantastic run. And that is hats off to Kyun for that one. It was an awful start to the day. It was a rough spot in the middle with some really close calls. And in this one, just an absolute desperation reach. And to see 3rd place in that one is just... I mean... You gotta clap that one out. That is just... That's a fantastic run, I think.
Absolutely. No matter what, like, the fact that he cooked that into a 3rd place, really well played. And I think that just shows some of the potential for lines and plays that maybe aren't even fully explored. So I just really hats off to him for that play. Ends at 26 points, though, and that's probably not going to be enough to move on. But again, that game in particular was just amazing to watch.
It's a very similar feeling here in this top 2 as well, where Goobums, this was, I think, a player who... I was probably considered one of the best players in the world in set 6, and just narrowly missed making worlds again in set 7. Set 8, I really don't think this was the set for Goobums in a spot like this, but this has just been a player who's continued to put forward world-class performances, and it's really just a matter of, is he showing up to a tournament like this right now? Because I feel like that his highs are very high and his lows are very low, is really what it boils down to. It's a shame to see him out in the tournament despite the fact that he's making a top 2 in a spot like this, but it just wasn't Goobum's day at the end of it. But the other player now that you have to highlight in this is just gonna be Kurum in this. It's just never-ending streak of Kurum consistently finding top spots in tournaments. Like, who on earth is gonna bust this guy and take him down?
Yeah, and so obviously the thing I'm looking at here is the number 28, right? We know at least 4 players in this lobby have 28. We'll have to see how the other lobby went, see who else is in that 28-29 range, and then what tie breaks happen. And so that's the thing I'm really looking forward to seeing here, because it could go any way. And when you have this many people at the same level, it's those tiebreakers come in. So we're just going to have to wait and see.
All right, and for this, we're going to throw over to Necro, who's got a word with Frodan and Raditz as they're keeping an eye on the other lobbies to keep us updated as we're in this 6th and final game.
Thank you so much, Admirable and Mortdog, and welcome back, Frodan and Raditz. How was your game 6? Was it just as exciting as what we had as our final game lobby?
Yeah, Game 6 was pretty crazy. You actually saw, a lot of players that needed to have, a solid finish or maybe even top 1. The big player to focus on in our lobby was Dish Soap. Dish Soap comes in, needing to have a good top 4. And he actually did it. He was able to do a really cool Ionia build, play around Karma 3, a carry that no one is playing around currently, by the way. And that able to execute that into a nice Belveth relay, and then able to close it out for a finish at first place. So maybe Disso went from potentially not making it day 3 to maybe even grabbing a couple bonus points.
Yeah. Also, Broccoli almost had an insane comeback with the Yasuo Kai'Sa duo carry, but then unfortunately went 6. But his Yasuo was clutching up every fight. He almost brought it back from an 8th, but he got a 6.
I want to give a shout out to Replay as well, because this guy is such a troll. Everyone voted for other portals, but he chose the Summit. There was like 5 people on Hall of the 9. There's like everybody's like ready for it. The final game of day 2, they want Hall of the 9. This guy votes for the Summit, and that's what we got. So he one guyed the whole lobby and then went bot 4, but hey, he's through anyway, so we'll see what he does tomorrow.
Kind of reminds what we ended up seeing in our game, actually, because we ended up getting one person picking like the void portal to kind of just spew us wherever, and then unfortunately it didn't actually matter because we got Godwillow's Grove anyway, but it was still a funny attempt to try to play spoiler a little bit. Speaking of comebacks, we also had a player play What the Forge in our lobby. I thought you guys might find that really interesting. Is that kind of a 1st or 8th style you would have expected to see coming out from any of these players, or was it really just like finding those creative lines for Dish Soap to get a first?
I don't know what kind of events transpired for Kiyun to pick What the Forge in that spot. Also, I have never seen so many Eternal Winters on a board ever, and made me absolutely terrified to play against. And he didn't even win. That's like the craziest thing about it. I kind of thought he was going to win outright.
3 Eternal Winters on 3 different frontliners. Doesn't matter who you're attacking, you're getting frozen.
Yeah. But like, also you get to see how awkward it is, because like, what does he do with like the 3rd mana Zane or whatever? Like, it's just kind of weird. It's a really fun prismatic augment, and hey, he got a 3rd, which is good, but I don't think it's good enough points-wise. We'll have to see the scores to actually check it out.
Well, the competition today was very fierce, so taking a look at the overall standings I think is always going to be a big surprise, especially when we were looking at the points totals. Were you guys on the same page that this cutoff could be very, very high? What did you make of the competition for the rest of the day to get us to this point?
Yeah, with bonus points, you always can't really tell. The threshold should be a little bit higher because of the extra points in the ecosystem, so it makes it really interesting. I mean, that goes off of yesterday, right? Yesterday, we only had 2 players at 27 points, which is really unusual. That's usually the cutoff that you aim for.
Yeah.
Everyone else landed at 26. So we don't really know where it is. All I do know is that it's probably going to be a little bit higher, so people who got 28 points probably are sweating a little bit, right?
Yeah, it was really close. A lot of players in the top 8 went bot 4 in the last couple of games, and then the bot 8 actually top forward, so it's like everyone's neck and neck.
It does really feel like everything was kind of give and take a little bit today to just even out the scales and also make the competition really, really close. But for the 8 players that do move forward, what are you 2 excited about for tomorrow? We get a chance to actually follow along that final lobby to see who's getting the 4 regional spots and also the championship spot. Do you have your money on anyone in particular based on the first 2 days that we've seen?
Well, I'm not allowed to bet on anybody, so I don't have money on anybody, Necra, but I am actually specifically looking forward to who are the players that will play Mastery no matter what. Are they going to be holding hands with anybody that contests them? Because right now, it's almost like a game of chicken. Like, who's going to play Mastery and say, if you contest me, we're both going to, like, bot 4 and bot 2. And tomorrow, it doesn't even really matter, I think, for a lot of these players. For them, going second is the equivalent of going 8th. And so I think that's the thing to pay attention to, because for many players, that world spot is everything.
Yeah. On the contrary, I want to see if anyone actually swaps over to Poro. We saw Vanilla like steamrolling the last 2 days, playing Poro every single game, and he gets those really high roll augments like Guess from the Fallen and Know Your Enemy. And it's just an insane combination of augments because he's playing Poro and has those more options. He's the only Poro player though.
That's right.
Yeah, we saw a couple of players, I think, at the end of day 1 try to start playing out the Poro, but it really has been all about Ornn and a little bit of Mastery if you want to try to throw that in there. But definitely a good thing to keep our eyes on as we look forward to seeing which 8 players are moving forward. But hey, Rodan, Raditz, thank you so much for the check-in. I hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves, and can't wait to see y'all tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Necra.
We're we're here because we want to get to who's actually moving forward, right? That's what everybody is waiting for. So let's go ahead and just throw it up there, because after 16 players came into day number 2, there's only 8 that can move forward, and this cutoff right now is... That's bonkers.
Oh!
Ooh.
Wow!
So-
The first place that Precedent got, that's the difference in him making
No
to
way.
day 3 and not.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the 28 number was enough for 3 of them, not for Vile, though, who loses on tie breaks. That feels bad. You know, props to the people who did make it. Dish Soap getting a bonus point, that's huge. Also, I just have to apologize. I said Robin before the day started. He went last. That's my bad. I'm going to keep my mouth shut tomorrow, because apparently caster cursing is very real. So, not opening my mouth tomorrow. But yeah, this was wild. I think, you know, Milk making it in, Darth Nub, and Precedent with those 28s have got to be really happy how it played out.
Absolutely. I mean, Frodan and Raditz are also singing Vanilla's praises, being able to play the Poro and have these more open lines to go through. And that is going to end up netting them the first place in points today. But you're even talking about Kurum X Admirable at the end of that game, having that victory lap to be able to get that first place as well. Or that second place,
Yeah.
excuse me.
I mean, this is so close. I mean, again, we're having, was a tiebreaker for bonus points. Like, my gosh, this happened in 2 places. Stuff like this happens for sure, but like this was like an unreal kind of day. Like, with how close everything has been. Like, even in the top spots, you have a 2-point jump at everywhere. This is such an unusual day to see something like this, and it's just, this top 8 is stacked right now. Oh my gosh! I
Indicative.
don't want to be in this top 8.
I think our players do, though. It's like, it's just indicative of that tough level of competition that we've had to see throughout the course of this tournament. And even just as NA as a region continues to get better and better. I feel like every single event we are seeing more historic moments come out from NA. And this is just another one of those where, yeah, you're looking at a high points cutoff for the day, as well as also looking at tiebreakers for bonus points. Doesn't really get any better than that.
Yeah, it's every time we get near the end of a set like this and the balance is relatively good and well known, players start to figure out their lines, they know how to play, and when everyone's at that sort of skill level where they understand the set and they understand how to play, it's the minute differences and the minute mistakes that make a big difference. You know, already we're seeing some of the players who didn't make it today talk about how, like, they actually didn't low roll. They just made a few key mistakes, and that really cost them. And we saw, you know, some big risks taken. We saw some people play lines they were familiar with, and just, it's a game when everyone's this close. It's inches. It's tiny inches, but it's really fun to watch as a spectator, because when it's that close, it's really hype. So
It's very exciting to be able to see how that final game played out. And honestly, when you look at just how this day went, then tomorrow, Admirable, my gears are already turning right now. How is this actually going to shake up?
I mean, I can't caster curse anybody. I've
Yeah.
already agreed with Mortog on this one.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to get the
No.
juice out of the two
No
of
names.
you.
I'm not naming any names right now. I'm not doing it. Nobody can force me to do it.
I know, we've already done that enough, and we promise we won't do that again. Don't worry about it. All the players can sleep
next
tight
tournament,
tonight.
next tournament.
Yeah, next tournament. Looking forward to the Noxus Cup. But hey, we do have an interview after this short break. We get a chance to talk to our points leader on the day. That's Vanilla, to get his thoughts on everything. So, I don't want to miss it. Be right back after this break. everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale. We are here with our points leader of the day, Vanilla. And after such a stellar performance, how are you doing and feeling after such a commanding day?
This is not something I thought was going to happen. Frankly, leading up to this week, I've had COVID since calculated loss, and I didn't play any solo queue until Thursday, and so I've just been in bed watching VODs all week. It started to shake a little bit on Friday, but man, it's been rough. I'm really excited that it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, after hearing everything that's happened leading up to the event, like, I'm sure the nerves were kicking in, but you've been able to shake that for day 1 and day 2, and off of the back, I think of what's on everybody's mind, your legend pick. Talk us through Poro. Why is that the one that you've been leaning into so much for this tournament?
Well, there's a couple reasons. One, like, the big thing is, like, you get to have insane augment quality. That's, like, the main reason I pick it for. But for the most part, like, everybody has been playing Ornn all set, and I just don't like the Ornn items. I'm not very good at them, and I don't like when you get, like, Anima Visage and, like, Black Cleaver and stuff you don't really want or doesn't give you, like, clear direction. And I'd rather just click a combat augment. It just feels safer that way for me. I don't know.
Yes.
I like to play aggro, and I feel like having aggro augments on stage 2 is underrated. So, yeah, give me the win streak.
All right, I have found my favorite player, but I still have no predictions on who is going to win tomorrow, and I refuse to make them for this tournament, as there's a very consistent outcome for that happening. You mentioned that you have just been kind of studying a lot of VODs coming into this event. Like, what do you feel like the difference that has had on your play? I imagine that normally you play a lot leading up to a spot like this. Is watching VODs versus playing, is that a big difference that happened, and how do you feel like that affected your play this weekend?
I'm used to watching a lot of TFT anyway. Like, I sit in call with the rest of the lab all day and watch them play as it is. The tricky thing about watching people in general this set is everybody's playing different legends, and they default left so often. I literally have no idea how to judge any of the legend augs. I've not played any legend besides when Draven was the Draven patch, and then Ezreal was rampant for, like, the week leading up to Freljord. I've only played Poro, so I don't know how to click these left augments.
Nice. So you mentioned calculated loss. You know, you just played in a tournament. Did that help you coming into this tournament at all, or maybe shake some of those? Yeah.
I don't really feel like I get nervous anymore. Calculated loss was a lot of fun, just to be able to, like, meet people and to like test out getting in the zone in a public space. I mean, I'm really excited for Vegas, so getting a sample of what it's like to play in a public setting and, like, not at your own setup and with people right next to you. The nice thing is that, like, because I'm in a study group and 4 of us went to the event, like, we're all sitting next to each other. I've talked to them every day for the past, like, I don't even know anymore, and that we can, like, build each other up and, like, help each other out when things are feeling weird. Calculated loss was a blast. If anybody has a chance to go to a LAN, like, please do. You will not regret it.
So you started competing also, like, I'd say pretty recently within TFT. This is in set 7, is that right?
That's when I first started playing in the tournaments, at least when I made it. Yeah, I started playing TFT in mobile release, and then I've slowly been, like, climbing up the ranks, and now I can hold challenger and play in tournaments and apparently win on day 2 in mid-set finale. It's been a gradual process. In set 6, I was really trying to make a break for it, but then I wasn't good enough. Set 7 was my first time getting into the tournaments, and it went okay. I got to day 3 in Jade Cup, and that felt, like, cool for, like, a first time in competing in a tournament. In set 8, I was really bad at the game. Like, hard stuck 200 LP for, like, the whole set. But this set's a new tune. I'm liking it. I'm down for it to stick this way.
Nice. So, last question for me is that tomorrow you're going to face the same 8 players for 6 games in a row. And, you know, they're all going to have different play styles. I know some of them are, you know, 20-20 the same comp. Others are a bit more flex. Are there any strategies you have, kind of knowing who your opponents are, that you're like, how do I beat these particular ways they're going to play?
There's one thing in particular I'm anxious about, and I'm fortunate that I actually have not been in a lobby with this player all weekend. It's Kurum. I think Kurum plays, like, very similar to how I play in the early game. His tempo or oriented playstyle is, like, really, really clean. And if I'm the one normally trying to do that, and he's also doing that, and I think he's better at it than me, it's going to be hard to, like, eke out that edge. I didn't actually get to win streak a lot today, so maybe I'm in a better spot to be able to handle that. But that was my expectation going in. Like, if I get Kerm lobbies, I don't think I'm going to do that well.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I mean, hey,
But maybe we can hold
today
hands
was
1-2.
good
I'm down
practice.
1-2, Kerm.
Hey, it still means a spot at the NA Regional Finals, but it is about that first place spot, right? Like, what would it mean to you to be able to grab a spot at the championships already, just knowing how hard you've worked to get to this point?
I'm a kind of shy person right now, so I'm being pretty humble, but if you know me personally, I've been like screaming in calls for like the past 3 months that I'm winning Worlds. So I'm winning Worlds. GG.
Let's go! I love that confidence. Oh, we're so excited to be able to see what you bring to the table tomorrow, especially after how many diverse looks we've seen from your compositions, as well as just showing everybody what it means to just play straight up good old Poro. It's been phenomenal to talk to you, Vanilla. Before we send you on your way to get prepared for tomorrow, is there anyone you like to thank, like any of the people you studied with, for example?
The lab is, the study groups are OP. If you can sit in a call and talk with people about the game that you respect them as people, you respect them as gamers, like the amount of information you can exchange is infinite. So big shout out to the lab, Maki, DK, Brosif, Rainsplosion, Kanedrew, all of the lab, especially this guy single-handedly fixed my game. Ajin Barney, like, thank you so much. You fixed my game. I was a Hearthstone GM player for way too long. This guy looks at my game and is like, what are you doing, man? Like, you have so many fundamental things that are just perfect, but then you do these dumb things randomly in the game, just throw the game. And during set 9 PBE cycle, he basically like fixed me. He just fixed me. And hopefully it stays this way.
I love it. Sometimes you just need a good friend to tell you that you're being a bonehead, right? And then you'll be able to get out of your way. I love it. Vanilla, it's been such a pleasure to talk to you today. And congratulations once again on your performance. We're also hoping that things continue to go that way for you tomorrow. So best of luck and get some good rest.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's awesome. I love that. I don't know if we've ever had the pleasure of speaking to Vanilla before.
No, I don't. Go ahead.
There's just too many things like that my head's trying to process right now. It's like the player named Vanilla is taking Poro, which is like the vanilla version of a legend.
Yes.
They're thanking one particular player for fixing their game, like despite the fact that there's an entire group that they're doing all the information stuff with. It's like, oh, you just need one player to fix you from being... Where's my friend that fixes me from being a bonehead? What's going on here? There's just way too much going on today. My brain can't handle this much.
It's just too much hype, right? It's really hard to actually dissect everything that's going on when you not only have 16 of the best TFT players, but also everybody is approaching this game in such a different way. And with all the variants that we've been able to see with its portals, the legends, the augments, the do not you high roller, low roller, not if Mortdog has blessed you. There's just so much that can go into a particular day. But I want to get some final thoughts from the two of you. How'd you feel about today, and what are you excited about tomorrow? Admirable, I'll let you start.
Day 3 tomorrow. We're sending someone to Worlds. Don't miss it.
Short and sweet. I love it. Mort, what about you?
I had a blast today. It was fun. The hype final game, seeing Let the Forge, all the crazy moments, seeing these top 8 go in. It's going to be a blast. I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow. So, yeah, just generally solid TFT all around, and one more day to go.
That's right. One more day. 8 players remain. And it is all down to who can get those top 4 spots to the NA Regional Finals and who can take the first to go straight to the championships. Today has been a blast. We hope we get a chance to see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific and 4 p.m. Eastern. And as I told you all yesterday, do the math to figure out the rest of it if you're not in the Pacific or Eastern time zone. And we will see you there. Good night, everyone.